You two make the decision, declared Laozi after taking a sip of tea, adding no further word for his younger disciples had matured, and the matter of accepting apprentices was now for them to decide. Having already taken Guangchengzi as his disciple, Yuanshi no longer desired to recruit others. After a moment of silent contemplation, he mused that any seeker coming to request apprenticeship was truly fated, a destiny he valued above all. In these tumultuous times of the primordial wilderness, countless souls sought refuge, and his Kunlun stood as the foremost sanctuary. Very well, he declared, I shall set forth a formation. Those who pass it may join my Yuching sect as disciples. Yuanshi lightly tapped the stone table and spoke in a measured tone. The same is true for me. However, this time my disciple, and those of senior brother too, shall be divided between the Yuching and Shangqing sects. Among the Sanqing, you alone are my disciple. Do you understand? Tongtian regarded Guangchengzi with a smile that brooked no disagreement. I understand, master, the disciple replied, and should any junior disciples pass the formation, the teachings of the Yuanshi Jinzhong and Yuqin Jianjing will be passed down with the responsibilities of an elder brother dutifully undertaken. Rising with solemnity, Guangchengzi bowed deeply before the Sanqing, signifying that the two masters intended for him to manage all future disciples. As the chief disciple under Sanqing, the responsibility and authority over every apprentice was entrusted to him. Very well, with you as my disciple I am at ease, Yuanshi said, patting him on the shoulder. With a sweeping gesture, the pathway Guangchengzi once trod for his apprenticeship extended into a jade-white road leading straight to Yuqing Peak. With continuous gestures of his hand, one formation after another manifested along the jade path, radiating an aura of solemn authority that unmistakably proclaimed this as Yuqing's apprenticeship formation, crafted by Yuanshi. Tongtian flicked his sword finger, and the path imbued with sword intent stretched out toward Shangqing Peak. With a casual flourish, he laid down several formations before stopping. Guangchengzi blinked and forced a laugh. Master, isn't this rather simplistic? Turning his head to scrutinize the formations, Tongtian remarked, you are right, I should indeed add a formation to test one's aptitude for swordsmanship. Guangchengzi's eyes flashed as he retorted, master, with this formation, even any ordinary Xianxian could pass through. It accepts all without discrimination. Surely you could refine it a bit. Master, that is not my intention, Guangchengzi replied as he gracefully flicked his sleeve. Instantly, a vast and formidable formation materialized. With his current cultivation, even a Daluo Jingxian would be unable to breach it. As celebratory clouds unfurled, a small red sword descended upon them, radiating a deadly aura. Guangchengzi frowned slightly at Tongtian, yet with unyielding courage he remarked, in the battle against the Wu Yao, countless souls seek refuge. Even the disciples have caught wind of your master's philosophy, aiming to emulate our venerable forebears who taught without discrimination. But the ancestor selected only those truly fated, and if one cannot enter Zixiao Palace, then nothing will suffice. I dare not question our ancestor, nor you, master, Guangchengzi declared after drawing a deep breath as he knelt before Tongtian. Though he rarely performed such grand acts of obeisance, Tongtian's indiscriminate acceptance of disciples left him no choice. As the chief disciple under Sanqing, endowed with great privilege, he was equally tasked with immense responsibility. Seeing Guangchengzi kneel, Tongtian hurried to help him rise, but Guangchengzi broke free and held his head high, meeting Tongtian's gaze unwaveringly. I do not dare to expect that you, master, will rigidly adhere to Yuanshi's formation by accepting only those with unblemished talent. You have your own guiding philosophy, and I believe that through proper instruction disciples can be led towards virtue. Turning away, he pointed to the formation he had set, and declared, however, I shall never dismantle this formation. It will not obstruct your ability to accept disciples, but any cultivator stained with karmic burdens who dares to enter shall be slain by me. With his tone thick with lethal intent, Guangchengzi spoke, and the red Jianxia sword immediately flared with a vivid red light, as if echoing his very words. He continued, having been graced by the benevolence of three masters, I will not allow any demonic souls to besmirch the name of Sanqing. Today, in defying you, master, I willingly accept punishment. After speaking, Guangchengzi bowed deeply before Tongtian and remained prostrate for a long moment. Both Laozi and Yuanshi were visibly taken aback by his display. Never before had Guangchengzi acted so boldly before them. Even when erring, he had been coy and unchallenging, never questioning their decisions, let alone openly defying Tongtian. Yuanshi had initially regarded Tongtian's formations as unremarkable, but upon hearing Guangchengzi's words, he realized with growing concern if members of the Yaozu were to pass through the formation, would Tongtian accept them? How could those laden with karmic stains dare set foot upon Kunlun? Yet if they were to pass the formation, it would be most difficult to bar them from the door, lest he be forced to witness a mountain overrun with abominations, and perhaps even jeopardize his rapport with Tantian. However, Guangchengzi's blunt actions had hurt the pride of his third brother, who had always cherished reverence for the master and wished his own disciples to follow suit. Having long benefited from their diligent guidance, Guangchengzi's rashness today was noted as overstepping. Yet in his heart, Guangchengzi felt no regret. No one could have foreseen how in time the Chanjiao would be so ruined by these very disciples. Practices of cannibalism, unleashing plagues, and committing every conceivable atrocity. Even if Tongtian's lax governance and laissez-faire attitude toward his disciples bore some responsibility, there existed those who, having already been tainted with karmic stains upon initiation, sought only to leverage the name of a sacred disciple, and their actions were, in a way, indispensable. Today he resolved to utterly sever the path for such cultivators. Henceforth the management of Chanjiao disciples would be governed solely by his own methods. Even if he were to be chastised by his master this day, his convictions would remain unshaken, etched indelibly as a lesson. Even if Tantian later journeyed to the Eastern Sea, he would never recklessly open his doors to admit any disciple tainted with karmic burdens. Tantian regarded Guangchengzi, whose indomitable spirit shone through with evident anger, for altering the formation he had meticulously arranged without his consent, and for challenging him in the presence of the senior brothers. Guangchengzi left no room for compromise. With an impassive demeanor, Tantian looked deeply at the disciple who, despite having imparted all his knowledge to him, though he never cared much for sword techniques, and noted that Guangchengzi mastered formation swiftly, there was no flaw to be found in the power of this formation. "Well done, you have mastered the formation exceedingly well," Tantian remarked in a flat tone. Yet Yuanshi felt a tinge of anxiety, for a disciple to defy his master in these primordial times was an act nearly tantamount to betraying one's teachers and forebears. Had the transgression been graver, expulsion from the sect would have been inevitable. For his third brother to act thus might well invite a wrathful, ironic smile. Third brother Yuanshi gently cautioned, fearing that Tantian might act impulsively beyond redemption. Tantian turned his head, his eyes glinting with a subtle sword-like light, and said, "Second brother, are you worried that in my anger I might harm him?" Yuanshi cleared his throat lightly, saying, "I had no such intention, my brother. Guangchengzi also acts with your best interests at heart." As he spoke, a trace of embarrassment crept over him, for regardless of the circumstances, Guangchengzi had just defied the master openly, and though Yuanshi valued discipline and wished to safeguard his disciples, the cold look in Tongtian's eyes rendered any plea unutterable. Tantian let out a light laugh as a latent sword aura began to radiate from him. The Qingping sword swept directly toward Guangchengzi. "Stop!" came the cry as the Sanbei Ri and Panlong Bianquai appeared, while the four swords of Zhu Xian instantly formed an array, ensnaring the two spiritual treasures. The Qingping sword slashed directly before Guangchengzi, its stroke passing within a hair's breadth of his head and leaving a distinct mark. Guangchengzi shuddered, witnessing this. Tantian emitted a heavy snort, cast a cold glance at Laozi and Yuanshi, and then transformed into a stream of sword light as he dashed toward the Shanqing Palace. Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged glances that spoke of relief, with Tantian leaving the formations intact. He thereby signaled his acceptance of Guangchengzi's proposal. A single sword strike was meant merely as a lesson to Guangchengzi, though his defiance was undertaken for his own benefit. Challenging one's master could not go unpunished. "Get up quickly." As Tantian left, Yuanshi hurriedly pulled Guangchengzi to his feet, reproaching him slightly. "Of all times you had to say such things right in front of me and our eldest brother. Where do you expect your third master to put his face?" Forcing a strained smile, Guangchengzi still felt a lingering chill. That sword just now, he had truly believed it would cleave down upon him. In the end, Master Tongtian's heart had softened. The formation had not been destroyed, which meant he would still set it up when taking disciples in the future. Thinking of the future of the GS sect, Guangchengzi could at last breathe a little easier. He also knew that what he had done today was far too rash, yet for the sake of the future of the three purities, he had no choice but to act. Remembering how Master Yuanshi had told him to find a chance to speak in private instead, Guangchengzi could only smile bitterly in his heart. In his previous life, the two of them had quarreled countless times, always parting on bad terms. In the end, the GS sect had still been dragged down to ruin. Today he was determined to persist and compel Master Tongtian to set this rule in stone. "Many thanks, masters." Guangchengzi bowed gratefully to Laozi and Yuanshi, for no matter where one was, contradicting one's master was never something easily justified. "You?" Laozi tapped him lightly. "In the future, speak of such matters in private. You must still take into account your third master's dignity." Guangchengzi lowered his head. This disciple understands and will not dare offend master again in days to come. In truth, it was not so. If such matters arose again, he would still act when action was needed. Enough. Yuanshi handed Guangchengzi a cup of tea to steady his nerves. I am about to enter seclusion. Kunlun will be entrusted to you, Yuanshi sighed. If you wish to travel abroad, we will not hinder you. Do not worry about disturbing our seclusion. If you encounter danger, crush the jade talisman at once. Guangchengzi had already reached the peak of Deluo. Those who could pose a threat to him were quasi-sane experts. Their sect had long been at odds with the demon clan, and he feared only that Dijuan and the others might make a move. A streak of black light flashed across the Panga banner and fell upon his fingertip. I have driven the Panga banner with the power of a latest-stage quasi-saint for a single strike. With the strength of your current physical body, you can barely withstand it. With a point from Laozi, the illusory shadow of the heaven and earth, Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda manifested on the back of Guangchengzi's hand. Oomph! A cold snort rang in Guangchengzi's ear. His legs nearly gave way, and he had to brace himself against a stone table to keep from collapsing. The four Zhuxian swords flew straight out from the Shangqing Palace and thrust into Guangchengzi's back, leaving four sword marks. Sweat beaded upon his brow. In that instant, he truly felt as though needles were pricking his spine. In the Shangqing Palace, Tantian suppressed his anger. What enraged him was not that Guangchengzi had contradicted him, but the behavior of his eldest and second brothers, as well as Guangchengzi's reaction. What was this? Guangchengzi so frightened, his eldest and second brothers so anxious. Did they truly believe he would raise his hand against his own disciple? Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged a glance, and both revealed faint smiles. Fortunately, their third brother had not continued to cling to the matter. His temperament had always been impulsive, and they feared he might commit some irreparable deed. Guangchengzi bowed in the direction of the Shangqing Palace. Many thanks, master. No further sound came forth. Clearly Tantian no longer wished to respond. Guangchengzi felt a bit awkward. After finishing the tea in his cup, Yuanshi said slowly, I shall now go into seclusion. Kunlun is entrusted to you. May the three masters sever their obsessions soon and prove the Tao of Huanyan, Guangchengzi said with a deep bow. When he raised his head again, Laozi and Yuanshi had already vanished. The great doors of the Three Purities Palace on Three Purities Peak were tightly shut. Guangchengzi let out a quiet sigh, uncertain how many Yuan Hui would pass before his three masters emerged. Master, has Sabuxiang stolen my fruit again? A small white beast lay sprawled at Guangchengzi's feet. Beside it, a young Qilin was munching on a fruit in great mouthfuls, yet the question, it only slanted a glance his way. Gently stroking Qinghuang's fur, Guangchengzi sighed. You refuse to cultivate when told to, and instead you eat ahead of time, then rush to accuse others first. 30,000 years had passed since the three purities entered seclusion, yet Guangchengzi still had not cut out his three corpse manifestations. With nothing better to do, he could only wander idly about Kunlun. Over these years, the mountain's formations had been triggered several times, but none of Yuqing's disciples ever managed to pass. A few 12 Golden Immortals from the Shangqing side came, yet the moment they entered the formation, they were cut down by the evil-slaying sword. From time to time, he would offer guidance to Honghuang and Sabuxiang. Both mounts had already broken through to 12 Golden Immortal. Yet Sabuxiang was after all the legitimate son of the first Qilin and possessed a spirit treasure upon him, so Honghuang simply could not defeat him. Oh, someone is challenging the formation. Guangchengzi looked beyond the mountain gate. The two formations of Yuqing and Shangqing activated at the same time, and he seemed to glimpse the aura of heavenly merit. You two stay here, though I shall go take a look. Watching Guangchengzi transform into light and depart, the two mounts could only lie back down beneath Qilin Cliff. Honghuang once more went to curry favor with Sabuxiang, hoping to earn a share of the spiritual fruits. 100 years later. Dong, ding, two sounds rang out in succession. Guangchengzi was overjoyed as he looked upon the two figures walking out of the formations. One was an elderly man with a broad, bald forehead, white hair and beard, yet a ruddy complexion. He held a staff in his hand from which hung a small gourd that emanated the aura of an innate spirit treasure. The other was tall and powerfully built, his features solemn and dignified, though his belly protruded slightly. From time to time, divine light flashed within his eyes. Guangchengzi stared in surprise at the elder. Though only at the Golden Immortal realm, he was accompanied by the profound yellow aura of heavenly merit. What a true immortal of fortune and virtue! In an instant, Guangchengzi understood who he was. Xiangzi Duo Bao pays respects to immortal master Guangcheng. The two bowed to Guangchengzi. They had never met him, but there was only one senior disciple under the three purities. He could be none other than this man. Good, very good. Guangchengzi nodded repeatedly in approval. Duo Bao should originally have been a disciple personally brought back from the primordial wilderness by Master Tongtian. At that time the three purities had not yet taken on disciples. Though he was not taught jointly by all three, he still learned the arts of the three purities. As for Xuanyuan, he was a genuine senior brother of the Chan sect. Though the future Chan sect would be famed for its 12 golden immortals, above them all stood a single senior brother known as the Southern Pole Immortal Elder. In Guangchengzi's eyes this man was anything but simple. Born with the profound yellow aura of merit and formed from innate chi of fortune and longevity, he was fully deserving of the title Immortal of Merit. Your ability to pass through the formations proves that you are fated with the three masters, Guangchengzi said as he regarded the pair. However, the three masters are in seclusion. Anticipating that disciples would come to seek them, they established these formations. Since you have passed through the formations today, you are now disciples under the Yuqing and Shanqing lineages. As the three masters cannot emerge at present, you should bow in the directions of the Yuqing Palace and Shanqing Palace. When the three masters emerge in the future, you may then pay respects in person. Hearing this, the two men bowed respectfully toward the two palaces. Xuanyuan duo bow pay respects to master and wish master an early emergence from seclusion. Watching the two complete 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows, Guangchengzi nodded in satisfaction. They then bowed once more toward him. We pay respects to senior brother. Guangchengzi helped them up with a smile. Since you have entered under the master's tutelage, you must henceforth cultivate with a tranquil heart and never commit deeds that would disgrace our sect. Do you understand? Cold sweat seeped from Xuanyuan and Duobao's foreheads. Though Guangchengzi spoke with a smile, his aura pressed down on them all the while. We disciples would never dare do anything that would disgrace our sect. Guangchengzi nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that the two were somewhat nervous, he said softly, since the three masters are in seclusion, I shall be the one to transmit the Tao to you. In the depths of Kongtong Mountain, the sounds of battle rang out without pause. Xuanyuan, strike a little harder. Duobao, what use is your Duobao pagoda if you don't put it to work? Guangchengzi lay lazily on a rocking chair, slowly savoring spiritual fruits as he watched Xuanyuan and Duobao spar. It had been nearly 10,000 years since he had passed down the primordial golden canon and the Jade Chun sword scripture to the two of them. Both had since shifted to cultivate these arts, their foundations incomparably solid. Over these years, Guangchengzi would from time to time preach the Tao to them. Though he himself was only at the pinnacle of Deluo Golden Immortal, these two were, but at the Golden Immortal realm, they probably could not even defeat a Si Buxiang beast. Stop! Guangchengzi flicked out a green apricot, which struck Duobao squarely on the head. Senior brother. Many thanks, senior brother. Xuanyuan hurriedly poured Guangchengzi another cup of spirit fruit tea. Xuanyuan gave Duobao a provocative look and then stood respectfully at Guangchengzi's side. Guangchengzi helpless lifted the restrictions on Duobao. Enough, you two sit down. With a light tap of his finger, numerous spirit treasures flew back into the Duobao pagoda, then sank into Duobao's body. You are merely sparring as fellow disciples. How can you resort to such force? Guangchengzi rebuked him, then looked at Duobao with a hint of sighing emotion. Your senior has already transmitted divine abilities to you both. How could you use such a technique on Xuanyuan? Duobao's face alternated between green and red. He rose and bowed to Xuanyuan. Senior brother, the fault lies with this poor Taoist. Xuanyuan was startled and hastily stepped aside. Junior brother, there is no need for such formality. Enough, both of you sit and talk. Guangchengzi waved his hand, refusing to let them continue with their courtesy. He could tell that Duobao had likely spent a long time in the Great Desolation and was adept at seizing openings in battle, while Xuanyuan was mild by nature and reluctant to strike ruthlessly. He had reminded Duobao to make good use of the Duobao pagoda, for it was the core of his Tao, yet Duobao had directly unleashed the myriad treasures torrent. This was effectively Duobao's trump card. He had amassed innumerable spirit treasures, some refined by his own hand, others picked up throughout the Great Desolation. Though their individual grades were not high, the combined impact of the myriad treasures was enough for Duobao to reign supreme within the Golden Immortal realm. Let alone his hidden methods. If he detonated all the treasures at once, even a Tai Golden Immortal would be wounded. As Guangchengzi spoke, he turned his gaze toward Duobao. Among the treasures you've collected are some tainted and sinister items. It is best to destroy them. Duobao immediately brought out the Duobao pagoda, and several spirit treasures wreathed in black qi appeared upon the ground. Guangchengzi sighed. Many of them had clearly been refined through blood sacrifice, utterly unbefitting disciples under the lineage of the three pure ones. With a gentle breath, a glazed-colored flame blossomed forth, radiating boundless power of light. Xuanyuan and Duobao felt only warmth, yet when the flame fell upon the pile of treasures, crackling sounds erupted as waves of black qi rose, and were directly purified by the light within the fire. This poor Taoist burns these treasures because you have already entered the sect of the Three Pure Ones and must not commit such deeds. Moreover, these treasures are truly wicked. If you can avoid using them, then do so. Looking at Duobao, Guangchengzi felt some heartache, yet he also understood how difficult it had been for him to survive alone in the great desolation. After a moment's thought, he placed his palm upon the Duobao pagoda, infusing it with countless streams of treasure light. Some of these were refined by this poor Taoist in idle moments, others were picked up after battles. I shall entrust them to you. Duobao was utterly stunned. He could sense that hundreds of acquired spirit treasures had appeared within his pagoda, among them even a top-grade acquired spirit treasure. Many thanks, senior brother. He hastily bowed. Sit. You are fond of artifact refinement, and your formations are not bad, but you must also practice the sword. In the future, you must devote at least half the time you spend on artifacts to sword arts. Guangchengzi rubbed his forehead, somewhat vexed. Duobao's heart tightened. He could only respond in assent. Guangchengzi sighed inwardly. Duobao's aptitude was indeed outstanding, yet as a disciple under Master Tongtian, he astonishingly had no liking for sword cultivation. Xuanyuan, on the other hand, showed little enthusiasm for the path of artifact refinement and devoted himself solely to cultivation. If the three masters emerged from seclusion and saw the two disciples he had taken on their behalf, Guangchengzi wondered if their state of mind might not collapse a little. Duobao, you must practice the sword. Guangchengzi's expression turned stern. With a light tap of his fingertip, a strand of sword radiance appeared and fell before Duobao. This is for you, go cultivate. Duobao stared blankly at the sword. It was an innate spirit treasure, and a top-grade innate spirit treasure at that. He was an innate treasure-seeking rat transformed into human form, born with the top-grade innate spirit treasure Duobao pagoda. Yet even with his extraordinary innate divine abilities and all his years roaming the great desolation, he had only found 2 low-grade innate spirit treasures. Now with a single move, his senior brother had bestowed upon him a top-grade innate spirit treasure sword. At that, Duobao thought even if it were a spear instead of a sword, he would gladly train. Many thanks, senior brother. This junior shall go cultivate at once. Clutching the Jinghong sword, Duobao bowed and turned to depart, afraid that Guangchengzi might change. Guangchengzi, however, let out a breath of relief. He had already intended to prepare meeting gifts for his 2 junior brothers, but in any case Duobao had to master sword arts, otherwise Master Tongtian would likely be displeased. As these thoughts passed through his mind, he felt a scorching gaze from the side. Guangchengzi smiled. Junior brother, what sort of spirit treasure do you desire? Xuanyuan smiled sheepishly. Better that senior brother choose for me. He feared that if he voiced his wishes he would be scolded again, for his heart lay only in seeking the Tao, while his senior brother constantly lamented that he did not focus on combat arts. After some thought, a long spear of bluish hue streaked with black patterns descended before Xuanyuan. Your nature is compassionate, but the great desolation is far too perilous. You must possess a means of self-protection. This soul-devouring spear counts among the finest of top-grade innate spirit treasures. Take it as your safeguard. Xuanyuan shifted his gaze to the spear and slowly wrapped his fingers around it. A surge of killing intent made him involuntarily frown. With a wave of his hand, Guangchengzi sent him off to cultivate, as well, feeling thoroughly vexed. Only now, with the 3 pure masters still in seclusion, did he truly realize how troublesome it was to instruct disciples. A disciple as worry-free as himself was in truth exceedingly rare. The rocking chair continued to sway as Guangchengzi lounged upon it at ease, occasionally popping a spiritual fruit into his mouth or sipping a cup of enlightenment tea. Elsewhere, sword chi would at times surge forth and heavenly tribulation lightning descend. Observing that the distribution of their cultivation time seemed reasonable, Guangchengzi did not intervene. On Yuqing Peak, however, there was almost no movement. Guangchengzi guessed that Xuanyuan was once again in secluded cultivation. 5,000 years later, Guangchengzi regarded his 2 junior brothers with satisfaction, nodding repeatedly. Both had reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Commendable indeed. He was just about to take out the 5-needle pine and the 5-element spirit pearls to help them absorb the 5 chi within their chests when his brows suddenly knit together. Someone was approaching. A young attendant dressed in garments of red and blue descended the mountain, then led the visitor up. This was the water-fire attendant of Master Tongtian, a spirit born from the transformation of the acquired spiritual root, known as the flame water tree. Master Yuanshi's white crane attendant had yet to be delivered by Xuanyuan, and the firebrick beneath Master Taiching's alchemy furnace had not yet developed spiritual wisdom. A young man in white followed the water-fire attendant up the mountain. His gaze brimmed with wisdom, as though nothing in the world could escape his perception. So it is little friend Guangchengzi, This poor Taoist has been presumptuous in coming unannounced. The visitor clasped his hands toward Guangchengzi with a smile. Guangchengzi's eyes narrowed, fixing firmly upon him. Senior Baizé has come to visit. This poor Taoist has failed to welcome you from afar. I have yet to congratulate Senior on severing your 3 corpses and attaining quasi-sainthood. Baizé, the foremost of the 10 great demon marshals of the celestial court, and concurrently serving as its grand chancellor, stood unrivaled in authority among all demonic cultivators beneath the sovereign emperors. In the previous cosmic cycle, only a handful of the demon sovereigns had attained the rank of quasi-sage. Now even Baizé, the preeminent marshal, had broken through to that exalted realm. One could only wonder whether the other marshals had likewise severed their 3 selves. After all 3 of them bore deep grudges against him. Xuanyuan and Duobao stood frozen in astonishment. Never before since their emergence into the world had they beheld a quasi-sage great divine sovereign. Greetings, Elder Baizé. Baizé's gaze swept over them with quiet discernment, pausing fleetingly upon Xuanyuan, a fortune virtue true immortal. He smiled warmly and asked, "Might I inquire who these 2 are?" Guangchengzi replied with a gentle smile, "Xuanyuan has become a disciple of the Jade Pure Sect, Duobao of the Upper Pure Sect." "Ah, so they are esteemed disciples of the 3 sovereigns. What extraordinary karmic fortune you possess, young friend." Baizé was startled. For several cosmic cycles the 3 sovereigns had taken only Guangchengzi as disciple. Was this the dawn of a new era of widespread cultivation transmission? "May I ask, Elder, what brings you here today?" All 3 sovereigns are presently in profound seclusion. All affairs of Kunlun Mountain fall under this Taoist stewardship. Guangchengzi regarded Baizé with quiet curiosity. Logically, relations between the demon clans and Kunlun were distant. Such a visit was unheard of. At Baizé's words, a subtle glint of amusement flickered in his eyes. So the 3 sovereigns are indeed sealed in meditation. He produced 3 ornate invitations and handed them to Guangchengzi. "I confess, openly esteemed Taoist, I come to extend formal invitations to the 3 sovereigns requesting their august presence at the Celestial Court's grand banquet." Guangchengzi unfurled the invitation scroll. His eyes instantly sharpened with understanding. Emperor Jun was to wed, and not 1 but 2 celestial consorts, he the solar deity, and Chang, she the lunar deity. One to be enthroned as empress, the other as imperial consort. His Imperial Majesty the Demon Emperor truly possesses boundless karmic blessings, Guangchengzi remarked with a faint knowing smile. He recalled how the Een star's descent during the previous Zhou Tian stellar formation ceremony had been no mere coincidence. The alliance had long been forged in secret. Yet these 3 invitations stirred quiet irony within him. The 3 sovereigns were one in essence. Why send 3 separate scrolls? Was it to provoke scrutiny, or perhaps to sow discord? After all, each sovereign wielded a primordial supreme treasure. Such conspicuous parity invited suspicion. All 3 sovereigns remain deeply immersed in cultivation. They fear they cannot attend. Guangchengzi spoke softly. Baizé's expression shifted instantly. Refusal to attend the Demon Emperor's nuptials was an outright dismissal of imperial dignity. Still, one could hardly compel reclusive sages to break meditation merely to offer congratulations. Regardless of motive, Guangchengzi added lightly, almost in jest, "Yet I myself shall attend. Since you brought 3 invitations, I shall prepare 3 gifts in return. With my masters absent, I must uphold Kunlun's honor. Would you not agree, Elder Baizé?" As he spoke, Guangchengzi's gaze locked onto Baizé, and a palpable aura of killing intent surged forth. Baizé felt as though a razor-edged blade hung suspended above his brow, his breath constricting involuntarily. Only then did he recall this youth was no easy adversary. Favored by the 3 sovereigns, he carried himself with unapologetic audacity, courteous to others, yet fiercely antagonistic toward the demon clans on multiple occasions. Moreover, this young master's own cultivation was formidable, and he wielded the Shinshin spear, a weapon rivaling primordial supreme treasures. Baizé could not be certain he would prevail in combat. Today's mission had been ordered by Emperor Jun himself, but even he could not fathom the Emperor's true intention behind issuing 3 identical invitations. Yet he steadfastly framed it as reverence for the 3 sovereigns, a stance Kunlun could scarcely dispute. Watching Baizé's countenance shift, Guangchengzi chuckled, "Forgive me, I only jest, Elder. No doubt His Majesty simply wished to collect 2 additional tributes." Having seized the initiative, he withdrew gracefully, leaving his opponent forever unable to regain. Gazing upon Guangchengzi's serene smiling face, Baizé felt a stifling pressure rise within him. How many eons had he existed? As Baizé, he knew the past and foresaw the future. Yet today he had been bested by a junior cultivator. Yet this junior's strength already rivaled that of his elders. Having subtly diminished the Demon Emperor and the Celestial Court in speech, Guangchengzi offered no further provocation, instead dispatching the Wateran Fire Child attendants to escort the guest out. After Baizhe departed, Guangchengzi's expression darkened instantly. Xuanyuan and Duobao dared not even draw breath. The demon clans, let us see whether your wedding feast proceeds without calamity. Senior brother. Xuanyuan's voice trembled with cautious inquiry. Guangchengzi's features softened, and he murmured quietly, all is well. Only then did the two exhale in relief. Having dwelled atop Kunlun for over 10,000 years, this was their first glimpse of their senior brother's wrath, truly terrifying. Prepare yourselves, we depart for the Celestial Court's banquet in 3,000 years. A cold, mirthless smile curved his lips, and a streak of luminous light shot toward Buzhou Mountain. Thank you, senior brother. They cried in delight. Mere golden immortals, yet invited to the Celestial Court. Guangchengzi shook his head. When I first became a disciple, I too stood thus. Still, with two junior brothers accompanying him, the gifts would reflect honorably upon the three sovereigns. You sent 3 invitations. Very well, I shall present 3 offerings. Feasting is feasting, but whether it celebrates a joyous rite or a funeral remains uncertain. 3,000 years passed like a sigh. Guangchengzi descended from the heavens as a streak of radiant light halting before the gates of the Celestial Court. His gaze paused, thoughtful. Greetings, esteemed uncles. Junior brothers, come forward and pay your respects to these venerable elders. Hidden within the void, Guangchengzi introduced Xuanyuan and Duobao to Xuanyuan and others. After their formal bows, Xuanyuan laughed. We had no notion the 3 sovereigns had taken new disciples. Indeed, we must bestow welcome gifts. At Shi Wangmu's words, 2 immortal herbs, slender as water chestnut shoots, 3 to 4 chi tall, floated down before Xuanyuan and Duobao. These were the immortal life grass, a primordial spirit root under Shi Wangmu's dominion, profoundly beneficial even to golden immortals. Soon after, ginseng fruits and other rare spirit treasures drifted forth. The 2 hurriedly bowed deeply in gratitude. We thank you, esteemed uncles. Guangchengzi bowed respectfully, adding with wry levity, Emperor Jun dispatched Elder Baizhe bearing 3 invitations. With my masters in seclusion, I deemed it improper to deliver 3 separate offerings alone. Thus, I brought my 2 junior brothers. We humbly thank you for your generosity, esteemed uncles. Xuanyuan and Shi Wangmu exchanged glances, immediately grasping Guangchengzi's meaning. Whether intended as provocation or subterfuge, the scheme had now been laid bare. The 3 sovereigns remained outside the game. Emperor Jun's stratagem had failed utterly. Young friend, your aid in easing the 3 sovereigns' burdens surely will not offend His Majesty the Demon Emperor, Xuanyuan said, chuckling. Guangchengzi sighed softly, echoing Xuanyuan. Then we must rely upon Elder Xuanyuan's protection, for our masters are absent and His Majesty's awe-inspiring authority runs deep. He gave a faint mocking smile. Perhaps the Celestial Court's vast domain and multitude of demons simply inspired His Majesty to collect 2 extra tributes. Silence fell, thick and stunned. All stared at Guangchengzi, awestruck. This youth was ruthless, relentlessly pressing the advantage. Yet his face remained wreathed in tranquil, effortless smiles, as if he'd spoken nothing more than idle banter. Young friend, think no more on it. His Majesty rarely weds. Such auspicious occasions do not recur. A robed elder in crimson approached, radiating palpable slaughter intent. A collective gasp rose. This elder's tongue cut deeper even than Guangchengzi's. I have met you, Uncle Mingi. Guangchengzi looked at the newcomer and quickly bowed, for this person did not seem to regard Emperor Jun highly. It was unclear how he had offended him. However, Mingi could be considered a fortunate being of the primordial era, as he was born with 3 extraordinary innate spiritual treasures, including the 12-petal karma fire red lotus. Guangchengzi had once set his sights on this lotus, intending to use it to sever 3 corpses, but that was no longer necessary. Additionally, he possessed 2 swords of slaughter, Yuan Tu and Abi, which could rival the swordsmanship of Master Tongtian. Most importantly, these 2 swords did not involve karma when slaying, showing that this individual was indeed fortunate. Not to mention that later he imitated Master Nuwa to create beings and established a sect like the saints. Although he never became a saint himself, no one in the primordial era dared to challenge him. Young friend, there is no need for excessive courtesy. Mingi chuckled, lacking any murderous intent, appearing like an ordinary old man. Looking at the 2 swords of slaughter behind him, Guangchengzi sighed inwardly. A madman is not held accountable for murder. Let us enter. Xuanyuan frowned slightly, while Mingi chuckled, but said nothing. The others watched as the other cultivators at the southern heavenly gate had already entered, leaving only these powerful beings concealed in the void, and they all nodded in agreement. With Bai Ze's loud announcement, everyone stepped into the heavenly court, and the clamor instantly quieted down. The presence of so many powerful beings at once showed the might of the heavenly court. While Guangchengzi felt disdain in his heart, it was merely an illusion. As he looked at the seats ahead, Guangchengzi did not sit in the first one, for although he represented the three clear ones, Nuwa was bound to come today. Wait here and stay close to Uncle Xuanyuan, do not stray, understand? Guangchengzi secretly transmitted a message to Xiangzi and Duobao, both of whom wore serious expressions and nodded lightly. While enjoying the spiritual fruits prepared by the heavenly court, Guangchengzi could not help but marvel at the abundance of resources in the starry skies. What lay before him was likely the legendary star spiritual fruit. This was a fruit born from an extraordinary innate spiritual root capable of cleansing the marrow and enhancing one's affinity with the source of the stars. The crowd chatted jovially, while only a few of the 10 demon lords remained. Guangchengzi's gaze lingered on Fei Dan for a moment. He was still at the late stage of the Great Luo, and Guangchengzi scoffed softly, saying nothing further. Emperor Jun must have gone to welcome the bride, as the two celestial bodies of the sun and moon instantly brightened. 2 palanquins raced along a golden and silver light path with Nuwa, holding a red spiritual treasure that continuously flashed red light, leading the 2 wedding cars. Emperor Jun stood at the forefront, followed by Donghuang Tai and other demon lords. The crowd silently observed. Only a few had fiery eyes, as the 2 palanquins were crafted from the essence of the stars, a true display of extravagance. As the wedding cars were about to take a lap around the primordial realm, everyone could only sit quietly. Uncle Xuanyuan, please protect Xiangzi and Duobao for a bit. Guangchengzi transmitted quietly, for the main event was about to unfold, and he feared for their safety. Xuanyuanzi glanced at him knowingly, nodding slightly. You little bird, why not send this bride to me instead? A voice echoed as a massive hand wreathed in flames reached for the wedding car. Impudent. The sound of a bell rang out as Tai shouted angrily, and the chaos bell came. 5 fists struck simultaneously, sending the chaos bell flying. Although it was a supreme innate treasure, Tai was not a saint, and 5 equally powerful beings were not afraid of him. Emperor Jun wore a beaming smile, his eyes filled with coldness. He had long anticipated the Wu clan would come to cause trouble, and the star sovereigns had already taken their positions. Guangchengzi's lips curled into a cold smile as he sipped a cup of divine nectar, sitting back to watch the show. After Tai made his move, the Wu clan fell silent, seemingly having given up. However, the demon clan did not dare to let their guard down until the wedding car returned to the southern heavenly gate. 12 enormous fists came crashing in unison, prompting the demon clan to hurriedly protect the wedding car. Even Nuwa's expression turned grim, but they had long anticipated this. As long as they entered the heavenly court, the Wu clan would not act. Yet the ancestral wisp fists did not strike the wedding car, but instead aimed at Emperor Jun, much to everyone's disbelief. Puffed! Emperor Jun spat out a mouthful of blood as the star power from the surrounding heavens gathered around him, causing his ceremonial robe to become even more vibrant. The southern heavenly gate crumbled significantly under the impact, and Emperor Jun struggled to rise. Tai hurriedly channeled his power to him. Emperor Jun continuously consumed spiritual fruits as the Hichu and Luoshu within him circulated, suppressing his injuries. He looked pale as he gazed at the crowd. Guangchengzi and Xuanyuanzi jointly set up a barrier to protect Xiangzi and Duobao, while other guests also shielded themselves, looking at the rapidly deteriorating heavenly court with expressions of great intrigue. I apologize for the inconvenience, dear friends. Emperor Jun forced a smile as the star power descended, reconstructing the damaged areas with celestial energy, though the festive atmosphere of the wedding was utterly lost. It's no trouble at all. Is everything alright, Dao friend? Emperor Jun. Hearing the concerned voices from everyone, Emperor Jun repeatedly assured them he was fine. At that moment, he felt as though everyone was mocking him. Although their expressions showed concern, who could know what they truly thought in their hearts? Today's Wu clan was rather strange. During his wedding he expected them to target Shiha and Changxi, but unexpectedly they abandoned those two and opted to directly strike at him. Guangchengzi sneered inwardly, for this was naturally the information he had conveyed to the Wu clan. The Wu clan would indeed act. Rather than targeting Shiha and Changxi, it was better to directly strike at Emperor Jun. The demon clan could never have anticipated such an unexpected move from the Wu clan. Seeing Emperor Jun injured bring out Shiha and Changxi, Nuwa sighed inwardly. She could clearly see that Emperor Jun was severely wounded, and without 5,000 or 6,000 years he would not recover. However, today he absolutely could not lose face for the demon clan. During this grand wedding, he could not incite a war, which was why the Wu clan acted with such assurance. Emperor Jun gritted his teeth against his injuries while Nuwa could do nothing but channel a bit of her creation power to stabilize his wounds as she handed him the red silk. Now she was no longer the queen of the demon clan, and it was best not to get involved in these matters. Heavenly Tao above, may the Tao ancestor bear witness. Today I, Emperor Jun, wed the sun goddess Shiha and the moon goddess Changxi in accordance with the principles of yin and yang to fill the void in the celestial cycle and secure the fortune of the heavenly court. From this day forth the sun and moon shall shine together, yin and yang shall unite, safeguarding the myriad beings of the primordial realm. Shiha and Changxi activated the sun and moon stars, echoing Emperor Jun's vows. Nuwa tossed the red embroidered ball upwards, and in an instant colorful clouds surged forth, countless red lights appearing and enveloping the entire heavenly court in a layer of crimson. I, Nuwa, used the precious red embroidered ball of fate as a witness today. The Master Emperor Jun marries Shiha and Changxi in a heavenly union. As the red star stirs the threads of fate, entwine, yin and yang unite, and the heavens grant blessings. This marriage completes the missing connections of fate in the primordial realm, witnessed by heaven and earth, celebrated by all beings. Heavenly marriage established. As the words fell, the red embroidered ball radiated bright red light, and the sun and moon stars appeared together, the golden flames of the sun and the shimmering brilliance of the moon spreading across the primordial realm, resonating with the Fusang tree and the laurel tree. In that moment, countless demon beings awakened their spiritual intelligence. Boom! A layer of golden clouds of merit descended from the heavenly court, surprising everyone as it fell. Emperor Jun and the others each received a portion. Nuwa received another portion, and the red embroidered ball shone even brighter, with one layer falling to the people of the heavenly court and another layer distributed to the guests who came to celebrate. After absorbing the merit, Emperor Jun felt that his injuries had healed by half. He was filled with anger, for had it not been for the Wu clan, he might have advanced further. Now that the heavenly marriage had been completed, he had also been injured. Thankfully, the demon clan's fortune had greatly increased, so all his efforts had not been in vain. The crowd, having received the descending merit, wore much more sincere smiles, and one after another congratulated Emperor Jun with cupped fists. The merit obtained from the purification of the witch and demon battlefield was more than half of today's heavenly wedding, and Master Hongjun had given it all to him, so he lacked nothing. As colorful light appeared beside him, Guangchengzi did not dare to be negligent and quickly bowed, saying, "Aunt Master Nuwa." Xiangzi and Duobao also hurriedly paid their respects. Nuwa took out 2 spiritual treasures as a meeting gift and asked, "Is your master still in seclusion?" Guangchengzi nodded. "The corpse of obsession is difficult to slay, or my master will probably be in seclusion for a long time." Nuwa looked worried. Oh, she had already slain the corpse of good and evil, yet had no clue about the corpse of obsession. If Brother Sanqing could slay the corpse of obsession, perhaps she could receive guidance. "If there is anything in Kunlun, you can send a message to Fengqi Mountain," Nuwa said with a smile. "Thank you, Master." "The same goes for Wuzhuangguan. Xiaoji Palace is the same. Our western Kunlun is nearby. You can send someone anytime," said the Western Queen Mother, smiling cheerfully. Kunlun in the east and west were originally one, and as neighbors taking care of the Sanqing disciples would be remembered even by the Sanqing. "Thank you, esteemed uncles. If there is anything, I will certainly seek help." Guangchengzi bowed deeply. He knew that everyone was saying this for the sake of the 3 masters. After all, they would be the 3 future saints, and it would be of no harm to befriend them. "Nephew can also come to my western Shumi Mountain. Oh, I will join brother to lend a hand." A voice came, making Guangchengzi's heart beat faster. "I would not dare to trouble the 2 esteemed uncles." Guangchengzi expressed his gratitude on the surface, ensuring no flaws could be pointed out. Jane and Zhuanti had also arrived, but kept a distance from others, and did not engage in conversation, indicating that they truly had no friends. The expression in Zuni's eyes was uncertain. He smiled, but said nothing. He did not dare to act against Guangchengzi now, for if the Sanqing could enter seclusion, they could also emerge, and the gap between them was enormous. Xiangzi and Duobao watched their senior brother conversing with many great beings, not falling behind at all, and were filled with admiration. At the same time, they were grateful to have joined the Sanqing sect. With such a powerful background, everyone would give them face. On the other side, the members of the demon clan had already finished offering their gifts, and those below the Twelve Golden Immortal had presented their congratulatory gifts, just waiting for the great beings on their side. Looking at the offerings from everyone, which were either spiritual fruits or divine materials, along with innate spiritual treasures, Duobao's eyes nearly glazed over. How much tribute would this be? Guangchengzi signaled with his eyes. A Duobao stepped forward. Duobao from the Upper Clear sect presents a Deluo formation plate to congratulate the Demon Emperor's wedding. Xiangzi from the Jade Clear sect presents a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure to congratulate the Demon Emperor's wedding. Sanqing Daoist is in seclusion, yet this emperor has troubled himself. Emperor Jun smiled, but his gaze was fixed on Guangchengzi. The Demon Emperor is being polite. With my master in seclusion, I oversee Kunlun, and since your majesty has sent 3 invitations, it is only natural to receive 3 gifts. Guangchengzi smiled, his tone filled with provocation. Others exchanged glances, each with their own meaning. It was indeed uncertain whether he intended to sow discord or simply collect 3 gifts. Guangchengzi cheerfully said, as the eldest disciple of my master, it is somewhat inconvenient for me to present my gifts alone, so I brought along 2 junior brothers. I hope your majesty will be magnanimous. Master Taching excels in alchemy. Coincidentally, I have received pills bestowed by my master. A jade box flew out and opened in midair, revealing pills with 9 swirling patterns filling the heavens with a fragrant aroma. Everyone who smelled it felt their mana surge slightly. 9-turn blood replenishing and vitality nurturing pill. Oh no, 9-turn Shinkuan creation pill is most suitable for your majesty's current injuries. Please take it promptly. Guangchengzi smiled and said, your majesty need not worry. This pill is also effective for great beings of the saint level. Even if it cannot fully heal, it will help improve your majesty's condition. As Guangchengzi finished speaking, Emperor Jun's expression momentarily stiffened, his hand clenched tightly in his sleeve. A barely perceptible crimson hue flashed in his eyes, and his pupils turned as dark as ink as he looked at Guangchengzi with a shadowy expression. Young friend, you are quite thoughtful. The Demon Emperor is being polite on such a joyous day. I naturally wish to congratulate your majesty. Xuanyuan tightly grasped the table in front of him, trying not to laugh, and the other Quasi-Saints were similarly holding back their laughter. This young friend is too mischievous. Emperor Jun sent 3 invitations to Kunlun, and he directly sent a blood-replenishing pill. However, who could blame him when Emperor Jun had previously been beaten by the Witch Clan to the point of vomiting blood? Guangchengzi coldly chuckled to himself, drank a cup of divine nectar, and raised his cup in a distant salute to Emperor Jun. This was precisely the vinegar-soaked dumpling I prepared for you. Your injuries were also arranged by me behind the scenes. What can you do? The Sanqing are in seclusion, and the Demon Clan must have guessed it. Baizhe ascended the mountain, surely not just preparing such invitations. He likely wanted to see how the Sanqing would handle things in their absence. If the 3 masters were present, he did not believe Baizhe would have the courage to open the invitations. Today he wanted to inform the gods that even if the 3 masters were in seclusion, he would not tarnish the name of the Sanqing. Anyone daring to test him would have their claws chopped off, and he would make a note of them to settle the score when his master emerged from seclusion. Guangchengzi's gaze swept over the crowd, his smile gentle, completely absent of the earlier provocation towards Emperor Jun. Master, I will return to Kunlun first. As the banquet concluded, various guests began to take their leave, and Guangchengzi also bid farewell to the gods. Nuwa and Xuanyuan were worried that he might attract the attention of others, so they offered to see him off, intending to leave once they returned to Kunlun. However, Guangchengzi declined their good intentions, not even agreeing to the suggestion from the Western Queen Mother. Very well, then be careful on your journey. I presume your master has arranged protective measures for you, Nuwa said, softly patting his shoulder. Yes, thank you, master. Guangchengzi fixed his gaze and nodded imperceptibly. Nuwa shook her head and transformed into colorful light, departing. Xuanyuan had intended to say something, but seeing Guangchengzi so determined to leave alone, he could only turn and depart. Guangchengzi watched his back, silently contemplative. This time Honghuang did not accompany Xuanyuan. After all, Honghuang was a good person from the primordial era, but not a fool. Without the protective talisman of a Dao ancestor disciple, not staying in the Daoist temple and running around in the chaotic wilderness was pure suicide. Wrapping his 2 junior brothers, Guangchengzi transformed into light and left. Senior brother, are we not returning to Kunlun? Looking at Guangchengzi, who was grilling Duobao, was near. The ones we are waiting for have not yet arrived. There is no need to rush. As he ate skewers, Guangchengzi took out a cup of fruit drink. Indeed, these were more to his liking. Such a delightful aroma, a Twelve Golden Immortal. I shall enjoy a feast today. His Majesty the Honghuang has never tasted one. Surely this is a subordinate of Ci Tai. Guangchengzi asked with a serene, smiling expression. Ci Tai, the demon marshal, rarely dispatched envoys for reconnaissance. The loss of a celestial immortal of the great Luo rank among his kin must have pierced him deeply. Fu, she faltered. How could he, as sovereign of the demonic clans, possibly consume one of his own kind? Might I inquire, your majesty, whether Lady Nuwa, our senior aunt, conveyed any urgent matter in her private message? Guangchengzi paid no heed to Fu Shi's expression and pressed directly Xiangzi and Duobao stood silently behind him, scarcely daring to draw breath. Before such primordial sages they held no right to speak. Fu Shi sighed softly. This Taoist deeply regrets having devised the Zhou Tian star array. Guangchengzi blinked, saying nothing. Whether Fu Shi spoke truth or feigned remorse, the array remained his own profound insight. And it was precisely this formation that had propelled the demonic clan's power to its present zenith. After the discourse concluded, the three pure ones entered seclusion. I and you, young friend, remained within Kunlun for so long that even this Taoist found it difficult to secure an audience with you. Guangchengzi remained silent. Indeed, open meetings between him and Fu Shi were untenable. Nua's withdrawal from the demonic clans was an open secret widely understood to be tied to Kunlun. Should Fu Shi renew contact, he would surely trigger Emperor Jun's most sensitive nerve. One sovereign had already departed. Should another follow, the demonic clans would fracture outright. Your Majesty, if there is business, speak plainly, Guangchengzi said coolly. Fu Shi set aside the skewer he held, his gaze locking unflinchingly onto Guangchengzi's face. This Taoist wishes to examine the primordial five-element, five-direction formation. Guangchengzi's countenance instantly hardened. Though he had never deployed the formation, its five supreme primordial spirit treasures rendered it unquestionably the strongest defensive array in all of Honghuang. What did Fu Shi intend? To seize the five directional banners? No, he lacked the audacity for that. Then this was but a probe. Your Majesty labors tirelessly for the demonic clans, truly worthy of the title sovereign. Guangchengzi's retort dripped with irony. Fu Shi's expression darkened, then softened again. Guangchengzi's ties to the Wu clan were unmistakably intimate. His sister had even tested Xuanyuan only to confirm that even he possessed no Nine Heavens soil. Guangchengzi's supply could only have come from Ho-Tu of the Wu clan. With his sister's departure, Fu Shi's standing among the demonic clans had grown precarious. Yet the clans could ill afford great upheaval, especially now when Emperor Jun had just taken a consort, and the clan's celestial fortune surged ever upward. Were Guangchengzi to entrust this formation to the Wu clan, offense and defense would unite, and the demonic clan's defeat would unfold in the blink of an eye. Guangchengzi's gaze turned glacial. With his three masters in seclusion, had these figures grown so impatient as to emerge at last? Yet why had the challenge fallen upon him alone? This could not possibly be Fu Shi's unilateral decision. He must weigh both Emperor Jun's will and Nua's stance. He would never act without sanction. Then only Emperor Jun himself could have issued the command. But why? Had Jun lost his wits? Was he truly determined to oppose Guangchengzi? Yet inflicting injury would serve better than this petty provocation. Why dispatch Fu Shi over so trivial a matter? Such conduct bore no resemblance to the dignified bearing of a celestial sovereign. And Jun had chosen his emissary shrewdly. Had any other demon arrived, Guangchengzi might simply have invoked his master's authority to strike them down. But facing Fu Shi, found himself caught between horns. Lady Nua had already pledged allegiance to Kunlun. Striking Fu Shi would surely provoke her ire. Yet refusing action was equally perilous. Fu Shi, a primordial sage, had likely already severed his evil self. Guangchengzi was not yet his equal in strength. Indeed, he had just humiliated Fu Shi at the banquet, and now Jun sought recompense. Does your Majesty remain resolute in this course? Guangchengzi smiled, faintly feigning helplessness. Does Senior Aunt Nua know your Majesty seeks this Taoist for such a purpose? Fu Shi's expression tightened. From the moment of his arrival, Guangchengzi had addressed him respectfully as Shi Huang, never once as senior uncle. Moreover, bound by Emperor Jun's decree, he could not inform his sister. She would certainly forbid it. Yet today he had no choice. Jun had commanded him in person. Failure would mark him disloyal. The primordial five-element, five-direction formation was merely pretext. Once Guangchengzi produced it, the demonic clans would proclaim his submission, making Kunlun appear subdued beneath their might. Only Fu Shi could fulfill this role. Only he could give Guangchengzi pause. This sovereign acts solely for the demonic clans. Pray forgive this young friend. Guangchengzi understood Fu Shi's dilemma. Though some of this turmoil stemmed from his own deeds, he would grant Fu Shi this glimpse, for Nua's sake. In time he would ensure Fu Shi ascended properly as heavenly sovereign. Yet afterward, would the demonic clans bear the cost of losing a primordial sage? With a subtle flick of his sleeve, immense suction erupted, swiftly drawing Xiangzi and Duobao into its depths. Sleeve within sleeve realm. Fu Shi recoiled in astonishment. Is this not Xuanyuan's supreme art? This Taoist received it from senior uncle Xuanyuan. Guangchengzi replied with a gentle smile, yet his eyes gleamed with cold intent. 5 radiant beams, azure, vermilion, saffron, white, and obsidian, blazed forth, enveloping Fu Shi in an array suffused with the quintessential energies of the five elements. Guangchengzi rested his chin upon his palm, watching calmly as the formation began to yield. He did not actively command the array of Fu Shi's swift breach confirmed he had indeed severed his evil self. "Was your majesty satisfied, Oi?" Guangchengzi asked, smiling gently. A chill gripped Fu Shi's heart. He sensed something slipping beyond his control. Yet Guangchengzi's very display of the five directional banners signaled submission. "This Taoist shall counsel Brother Jun to exercise restraint," Fu Shi conceded, softening his tone. He knew Guangchengzi spared him only out of deference to his sister. Otherwise he would not have lingered here at all. "No need, absolutely no need." Guangchengzi waved his hand dismissively. "Your Majesty may rest assured this incident shall in no way strain relations between Kunlun and Senior Aunt Nuwa." After all, was Emperor Jun not merely seeking to restore face through public proclamation? Guangchengzi welcomed the spectacle. He feared only that it might not spread widely enough. Fu Shi studied Guangchengzi intently, uncertain of his true intent. "In that case this sovereign shall take his leave." His sleeves stirred lightly. Xiangzi and Duobao reappeared. "Senior brother, might you teach me this divine ability?" Guangchengzi laughed softly. "It demands mastery of spatial law. Wait until you attain the rank of Great Luo Immortal before even attempting it." Their disappointment was palpable. They had no idea how many eons lay ahead before attaining Great Luo Immortality, let alone comprehending spatial law. "Has that Huang departed?" Xiangzi glanced around, bristling with indignation. Though he grasped neither Fu Shi's purpose nor intent, he clearly perceived the veiled coercion directed at his master. "All is well," Guangchengzi shrugged amiably. "Soon I shall take you both somewhere. I require your assistance with a matter." "Command us, senior brother," they chorused. Guangchengzi gathered them once more into his sleeve, then stepped through a rift in space. The northern wastelands of Honghuang. Guangchengzi concealed his aura. A streak of black light descended from heaven, striking the fierce waters. But instantly a colossal array blazed upward, its azure, vermilion, saffron white, and obsidian radiance surging with the essence of the five elements, trapping him where he stood. As the array churned, the fierce waters trembled violently. Serpent after serpent, each with 9 heads, rose from the depths, staining the waters crimson. Guangchengzi sneered, "Jiuying, I have waited 3 millennia for your return from the celestial court. At last you have come." Gazing upon Jiuying ensnared within the formation, Guangchengzi strolled forward. "Esteemed friend, did Emperor Jun praise this Taoist's primordial 5-element, 5-direction formation?" Jiuying's pupils contracted. The report from Huang had delighted Emperor Jun immensely. He had hosted a grand feast in the celestial court and proclaimed the news across all Honghuang. Countless cultivators now knew that Guangchengzi, foremost disciple of the 3 pure ones, dared not defy the emperor's decree. The demonic clans had avenged themselves handsomely. Yet Jiuying had never imagined Guangchengzi would lie in ambush here. 1,000 years had passed, yet he had never left. "Do we bear a grudge against each other? Though our karmic ties were formally severed under the solemn witness of Emperor Xuanyuan, was it not your demonic clan who first provoked me?" Guangchengzi's smile was gentle, yet to Jiuying it radiated sheer terror. He would never raise a hand against Fu Shi, but toward him mercy would be non-existent. "Your cultivation has progressed swiftly, esteemed Taoist friend. Among the 10 great demon marshals, few have succeeded in severing their 3-fold corporeal avatars." Jiuying remained silent. Of the 10 great demon marshals, including himself, only 3 had attained the Tao of quasi-sainthood. He had been the last to break through, aided directly by the demon sovereign himself. As Jiuying's evil avatar manifested, Guangchengzi's gaze hardened. Then the divine-slaying spear shot forward like a bolt of fate. Jiuying erupted in violent coughs of blood. Ambushed and crippled, he could muster less than half his true power. His evil avatar perished the moment it appeared. The peerless primordial spirit treasure, the divine-slaying spear. "Do you still covet it, Marshal?" Guangchengzi regarded him coldly. Jiuying said nothing, only straining desperately to break free from the formation. Yet Guangchengzi had not merely deployed the primordial 5-element 5-direction grand formation. He had also activated numerous formation discs once gifted to him by Tong Tian. "Rest assured you are unworthy of my master's protective arts." Guangchengzi spoke with icy disdain. "This primordial 5-element 5-direction grand formation is already known across the Honghuang realm. Today I shall let the demonic clan witness its true, devastating might." At his words the formation erupted violently. The 5 elements churned and coalesced. Then a wisp of primordial chaos emerged. Jiuying's eyes widened in horror. He hastily summoned a spirit treasure for defense. A flash of auspicious light emanated from Guangchengzi's body, and the treasure tumbled from Jiao Ying's grasp. Invoke! The radiant seal descended, instantly eclipsing even the sun-star's brilliance. Beams of luminous divine thunder streaked forth, striking Jiao Ying without mercy. His screams pierced the air, so piercing that even the formation trembled. Guangchengzi watched, smiling serenely, savoring his own masterpiece. With a flick of his sleeve, he dispelled the light Tao principles within the formation, leaving Jiao Ying near death, barely clinging to consciousness. A single incantation struck. Jiao Ying instantly reverted to his true form. The divine slaying spear reappeared and crashed down. His 9 heads shattered, his nascent soul was devoured whole. Gazing at the 9 radiant pearls shimmering in his palm, Guangchengzi allowed himself a faint smile. Quasi-saint level inner elixirs. As celestial merit rained down from the void, he sneered softly. Jiao Ying had indeed amassed grievous sins. He beckoned, and 2 beams of divine light soared toward him. Senior brother, as instructed, the recording is complete. Guangchengzi and Duo Bao each presented a memory stone. Guangchengzi admired his own heroic bearing upon its surface, then produced a vast pile and handed them over. Begin copying immediately. Without hesitation, the 2 poured their spiritual energy relentlessly, until an entire mountain of memory stones lay exhausted. Excellently done. Guangchengzi laughed heartily, swept his sleeve, and drew them both in, then shot skyward toward the 33 heavens. In the celestial court, Dijun's river chart and Luo book trembled violently. Disbelief gripped him as his divine sense plunged into the demonic clan's karmic river, where a great star plummeted from the heavens. Jiao Ying has fallen. Dijun murmured, his voice heavy with gravity. How is this possible? Tai rose abruptly. He departed the celestial court only moments ago. As a quasi-saint, Jiao Ying was not bound to remain at court. Likewise, most other great Luo immortals secluded themselves in stellar realms for cultivation. Brother, can you divine the culprit? Is it the Wu clan? Dijun frowned. The heavens resist divination. Surely some spirit treasure conceals the truth. Yet this matter cannot be ignored. Dispatch troops immediately to investigate Jiao Ying's Taoist abode. Dijun issued orders one by one, then sighed deeply. What troubles you, brother? Tai asked. Nothing, merely unease. Earlier I sent Fu Shi to subdue Guangchengzi. It was impulsive. Dijun's expression remained inscrutable. At that time his wounds had yet to heal. Upon seeing the elixir after the banquet, his qi surged uncontrollably, and he commanded Fu Shi to act. In hindsight, his judgment had been clouded. Unseen by Dijun, a grayish haze had already settled upon the depths of his nascent soul. Identical to the state both sides bore after the Weao were unmistakable signs of tribulation, qi infiltrating his being. Brother need not dwell on it. It was all Fu Shi's doing, and no harm was done. Even if the 3 pure ones emerge from seclusion, they'll find no just cause to intervene. Tai consoled him. Enough. Dijun waved dismissively, just as a thunderous boom shook the palace. Moments later, a demon soldier guarding the southern heavenly gate burst in, breathless and frantic. What did you say? Veins bulged on Dijun's forehead. Without another word, Tai vanished in a blur. Guangchengzi gazed upon the shattered southern heavenly gate and sighed softly. His Imperial Majesty arrives with remarkable speed. Though this gate proves rather flimsy, already broken once by the ancestral Wu. Does the demonic clan truly lack sacred materials for repair? I am proficient in artifact forging. Might I offer my services? Tai flushed crimson, gripping the chaos bell tightly, its luminous resonance unmistakably harmonizing with Guangchengzi's aura. This man was brazenly lying to his face. What business brings you here, daring to damage the southern heavenly gate? Do you intend to storm the celestial court? Tai roared. Such an obvious trap Guangchengzi would never step into. Were he to declare war, Dijun and Tai would possess full justification to crush him utterly. I come regarding rumors circulating across the Honghuang realm, Guangchengzi replied calmly, causing Tai to visibly relax. Ah, you mean that rumor? Merely idle talk, young friend. Pray do not take it seriously. Tai chuckled, leaning casually against a shattered pillar, half its height gone. Guangchengzi paused momentarily, speechless. Did Tai truly believe himself dashing? Indeed, mere rumor. But today I have come to dispel it. Tai recoiled in alarm, his gaze darting wildly behind Guangchengzi. Had the 3 pure ones emerged from seclusion? Seeing Tai's sudden tension, Guangchengzi blinked, then smiled. Your Imperial Majesty need not fear, my 3 masters remain in deep seclusion. Tai's face darkened, humiliated. The demon sovereign wishes to witness the primordial 5-element, 5-direction grand formation's power. How could I refuse his majesty's wish? Next time spare Emperor Xuanyuan the role of blade. After all, he is a sovereign of the demonic clan. Should he not rank above even a demon marshal? The surrounding demons shifted uneasily. Rage burned in Tai Yi's eyes as he glared unflinchingly at Guangchengzi. In the celestial court, Zhe, who had stepped forth beside Dijun, cast a shadowed, calculating glance. Oh, His Majesty the demon sovereign ventures forth from the celestial court at last. Seems your injuries have healed. How did my elixir fare? Guangchengzi opened with classic provocation. Dijun feigned deafness. What brings you here today? Guangchengzi bowed respectfully. By His Majesty's decree, I demonstrate the primordial 5-element 5-direction grand formation. At his words, the demonic host froze. Was he yielding? With a flick of his finger, Guangchengzi embedded a memory stone into an upright pillar, and a vivid projection unfolded. Simultaneously across the Honghuang realm, Guangchengzi's slaying of Jiao Ying manifested upon countless surfaces, while Wu clan cultivators hidden among the throngs remained utterly incognito. Murderous intent erupted from Dijun's form. The sunstar itself began swelling ominously as if poised to crash upon Guangchengzi. Your Majesty, does this formation's power satisfy you? Guangchengzi smiled serenely, meeting Dijun's gaze without flinch or fear. Dare you strike me? With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, a colossal corpse struck the ground. 9 severed heads, foul blood gushing, virulent toxins erupting and defiling the celestial court's immortal paradise. The overwhelming pressure of a quasi-saint forced demon soldiers staggering backward. Dijun and Tai Yi stood rigid, faces ashen, their auras converging like twin storms upon Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi provocatively gazed at Emperor Tai as the 9 turns mystic art circulated. An overwhelmingly tyrannical aura emanated from him. Some members of the demon clan, sensing the aura from Guangchengzi, exclaimed in astonishment. This is the 9 turns mystic art which my 3 masters have deduced. Isn't it impressive? Guangchengzi looked at Emperor Jun, for this was indeed a technique that resonated perfectly with the descendants of Pangu. As he spoke, his figure grew taller than the southern heavenly gate, even overshadowing the brilliance of the sun. Then a trumpet-like treasure of postnatal quality appeared before him, and a grand voice echoed throughout the primordial chaos. In these years, rumors have circulated that Guangchengzi was commanded by the demon emperor to practice the innate 5 elements great array. Today I would like to clarify that this is not a rumor. The demon clan's quasi-saint, the powerful Jiao, sought to test the innate 5 elements great array, but unfortunately met his demise at my hands. A flicker of anger flashed in Emperor Jun's eyes as Dong Huang Tai was about to ring the chaos bell. Guangchengzi's fingertips glimmered slightly, emanating a remarkably noble aura that shimmered with 3 colors, faintly revealing the shadow of a rui. Emperor Jun restrained Tai, who was ready to strike. Guangchengzi not only possessed 3 precious rui, but also had not yet revealed the imprint of the Panga banner. The voice continued to spread, tinged with regret. Today I met the demon emperor, who expressed his apologies. From now on he will definitely refrain from making false statements, and if a test of the array is desired, he will send over 2 or more quasi-saints. After speaking, Guangchengzi shrank his divine form, and holding the trumpet smiled at Emperor Jun, saying, Your Majesty, as an artifact refiner, I can create any spirit treasure I desire. Do you need me to repair this southern heavenly gate? Tai Yi snorted coldly, and the trumpet in Guangchengzi's hand trembled continuously as if it would shatter, but was protected by his magical power. Does Emperor Dong Huang like this spirit treasure? However, I cannot part with it. Nevertheless, there are many more in the primordial chaos, and Your Majesty can certainly send someone to collect them. As Guangchengzi spoke, Emperor Jun's expression grew increasingly grim, as if he was declaring that he had spread these words throughout the primordial chaos. This emperor truly looks at you with new eyes. 3,000 years, and you have managed to endure for such a long time. Emperor Jun's voice was gritted with anger. Thanks to Your Majesty's blessings, my master is in seclusion, and I can only scheme for myself. Otherwise, Guangchengzi glanced inside the heavenly court, wondering if his master emerged from seclusion, would they dare to probe Kunlun like this? With the pressure bearing down on me, my master would soon bring the innate supreme treasure to the heavenly court. Emperor Jun's mind trembled, realizing he had indeed overlooked the 3 pure ones. His gaze drifted slightly, and Guangchengzi frowned, puzzled by this distraction during what was supposed to be a serious negotiation. Emperor Jun's lips moved slightly. Tai Yi's expression changed, and the chaos bell gently swayed, its chime resonating in Emperor Jun's ears. Guangchengzi looked at the 2 brothers in confusion, while Zhe had already waved to dismiss the demon soldiers. Before the crumbling southern heavenly gate, only 1 immortal and 3 demons remained. Emperor Jun closed his eyes with the river map and Luo Shu appearing beside him while Bai Zhe stood guard. Guangchengzi watched them leisurely curious about Emperor Jun's situation. Not to mention anything else, sending Fushi to pressure him and broadcasting this matter throughout the primordial chaos seemed highly abnormal, entirely unbecoming of a demon emperor. Guangchengzi narrowed his eyes, playing with the shining seal in his hand. Could it be that Emperor Jun has been afflicted by calamity energy? Only this possibility could explain his utterly irrational actions. Otherwise, Emperor Jun would not direct his spearhead at Kunlun. After all, the greatest enemy of the demon clan is the witch clan. After a long time, Emperor Jun opened his eyes and Tai looked at him with concern. Over the years, he too had sensed that his elder brother's temper had become somewhat volatile. In the past, his elder brother was incredibly wise and strategic, yet now he seemed so impulsive. Does your majesty have something to say? Guangchengzi pointed at the stone of memories above, tentatively inquiring. Anger flashed in Emperor Jun's eyes, yet he forcibly suppressed it. Isn't the pure world seal of little friend aimed at calamity energy? Emperor Jun answered without addressing the question. Guangchengzi retracted his teasing demeanor, surprised, and exclaimed, could it really be so? Indeed, it is due to calamity energy. However this one can actively perceive it, he truly deserves to be the emperor of the demon clan. That's correct. Emperor Jun nodded, his expression calm. I wonder what conditions little friend requires to help this emperor eliminate the calamity energy. The demon clan's fortune is on the rise, and he absolutely cannot engage in war with the witch clan at this time. Yet this calamity energy could affect his mental state, causing him to act impulsively. What he desired was a precise strike, having enough assurance to then annihilate the witch clan. Guangchengzi pondered. During the last Yuan meeting's battle between the witches and the demons, he had eliminated the calamity energy from both sides. However, the calamity still lingered. It wouldn't completely dissipate while they were amidst calamity. He speculated that during the last witch clan's attack on Emperor Jun, coupled with his sarcastic comments, Emperor Jun must have been mentally unsettled, likely allowing the calamity energy to exploit a gap. It seemed indeed to be his fault. However, he also intended to prevent the witch and demon clans from clashing at this time, as his master had yet to emerge from seclusion. Maintaining peace in the primordial chaos was preferable. I have two conditions. Guangchengzi looked at Emperor Jun, thinking that if he were to propose, he would certainly make a lion's demand. Tai snorted coldly, but Guangchengzi was unbothered, smiling at Emperor Jun, feeling there was no need to say anything to this impulsive fool. All right, little friend, please state your conditions. If they are reasonable, this emperor will consider them. Considering. Guangchengzi internally scoffed, thinking that Emperor Jun was overestimating himself. With a slight movement of his sleeve, Xiangzi and Duobao appeared. Emperor Jun and the three demons focused their eyes, slightly recognizing the sleeve universe great power of Xuanyuan. I pay my respects to several seniors. The two bowed. For those emerging from Kunlun must not lose their courtesy. Emperor Jun nodded. They were merely golden immortals, nothing to be overly concerned about. First, my two junior brothers will be slaying the three corpses in the future, so I request the demon emperor to grant 3 pieces of high-quality, innate spirit treasures for each of them. Xiangzi and Duobao were astonished, thinking, Master, are you robbing them? Tai's expression turned grim. 6 pieces of innate spirit treasures. Did he truly believe this was innate spiritual energy that could be obtained with just a reach? I want top-grade innate spirit treasures. The demon clans certainly won't provide those. Guangchengzi meaningfully glanced at the chaos bell and the river map. You two little friends are quite fortunate to have a senior brother who thinks of you at every turn. Bai Ze's gaze flickered. But the 3 pure ones do not lack spirit treasures. Guangchengzi's eyes sharpened, making Bai Ze's heart shiver. Isn't Master in seclusion? As a mere Deluo Golden Immortal, I naturally cannot compare to a few Quasi-Saint great powers. Bai Ze, you just wait, don't let me catch you alone. Emperor Jun smiled faintly. Fine, after all, this emperor has a request of you. 6 spirit treasures are nothing. With a wave of his sleeve, 6 streams of light fell before Guangchengzi. He focused his gaze, laughing. Your Majesty is truly generous. 5 pieces with 25 prohibitions, and 1 with 26 prohibitions, just barely stepping into the threshold of a high-quality, innate spirit treasure. It's impressive that Emperor Jun could find these few items. However, during the last distribution at the Treasure Rock, the Demon Clan must have reaped a bountiful harvest. Handing the innate spirit treasures to Xiangzi and Duobao, Guangchengzi continued. Second, I require the Demon Clan to refrain from proactively engaging in war for 3 Yuan meetings. Dare you? So you truly collude with the Wu clan? Tai roared, his body wreathed in the sun-true flame. Tai froze. Had he just been insulted? Brother. Emperor Jun raised a hand to restrain him, his gaze dark and heavy as he fixed it upon Guangchengzi. This humble Taoist merely seeks peace across the Honghuang realm. The Yao clan's celestial fortune is now ascending. There is no need to ignite war. Guangchengzi spoke slowly, idly tossing the radiant seal back and forth in his palm. An overwhelming, purifying force radiated from it, so potent it held Emperor Jun's gaze fastened like iron to magnet. Surely even your Imperial Majesty does not wish to wage war so hastily. Emperor Jun shook his head with a faint wry smile. Young friend, you are indeed a true disciple of the Three Pure Ones. He had planned precisely one cosmic cycle, a span sufficient for the Yao clan to ascend to its zenith. With both the sun and moon stars now under firm control, yin and yang harmonized, the Yao clan would multiply without cease. Within that single cycle it would reach its apex and seize the moment to shatter the Wu clan utterly. If the tribulation chi festering within him remained unremoved, he might one day lose all reason and ignite war prematurely, handing victory to the enemy on a silver platter. Young friend, you act also for the sake of the Three Pure Ones. Should our two clans clash now, while they remain sealed in profound cultivation, it would bode ill for Kunlun Mountain. Hearing Emperor Jun's words, Guangchengzi offered no denial. He truly sought to buy his three masters time to sever their karmic avatars. Should the Yao and Wu clans battle during this period, the grand calamity would cloud even the heavenly Tao itself, and two other epical events hung in the balance. Guangchengzi had no choice but to prepare thoroughly. Yet he could stretch time by no more than 2 cosmic cycles. Any further, and Emperor Jun would never consent. After brief contemplation, the emperor assented. Frankly speaking, Guangchengzi's demand was not unreasonable, merely postponing the inevitable war between Yao and Wu conflict was preordained. I grant your request, young friend. The Yao clan shall not provoke hostilities, but should the Wu clan strike first, I shall show no mercy. His voice remained calm, yet beneath it ran an undertow of lethal intent. Guangchengzi nodded. There was no logic in demanding one side absorb blows without reply. Though were the Three Pure Ones present, they would be the logic. He was not altering the grand course of heaven's will, only delaying its unfolding. The great destiny remained unchanged, the Yao Wu war. He merely shifted its hour. Like Nuwa fashioning humanity, he needed only know such an event would occur, so he might grasp its opportunity, not the given name of the primordial human race. Then your majesty swear an oath before heaven. Guangchengzi gazed steadily at Emperor Jun, his skepticism plain. The emperor's expression stiffened, though he had pledged as sovereign of the Yao. Guangchengzi insisted, and so he swore a heavenly Tao oath. Well spoken, your majesty. Shall we cleanse the tribulation chi here? Emperor Jun glanced once, then led the way through the southern celestial gate into a secluded palace. Guangchengzi arranged matters carefully, directed Emperor Jun to sit, and began weaving hand seals without pause. The radiant seal's oppressive aura swelled with each passing breath. Descend. A single finger pressed downward, and an ocean of pristine purification surged forth, coalescing into a miniature seal that hurtled toward Emperor Jun. Tai Yi's palm clenched, then slackened. This was perilously close to suicide. Though Guangchengzi had not yet attained the rank of quasi-sage, he could slay even early-stage quasi-sages with ease, especially wielding a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Had the purifying world seal not proven its efficacy on the Yao Wu battlefield, Tai Yi would have intervened without hesitation. Though the purifying force targeted Emperor Jun alone, its ambient resonance brought Tai Yi unexpected comfort, while Bai Zhe remained stationed outside the hall. This art was Guangchengzi's own creation, forged specifically to expel tribulation chi from the body. For disciples of the Three Pure Ones, the coming grand calamity stood as the paramount trial of their Tao. Emperor Jun felt as though reborn anew within the sun star itself. The warm golden sun true flame enfolded him completely, dissolving layers of inner corruption, polishing his nascent soul until clarity flooded his entire being. Once the purifying world seal pierced his nascent soul, he guided it deliberately into his sea of consciousness, as previously agreed. He trusted Guangchengzi no further than necessary. Allowing him direct access to his innermost mind was unthinkable. Guangchengzi stood motionless beside him, channeling ceaseless streams of spiritual energy into the radiant seal. Suddenly a pitch-black vapor manifested, thick as miasmic sludge, churning with writhing specters, exuding decay, silence, and a subtle seductive allure. Guangchengzi's face paled. Demon Chi. The radiant seal blazed with incandescent light. The purifying world lotus bloomed instantly beside it. The demon Chi lunged violently, Emperor Jun's features contorted, his eyes blazing crimson, his very countenance twisting toward demonic possession. The Chaos Bell. Guangchengzi commanded sharply. Tai Yi wasted no breath. Its chime rang out, freezing time and space around them. Guangchengzi stared at the immobilized Emperor Jun and dared not hesitate. Dan Yu Daoist materialized once more. Together the two masters pressed palms, one upon the radiant seal, the other upon the purifying world lotus, while a jade vial shimmered into being at their side. Administer it, now. Tai Yi acted without delay, pouring out a single emerald pill. Its fragrance alone sent ripples of lucidity through the nascent soul. As Emperor Jun swallowed it, his features softened. Tai Yi breathed easier. But Dan Yu Daoist soon faltered. From Tai Yi's form emerged another Daoist, his benevolent avatar, whose boundless spiritual power now flowed into the purifying world lotus. Guangchengzi gritted his teeth, placed the lotus directly atop Emperor Jun's crown, and urged Tai Yi to hold firm. Chanting swiftly, he summoned a pillar of light from his brow, drawing down stellar essence from the sun star to empower the radiant seal. I must strike decisively, shield him well. Without waiting for Tai Yi's protest, the radiant seal flared with blinding brilliance, then shrank to a pinpoint and slammed into Emperor Jun's forehead. Emerge. Emperor Jun seemed draped in gossamer light, translucent, ethereal. Deep within his nascent soul, a viscous black liquid clung like a parasite. At the first touch of radiant force, the demon chi erupted in violent convulsions. A faint gleam flickered across Guangchengzi's brow. Then a wisp of chaotic energy seeped forth, enveloping him entirely. Instantly the demon chi veered toward him. Tai Yi intensified his output. The purifying world law clashed against the demon chi with sharp, sizzling discharges. Radiant force shielded Emperor Jun as the purification seal shot forth from his body. In one devastating strike, the demon chi's source shattered into fragments. Then the radiant law and purifying world law converged, finally erasing the corruption entirely. Exhausted, Guangchengzi gasped for air, swallowed a pill, and let the purifying world lotus settle upon his crown. Wisps of auspicious mist flowed inward, gradually restoring his composure. Watching Emperor Jun slowly open his eyes, Guangchengzi's voice turned glacial. Your Majesty, pray tell us plainly, whence came this demon chi? He had intended only to purge tribulation chi, yet this demon chi had erupted mid-ritual, tenacious beyond measure. Had he lacked such varied arts, he might have fallen instantly. This was a force capable of corrupting even a quasi-sage who had already severed two avatars. No trivial matter. A single misstep, and he might have been enslaved. Yet now that the demon chi had surfaced, Emperor Jun's prior conduct made grim sense. Tribulation chi fused with demon chi. Yet he retained slivers of reason, likely preserved by the merit earned from the celestial marriage. Without it, he might well have struck during the wedding ceremony itself. Emperor Jun met Guangchengzi's icy gaze and offered a sincere apology. This sovereign knows not whence this demon chi arose. Does your Majesty jest with this Taoist? Guangchengzi's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Di Jun. A jade talisman materialized instantly in his palm, and his eyes swept across Di Jun's face. Countless thoughts surged through his mind in that fleeting moment. The Yao clan and the Mo clan. Later generations often conflated them as the Yao Mo, but could it be that the Yao clan had secretly colluded with the demon realm? Only recently he had heard his grandmaster speak of the demon realm within the Zixiao Palace. Now this emperor of the Yao clan bore traces of demonic chi. The Yao clan stood as one of the two great primordial races of the Honghuang world. If they were indeed entangled with the demon realm, the consequences would be catastrophic beyond imagining. More troubling still, the demon realm remained utterly hidden. Even the three sovereigns could not locate it, nor had Grandmaster Hongjun revealed its whereabouts. He only foretold that Luo Ho would return at the time of the infinite calamity. Could this not be Luo Ho's first move upon the cosmic board? That was the primordial ancestor of the demonic Tao, the very being who had once contended with Grandmaster Hongjun himself. Who dared underestimate him? Demonic chi is a matter of utmost gravity. If your Majesty refuses to speak, this Taoist shall have no choice but to summon the three sovereigns. Guangchengzi raised the jade talisman aloft, his eyes growing colder, sharper. This concerned the demon realm. Caution was paramount. Wait! Tai Yi cried urgently. Though the two brothers ruled the celestial court, even they knew that contact with demonic cultivation was an unforgivable taboo. Should word spread, half the great immortals of the Honghuang world would turn against the Yao clan. Guangchengzi paid no heed to his interruption, his gaze locked solely on Di Jun. Your Imperial Majesty would do well to recall every place you have visited. This Taoist finds it inconceivable that the sovereign of the Yao clan should have inexplicably absorbed demonic qi within the very heart of the celestial court. This was clearly a trap laid specifically for Di Jun, and Guangchengzi's unyielding stance left no room for compromise. Had it not been for his mastery of the light Tao and purifying energies, even Tai Yi alone would have been powerless against that insidious demonic qi. Di Jun stared at the jade talisman in Guangchengzi's hand, his heart churning with urgency. This matter must never come to light. If the three pure ones arrive, they might well invoke the principle of better to slay 1,000 innocents than spare one guilty soul and strike him down without trial. Could it be there? Di Jun stiffened abruptly. Where? Guangchengzi and Tai Yi spoke in unison. Di Jun's expression hardened as he met Guangchengzi's gaze. The extra-dimensional starry expanse. Guangchengzi blinked in astonishment. The extra-dimensional starry expanse. What business could the emperor have there? Strictly speaking, though part of the Honghuang world, it was a barren, forsaken void. It had formed gradually after Pangu cleaved the heavens. Residual impurities coalesced during creation itself. Guangchengzi had long pondered this mystery until Yuan Feng revealed the truth. Remnants of chaos deities had taken root here, evolving into something alien and ancient. These were substances the Honghuang world itself could not assimilate. Over eons they gathered, drawn together like iron to magnet. During the beast calamity, countless celestial bodies shattered, their fragments sucked inward. Thus this realm became nature's own celestial dumping ground. Its desolation surpassed even the blood sea. Violent stellar tempests erupted without warning, and star beasts prowled its voids. Most critically, it severed all connection to primordial spiritual energy. In short, utterly inhospitable to cultivators. As these truths flashed through Guangchengzi's mind, he regarded Di Jun with deep suspicion. What purpose brought your imperial majesty to the extra-dimensional starry expanse? Ordinary beings would never venture there. Di Jun flushed with embarrassment, but under Guangchengzi's unrelenting gaze he hesitated, then finally spoke. Young friend, you are surely aware of our celestial court's Zhou Tian Xing Do formation. The formation banners are forged from stellar essence. Guangchengzi nodded, then suddenly grasped the implication, murmuring softly, those two bridal chariots. Di Jun gave an awkward nod. To wed both Shi He and Chang, she simultaneously demanded extraordinary sacrifice. The bridal chariots crafted from stellar essence were among the stipulated conditions. Yet the highest grade banners, ranked as post-heaven supreme, numbered only 12, all others fell below that tier. The celestial court possessed barely enough stellar essence for a single chariot. With no alternative, Di Jun journeyed into the extra-dimensional starry expanse, where vestiges of primordial stars still lingered, and searched for raw stellar essence. Did your majesty encounter anything unusual there? Di Jun shook his head. All appeared normal. Time itself seemed suspended. Only upon returning did I learn 5 millennia had passed. There were sporadic void storms and stellar detonations. I even battled star beasts. Incidentally, upon their death, star beasts yield stellar essence within their bodies. So your majesty remains unaware how this affliction came upon you. Guangchengzi sighed in exasperation. Clearly Di Jun harbored no alliance with the demon realm. Otherwise he would never have sought out this Taoist. Yet Di Jun claimed he had traveled only to the extra-dimensional starry expanse, so the source of the demonic qi must lie there. Di Jun nodded gravely. Only a sage's hand could have ensnared him so utterly without trace or warning. But why would a sage target him directly? Was some fugitive lurking in shadow? And more unsettling still, who among the sages had acted? Did any sage exist in the Honghuang world besides Grandmaster Daozu? Could it be? Di Jun gasped. Speak not of it. Guangchengzi cut him off sharply. What if the unseen sage had left behind lingering sentience? Di Jun bowed his head solemnly and turned to Guangchengzi. Today this emperor owes you a profound debt. Guangchengzi retorted dryly. Indeed, your majesty owes this Taoist a debt. Had my methods been fewer, I'd be lying lifeless here now. True enough, he still bore the ethereal silhouette of the heaven and earth profound yellow pagoda and wore the aureole of meritorious virtue. But when claiming a debt, one naturally emphasized gravity over generosity. Tai Yi bristled inwardly. 2 concessions already granted, and yet his elder brother still owed a personal favor. Relations between the celestial court and Kunlun Mountain had long been strained. Guangchengzi scoffed coldly. Emperor Tai Yi, count yourself fortunate. Had fortune not intervened today, once calamitous qi and demonic qi jointly corrupted his majesty's spirit, only Grandmaster Daozu himself could have saved him. No other being in the Honghuang world would suffice. Ignoring Tai Yi's scowl, he addressed Di Jun directly. Might your majesty grant this Taoist a map of the extra-dimensional starry expanse? Dijun nodded and transmitted a holographic projection. I have explored only a fraction of its vastness, young friend. Tread with extreme caution should you go. Guangchengzi lowered his gaze. He would certainly not venture there now. The celestial court borders the extra-dimensional starry expanse. This matter will likely require the Yao clan's vigilance. Pray your majesty lend your full attention. Should another demonic race emerge within the Honghuang world? Dijun heard the unspoken warning and offered no rebuttal. Does your majesty possess lunar essence? Dijun paused, then produced 3 gemstones radiating soft moonlight, each exuding an aura of serene solitary chill. Yet Guangchengzi made no move to accept them. This does not count as repayment of the debt, does it? Dijun smiled wryly and shook his head. You are far too cautious, young friend. Of course it does not. Having pledged a debt, Guangchengzi would surely call upon it at a moment of true consequence. Naturally, he would not request the impossible, and Dijun for his part would not refuse what was just. Guangchengzi gestured lightly, and his celestial chariot manifested. 1 lunar essence soared upward, settling beside the solar golden essence. Instantly the powers of sun and moon converged. Twin pillars of radiant light descended from the sun and moon stars themselves, as if celestial forces themselves were forging the chariot anew. Tai Yi's face fell instantly. That brat deliberately flaunted his power before them. Guangchengzi remained unmoved, even rolling his eyes dismissively. Though he had just saved Dijun, it was no act of goodwill. Ancient enmity ran deep between them. They simply restrained themselves, mutual wariness preventing open rupture. Dijun rubbed his temples weary. This youth was insufferably arrogant. He'd understood his intent clearly even back in the East Sea. Was deploying such a mount for his chariot, not outright provocation. Yet having just rescued him, Guangchengzi held moral high ground, and Dijun could scarcely retaliate. A flock of fire crows dwells upon the sun star, vassals of my Jinwu clan. United they can summon true solar flame. This Taoist may gift you several mounts for your chariot. Guangchengzi's face remained impassive, not even a mocking glance spared. This Taoist takes his leave. Pray your majesty remember the oath you have sworn. He turned and strode outward. A century had passed since the South Heavenly Gate's reconstruction, and now a streak of prismatic light shot urgently toward Guangchengzi's path. Guangchengzi saw the colorful light falling before him and respectfully performed a bow, saying, I have met the Lady Nuwa. The visitor paused for a moment, looking him up and down, and said, It's good to see you safe, junior nephew. Knowing you have arrived at the Southern Heavenly Gate, I rushed here at once. Guangchengzi remained silent. He had only recently removed the calamity aura from Dijun, and it was evident that Nuwa's arrival was out of concern for him. Seeing Guangchengzi in silence, Nuwa felt a bit awkward. She glanced at the heavenly court, frowned, and the two returned to the wilderness, landing on a mountain peak. Junior nephew, I truly do not know about the things my brother has done. I only started searching for you after. Nuwa, feeling somewhat anxious, could not help but harbor resentment towards Dijun for forcing her brother to take such actions and unnecessarily antagonizing the Sanqing. After my brother returned to Fengqi Mountain, I went to Kunlun, but I had no idea you had not returned. I also could not deduce your whereabouts. Guangchengzi understood. With his 2 supreme treasures, it was no wonder Nuwa could not track him. Nuwa's eyes were filled with melancholy. She had thought Guangchengzi had returned to Kunlun after suffering grievances, but unexpectedly, he had been lying in wait to slay Jiuying. 3,000 years had passed, and this junior nephew indeed had patience. Earlier, upon seeing Guangchengzi at the Southern Heavenly Gate, she was so frightened that she hurried to the Heavenly Court, fearing that Dijun might act rashly. Are you here to apologize on behalf of His Majesty the Xihong? Guangchengzi replied calmly. Hearing Nuwa mention her search at Kunlun, his expression softened, acknowledging that she had come to the Heavenly Court to rescue him. Upon hearing Guangchengzi address her as senior, and again Nuwa understood this was a sign of closeness. She smiled and sighed, saying, My brother also has his difficulties. If I remember correctly, His Majesty the Xihong still owes me a favor. He had not mentioned this before, as it was unnecessary. Fushi would never defy Dijun's orders. So today Nuwa is here to plead a favor. No, I have come today to give you an explanation. Nuwa's expression was somewhat complicated as she transmitted an image. Guangchengzi was taken aback, staring in astonishment at Nuwa, stuttering, Senior, Aunt, did you suppress the Xihong? It was no wonder he was shocked. The image Nuwa sent was indeed of Fushi, bruised and heavily injured on the ground. Indeed, I have suppressed my brother. Nuwa's gaze turned to the Heavenly Court, her tone unpredictable. This serves as my explanation to you, junior nephew. Guangchengzi fell silent. Although that was the case, Nuwa had always respected Fushi, so it was not easy for her to take such drastic action. He could tell that the fight was genuine and not a mere act. 1,000 years of retreat was nothing. Yet Nuwa remained unscathed. Could it be that this was not a sibling conflict, but a one-sided beating? However, Nuwa's aura had not grown significantly stronger, indicating she had not slain his will's manifestation, yet she had managed to injure Fushi to such an extent. He tentatively asked, did His Majesty the Shihuang not retaliate? Yes, Nuwa nodded. Guangchengzi understood His Majesty the Shihuang truly is a master of celestial mechanisms. This statement, however, left Nuwa unsure whether to take it as admiration or sarcasm. Guangchengzi remained silent. Fux's lack of retaliation clearly indicated he had a plan in mind. Nuwa beating him served to provide Guangchengzi with an explanation, while also demonstrating to Dijun that she had handled the matter. He had completed what Dijun had instructed, and regarding Guangchengzi's slaying of Jiaoying afterward, it had nothing to do with him. If Dijun were to inquire, Fushi would only claim he was in seclusion, thus avoiding any involvement. The favor you mentioned earlier regarding my brother I will accept. Nuwa turned to look at Guangchengzi. I possess the primordial purple energy, and one day I shall surely become a saint of the Tao. I will take on this matter. What do you think, junior nephew? Guangchengzi stared at Nuwa in shock, not expecting her to go this far for Fushi. To accept a favor now and mention becoming a saint of the Tao clearly indicated that in the future, if Nuwa achieved enlightenment, she could assist him with the task. The favor of a saint was enough for Nuwa to take action once. Their sibling bond was indeed profound. If Senior Aunt says so, then I shall accept with gratitude. Thank you, Senior Aunt. Guangchengzi performed a bow. Nuwa nodded with a smile and took out a small lamp, saying, as for this matter, let this spiritual treasure serve as an apology. How does that sound? Guangchengzi looked at Nuwa. Her expression was quite serious, and he couldn't help but sigh, thinking she truly knows how to handle matters, fearing I might bear a grudge. Of course, it was also due to the backing of his masters from the Sanqing. As expected, having a strong background made things easier. Nuwa's sincerity was indeed rare. After receiving the lamp, glowing with green light, Guangchengzi nodded, saying, thank you, Senior Aunt. After all this time, the spiritual treasure he had once overlooked ended up in his hands. Nuwa sighed. The events had already occurred, and all she could do was try to make amends. If she had known that her brother sought Guangchengzi for this matter, it would have been better for her to escort Guangchengzi back to Kunlun directly. Otherwise, where would all these issues have come from? Guangchengzi toyed with the lamp, gently blowing on it. A black and white fire dragon flew out, demonstrating considerable power. Would you like me to take you back to Kunlun? Nuwa asked tentatively. This time she would personally escort him, ensuring a safe return and hoping nothing else would occur. No need, junior nephew, huh? Guangchengzi was saying when his eyes widened, looking ahead. Nuwa also gazed in astonishment at that direction. Guangchengzi had merely tested the power of the lamp, but unexpectedly the fire dragon directly burned through a formation. An innate formation. They had been here for a while, and this mountain peak was merely an ordinary immortal mountain in the wilderness, not a blessed land, yet it had eluded their notice. One a Quasi Saint, the other at the peak of Deluo, completely unaware. Those who did not know might have thought it was an innate supreme treasure concealing celestial mechanisms. The fortune of my junior nephew, Nuwa said meaningfully. They had noticed nothing, and if it weren't for Guangchengzi's random action, they would have discovered nothing, which could only be explained by fortune and opportunity. Guangchengzi scratched his head, surprised. A random action had unexpectedly burned through an innate formation, and what lay inside was either an innate spiritual root or an innate spiritual treasure. Senior, and shall we go in and take a look together? Guangchengzi made an inviting gesture, surveying the surroundings that appeared to be an ordinary, immortal mountain. As a Quasi Saint, in a peak Deluo, this formation naturally could not stop them. The two treated it as if it didn't exist, passing through the formation, and the sight before them left them both astounded. As if clouds parted to reveal the sun, wisps of clouds descended with spiritual rain. The moment they stepped in, the mist dispersed, revealing the true appearance of the mountain. The primordial spiritual energy was comparable to that of a blessed land. The trees at the foot of the mountain were lush and green, seemingly containing an ancient aura, while the peak towered majestically, its roots connected to the earth, and its summit touching the heavens. Guangchengzi's expression changed, and even Nuwa found it strange. On that mountain peak, there were two primordial divine inscriptions engraved. Kongtong. Nuwa spoke in a faint voice, addressing him as her junior disciple. If memory served, your Dao Hall in Kunlun was called Kongtong, was it not? Her eyes swept the surroundings. Guangchengzi forced a bitter smile and soared to the highest peak, his face a mixture of joy and sorrow. He had come here by accident. While touring Kongtong Mountain he fell, and upon regaining consciousness found himself in the primordial wilds. This place remained a grotto paradise, not yet an imperial city or palace cluster. There was no Taiha Palace, nor Chanjiao Cave, only the awe-inspiring handiwork of nature. A vast sea of clouds, towering strange stones, verdant growth everywhere, and the scent of pine drifting on the air. Nuwa said yes when Master once asked a disciple to name the peak. A blessing entered his heart, and the two characters Kongtong came to mind, only as for the title Miluagong that was conferred by Yuanshi Master. Guangchengzi's voice was a little hoarse as his primordial spirit trembled steadily. Nuwa frowned slightly as she found her junior disciple's expression somewhat odd. It seems this place truly bears a bond with you, she said leisurely. Neither of them detected any disturbance. It was only by Guangchengzi's inadvertent action that he had found this Kongtong Mountain, and it even shared the name of his Dao Hall. Guangchengzi steadied his thoughts and examined the grotto. If he remembered correctly, a future junior brother's Dao Hall would be the Kongtong Mountain Yuanyang Dong, yet there were no traces of it here. Could there be two Kongtong Mountains? Guangchengzi turned to Nuwa. She was a quasi-saint powerhouse who could sense an entire grotto with a single thought. Nuwa shook her head. Guangchengzi found it strange a true grotto paradise, especially one guarded by innate arrays, should possess innate divinities or spiritual roots and treasures. This Kongtong Mountain had the right concentration of innate spiritual energy, but it lacked the things that ought to be present. An ownerless place, or a site not yet fully gestated. Guangchengzi wondered as he walked toward the grotto's core. Nuwa, following leisurely behind him. Here, a principle of light manifested around Guangchengzi. At the grotto's heart, he felt a faint resonance. With a single finger he tapped, and the space before them tore open like cloth. Nuwa praised him, remarking that his command of the space principle was indeed exquisite. Those who have not comprehended the space principle can only force it, shattering space rather than parting it, as he had with effort disguised as ease. Guangchengzi's expression stiffened. He had momentarily forgotten his two junior brothers who still remained within the microcosm of his sleeve. Now, however, it was not the moment for them to emerge. A bolt of golden light shot forth from the core, and the entire Kongtong Mountain shuddered. Innate spiritual energy rushed in like a frenzy. The golden light absorbed it without ceasing. Guangchengzi's vision was extraordinary. Through the golden radiance he discerned a spirit treasure in the shape of a jade seal within. The seal measured 9 cun in height and 6 cun in width, fashioned from dark jade. 9 dragons coiled around its body. The dragon's eyes shimmered with light scales and claws sharply defined, and a latent dragon might trembled through it. He knew at once what it was, the Kongtong Seal. No wonder they had not perceived it. Firstly, the seal had not yet fully gestated. Secondly, it was not yet the time for such a spirit treasure to be born. The Kongtong Seal belonged to the supreme class of innate spirit treasures, and moreover, was a fate-bestowing treasure of the human race. Nuwa's tone carried a hint of envy. A supreme innate spirit treasure. Within the primordial wilds, such an item would be enough to compel even her to act personally to seize it. Yet when the treasure made its presence known, a subtle stir arose within her, as if some chance that belonged to her was awakening. But this grotto paradise had been discovered by Guangchengzi by accident. Even its name matched his, and as his senior uncle, there was no need for her to contend with him for the opportunity. Thank you, senior uncle. Guangchengzi bowed, knowing Nuwa would not intervene. Nuwa smiled and shook her head, studying the Kongtong Seal long before speaking softly that if she was not mistaken, this ought to be a fate-bestowing treasure. Guangchengzi fell silent. A fate-bestowing treasure was reserved for races vying to be the world's protagonist. With it one could suppress a clan's fortune, an effect comparable to an innate supreme treasure. In ages past, the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans each possessed such items. In the present, the Wu clan used the Pangu Palace to constrain fortune, while the Yao clan relied on Daijin's Yaohuang sword. A fate-bestowing treasure must not be moved lightly, for doing so would shake a people's fortune, yet the more prosperous the race, the greater such a treasure's potency. If a race were to become the protagonist of the land, the fate treasure's power would be on par with an innate supreme treasure. Nuwa frowned, puzzled. Which race did this treasure belong to? She could not discern it. Could there be a race still contending for the role of world protagonist in the primordial wilds? No. The treasure had not finished gestating, but its race had either not yet been born or remained exceedingly weak. At that thought, Nuwa's primordial spirit stirred, and her Hongmeng purple aura quivered. In an instant her gaze fixed upon the Kongtong Seal, her expression unreadable. Could this artifact possibly be connected to her own Tao? Guangchengzi's heart tightened. Was Nuwa about to attain enlightenment? At present the human race had not yet emerged, so it was not the proper time for the Kongtong Seal to manifest, hence it remained hidden. Guangchengzi's background was exceptional, and with Nuwa destined to be the future sanctified mother of humanity, the coincidence allowed the seal to reveal itself. After a long moment, Nuwa's expression smoothed, and she smiled at Guangchengzi, advising him to keep it for now. Regardless, she resolved first to sever the three corpses, ascend to the Honghuang 12 Golden Immortal, and then become a heavenly Tao saint. Guangchengzi sighed inwardly. Nuwa had decided upon the path of slaying the three corpses, though whether she would persevere, he could not say. As he regarded the Kongtong seal hovering above, his primordial spirit shifted, and a strand of Tao intent unfurled from him. Nuwa's eyes brightened. What was this? Guangchengzi closed his eyes, and Tao resonance rose from his body. After a time, he gave off an entirely different aura. Nuwa smiled, and said that with such innate talent, a retreat to Kunlun for seclusion would likely bring him breakthrough. Thank you for your protection, Senior Uncle. Guangchengzi returned smiling. He had not expected the Kongtong seal to awaken his understanding. Guangchengzi produced a basin that shone like molten gold, its rim carved with 5 blessing cloud patterns. Spiritual energy and treasure chi poured into it, and at the basin's bottom, the innate divine script, Ju meaning gather, faintly appeared. The Kongtong seal sensed the influx of treasure chi and impatient rushed in to absorb it, hastening its gestation considerably. Nuwa was surprised. This was a Jubro pen, she exclaimed. Guangchengzi nodded with a smile. Indeed, the ancestral master used it to house spirit treasures within the Funbao rock, and inside lay this very item. Nuwa regarded him deeply, recalling how Xuanyuan had once attempted to seize this item, and Yuanshi had severed one of his arms. In the end, it fell into Guangchengzi's hands. She wondered whether Xuanyuan, if he knew, would lament in bitter regret. This supreme innate Jubilo pen could not only accelerate a spirit treasure's gestation and attract ownerless innate treasures, but crucially could once duplicate treasures below the supreme grade. A single use, yet devastatingly potent. Such use would consume the basin's treasure chi, and if too much were lost, the Jubilo pen would degrade in rank. Even so, to anyone, especially to great powers, this item remained an extraordinarily precious innate spirit treasure. It was a fortunate coincidence that the ancestral master bore him no grudge. Guangchengzi said with a smile. The item had clearly been rigged with prohibitions, and if not for the falling treasure coin, he might not have obtained it either. Nuwa looked at Guangchengzi with an indescribable expression, snorting with a laugh. Given Master's biased nature, even if you forcibly took the fragment treasure rock, he wouldn't say much. Guangchengzi put away the treasure-gathering pot, and said softly, "Is Master going into seclusion this time?" Nuwa replied solemnly, "Indeed, the 3 pure ones are all in seclusion, severing their obsessions. I cannot fall too far behind." "Forgive me for being presumptuous," Guangchengzi bowed to Nuwa. "If Master is unable to sever the obsession for a long time, will she directly choose to use the primordial purple energy to achieve sainthood? If that is the case, how long does Master plan to remain in seclusion?" Nuwa looked at Guangchengzi with a displeased expression. "You are indeed quite presumptuous. Asking about such personal matters, do you mean to arrange matters for me? You are thoughtful. Why not accompany me back to Phoenix Nest Mountain?" Nuwa said with a sarcastic tone. Guangchengzi cleared his throat, and Nuwa snorted coldly. "I must remain in seclusion for at least 2 yuan meetings before trying again. Oh, after all, your 3 masters are all in seclusion. When they emerge, if they sever their obsessions, I will certainly seek guidance from them. At that time, if there truly is no opportunity, I will also accept it." Nuwa's tone carried a hint of melancholy. After all, it had been tens of thousands of years since she severed the evil corpse with no clues whatsoever. Only the understanding of the laws of creation deepened gradually, but it was still not enough to reach the late stage of quasi-saint. There are varying strengths among saints, and no one wants to be the weakest saint, naturally desiring multiple paths to sainthood. Not to mention the method of the 3 corpses relates to the incarnations of the 3 saints' powers after achieving sainthood. This is not something anyone can easily relinquish. When your master emerges from seclusion, remember to send a message to me. As Nuwa spoke, a jade talisman shining with 9-colored light fell before Guangchengzi. Unless she could not sever the obsession at all, she would choose the primordial purple energy, otherwise wouldn't that waste her previous efforts? Her brother had paid such a great price for her, and until the end she would persist. Guangchengzi focused, understanding Nuwa's meaning, thus the matter of creating beings was also under his control. "If Master emerges from seclusion, I will definitely notify you, Master." After receiving the jade talisman, Guangchengzi responded solemnly. "Good." Nuwa smiled brightly, and instantly the cave was filled with blooming flowers, the power of the laws of creation manifesting at all times. Nuwa looked at Guangchengzi and said, "Your aura is currently fluctuating. You should hurry back to Kunlun, for opportunities to sever corpses are not easily encountered." With her keen insight, she could see Guangchengzi's current state, clearly feeling something, yet Guangchengzi seemed unhurried. I understand, Master. Nuwa smiled in satisfaction. Her alliance with the three pure ones meant that the stronger the Kunlun disciples, the better it was for her. This is a blessed cave, so you should refine the boundary monument here. Guangchengzi waved his hand, and a yellow jade boundary monument flew over. After refining it, the two stepped out of the cave. If you insist on not having me escort you back, then I shall take my leave first. After Nuwa finished speaking, she nodded to Guangchengzi, her figure disappearing into the void. Guangchengzi also opened a spatial door in the opposite direction and stepped inside. Which clan? Ha, little brother is here. You did a great job. Zhu Rong stepped forward and patted Guangchengzi on the shoulder. Yes, little brother has truly brought us glory in the witch clan. Gong Gong laughed heartily. Guangchengzi was momentarily bewildered. Oh, when did he become so popular in the witch clan? Aren't these two ancestral witches the ones who disliked him the most? All right, come in. Dijiang spoke, personally welcoming Guangchengzi into the Panga Hall. Wait, did you ancestral witches take the wrong medicine? Guangchengzi was confused. Surely the Panga deity didn't give you a dream. Don't mind them. Hutu pulled Guangchengzi, her mood evidently quite good. After sitting down, Hutu explained one by one. It turned out it was still about him slaying the 9 infants. Initially, he had entrusted this matter to the witch clan, wanting them to spread the image stone throughout Honghuang, hoping to embarrass the demon clan. However, he did not expect the witch clan to handle it so well, plus there were always tribes that refused to bow to the demon clan stirring the pot. Now the demon clan could be said to have a low reputation. A proper quasi-saint with great powers had no ability to fight back in front of a Twelve Golden Immortal. They had been paraded around in the heavenly court for several years, utterly unscathed. Even Dijun and Tai Yi were no match for them. They had not appeared for years to stop the spread of this matter, clearly hiding in the heavenly court to recuperate. Guangchengzi was dumbfounded, never expecting the rumors to have spread like this. The poor Taoist was actually the first to cause a ruckus in the heavenly palace under the master of primordial beginning. No wonder the witch clan was so happy. The two clans had been at war for several yuan meetings, slaying the highest level demon clan members who were only Twelve Golden Immortals. Now losing a quasi-saint was enough to injure the demon clan severely. The witch clan had contributed greatly to spreading rumors. They would not spare any effort in humiliating the demon clan. Dijun could endure this matter also to eliminate calamity, and with the sudden emergence of demonic energy afterwards, he found it even harder to speak up. Guangchengzi held an indifferent attitude towards this matter. In any case, he and the demon clan were not on good terms. Regarding the formation you proposed, we have already refined the ancestral witch banner. The 12 capital heavenly god formation has indeed gained great power. Huta said with a smile. Guangchengzi nodded. The witch clan was indeed not idle. He tentatively asked, is the witch clan planning to initiate a great war? Huta paused for a moment and did not speak. The cheerful laughter in the Pango Hall suddenly quieted down. What do you think? Dijiang looked at Guangchengzi, wanting to hear his opinion. Guangchengzi glanced around and found that the ancestral witches had become much more serious. The witch clan is indeed ready. Dijiang fell silent. After all, the witch clan had always been relatively small in number, but their individual strength was formidable. They had merely refined the ancestral witch banner and were eager to fight the demon clan. Guangchengzi understood that the witch clan was warlike, but once a great war broke out, it would not be something that the two clans could control. Calamity enters the body, turning reedy, both sides would suffer. First, let's strengthen our power. Guangchengzi was silent for a moment. When you feel the witch clan is ready, then prepare for war. At the very least, he had to consider the clansmen. After obtaining the Kongtong Seal, Guangchengzi couldn't help but feel some compassion for the lower-level cultivators. Actually, I have a request, though I hope the witch clan will not take the initiative to start a war for 3 yuan me. As soon as he spoke, the ancestral witches looked astonished, and Guangchengzi continued. I wish for Honghuang to maintain a period of peace. I have already reached an agreement with the demon emperor, who has established a heavenly Tao oath. The demon clan will not initiate a war for 3 yuan meetings. As for the witch clan, I am only making a request. Whether you agree or not, you need not inform me. After speaking, he paid no attention to the expressions of the other ancestral witches and looked towards the last chair. Sister Huta, may I have a word with you? Younger brother Yu. After leaving the Panga Hall, Hutu pulled Guangchengzi to a celestial mountain, feeling somewhat perplexed as to why Guangchengzi did not allow the witch clan to initiate a great war. Sister, there is no need to ask about this matter. I will say this regardless of whether the witch clan is willing or not. I shall no longer bring it up. Guangchengzi shook his head. He did not expect the witch clan to heed his words. He had already meddled deeply enough in the affairs of the witch and demon clans. In the past, he would have produced proof representing the 13 ancestral witches to have the witch clan make a vow. However, after the emergence of demonic energy, everything changed. The witch clan might not listen to him. Even if war broke out, both clans would suffer. It was of no consequence as Master Nuwa had already made her decision. The matter of creating humanity was already under his control, and nothing else was of great importance. Originally, this visit was to thank the witch clan for helping him spread the Shadow Stone in the primordial era, but seeing the current state of the ancestral witches, he realized there was no need for thanks. Guangchengzi looked at Huta's sister. I have something to discuss with you. Huta, noticing his serious expression, felt a twinge of anxiety. Could something really be wrong? Even the three pure ones cannot resolve this. Guangchengzi spread his palm, and a purple lotus appeared. Sister, take this reincarnation purple lotus. Just perceive it. If the witch clan has no intention of war, you may continue to comprehend it. Huta frowned. Guangchengzi had asked her twice about her perception of the reincarnation purple lotus, and this time, he directly gifted it to her. Is there something going on? Is this purple lotus related to me? Guangchengzi sighed, and said, it is merely a feeling from the heavenly machine. I saw some vague images. You are fated with this purple lotus. Huta hesitated for a moment, and then softly replied, I do not have a primordial spirit, and your status is quite unique. Since you say so, I shall try my best, but do not hold too high hopes. After all, the witch clan cannot utilize spiritual treasures. If that is the case, then it is a misperception. Guangchengzi fell silent for a moment. If that were true, it would be fate. Unless he achieved the Tao of the Honghuang Daojingshan, there would be no other way to protect Hutu. The demon realm still had no knowledge of the situation. The matter of creating humanity had been postponed, giving Hutu plenty of time to comprehend the laws of reincarnation. If she could not succeed, there would be nothing he could do. If sister has any insights, just crush this item, and I will come. Guangchengzi handed her a jade talisman, his aura fluctuating constantly. He forced a smile, and said, Sister, I must return to Kunlun for seclusion. If you have any matters, you can send someone to Kunlun Mountain. After speaking, without waiting for Huta's reply, he melded into the space. Hutu silently watched him depart, returning to the Panga Hall. Kunlun. With a gentle sweep of his sleeve, two figures reappeared. Oh, senior brother, how long have you kept us trapped? Duobao immediately lamented upon emerging. Not long, just about a century. Guangchengzi cast his gaze down the mountain, summoning the water and fire boys. Has someone passed through the formations again? Reporting to senior brother, a woman under the old master's command has passed all the formations, while 6 others only made it halfway, but they did pass the Zhao Yi Jian Xian formation. The water and fire boy replied with precision. Guangchengzi's eyes brightened. Tongtian master had gained another direct disciple, and 6 outer disciples were also accepted, which was quite good. The Zhao Yi Jian Xian formation was a test of karma set up by Guangchengzi. To pass it meant meeting the requirements for being an outer disciple of the Upper Clear sect. What about the Jade Clear sect? The water and fire boy glanced and replied with a silly grin, none, but the yellow dragon in the spiritual spring at the back mountain has hatched. Guangchengzi blinked. He had indeed forgotten about the yellow dragon. However, why hadn't his peacock egg hatched yet? Gather them all. Guangchengzi waved his hand, and the water and fire boy hurried off to make arrangements. You will have junior brothers and sisters soon. Xiangzi and Duobao exchanged glances and said nothing further. Soon 7 Taoists were brought over by the water and fire boy, and Guangchengzi's gaze fixed directly on the golden-robed woman at the forefront. This sharp aura was perfect for sword practice. We pay our respects to the 3 immortal masters. The 7 bowed. Not bad. Guangchengzi nodded in satisfaction. They were quite courteous. What is your name? Jinling. Guangchengzi thought to himself, as expected, it is you, one of the 4 direct disciples of Tongtian master, and can be considered the eldest sister of the Chanjiao. Good, since you have passed all the formations, you shall be the 2nd disciple of Tongtian master. You 6 shall be outer disciples. A Duobao will arrange for you shortly. The few of them paid their respects to the Upper Clear Palace, and then to Guangchengzi, bowing to Xiangzi and Duobao as well. Guangchengzi transmitted the cultivation method, and let them go, keeping Jinling behind to ask, are you the manifestation of the innate killing aura? Jinling's brows showed a fierce expression as she nodded in response. Good, then you are indeed very suitable for Tongtian master's sword path. Duobao, take good care of junior sister Jinling from now on. Duobao agreed, and Jinling looked at this senior brother with curiosity. He had a considerable reputation in the primordial era. You should switch your cultivation method first, and go to Qingping Peak to establish a cave dwelling. Thank you, 3 senior brothers. Jinling smiled gently, adding a touch of softness to her demeanor. Watching Jinling leave Guangchengzi's side, I have kept you 2 waiting. Originally, he planned to have the two of them break through, but due to the matter of the heavenly marriage, if all went smoothly, Xiangzi and Duobao should have already advanced to the 12 Golden Immortal realm, by now not stuck at the same level as the newly initiated Jinling. As for the 6 outer disciples, they were all at the true immortal cultivation level, and did not need to worry as they could not even defeat the Water and Fire Boy. Senior brother, what are you talking about? Just 3,000 years, it's merely a delay. This time following you out, Shouyang, and I have truly seen the world. Duobao laughed heartily, his face filled with joy. Not to mention the gifts received, even the 3 innate spiritual treasures given by the Demon Emperor were sufficient. Where else in the primordial era could one find such good fortune? A single outing yielded 3 innate spiritual treasures. Younger brother is right, the senior brother need not think too much. Shouyang, and I merely wish we could assist you. Xiangzi felt somewhat downcast. Although they had seen the world this time, they also realized how dangerous the primordial era could be. They had yet to meet their master after entering Kunlun, and had always relied on their senior brother for protection. No worries. Upon returning to Kunlun, you both should also begin your breakthroughs. After Guangchengzi spoke, the innate 5 spirits pearl flew out, and the energies of the 5 elements fell before the two. With a flick of his finger, a jade box floated before them, filled with 5 needle pine. Take this for seclusion. I also need to enter seclusion. If you finish your seclusion early and see some of the gold spirits, remember not to leave Kunlun. Xiangzi and Duobao looked at each other in surprise. Senior brother, could it be that you? Guangchengzi smiled and nodded. Indeed, I shall enter seclusion to attain the Tao of the perfected sage. Finally, he would cut off his 3 corpse incarnations. 5,000 years later, in the palace of Miluo, Guangchengzi sat on a mat, gazing at the Kongtong seal in the treasure bowl, his expression quite complicated. At this moment, he was far from the happiness he had shown earlier, letting out a sigh as he put away the treasure bowl. Guangchengzi's aura surged dramatically, the principles of light emanating from him, illuminating the palace of Miluo, as if it were a realm of light. His principles had already broken through to the Quasi-Saint realm, now truly a powerful Quasi-Saint. With the principles having first broken through, certifying the path of Quasi-Sainthood, cutting down the 3 corpses became exceedingly easy, just as it had been for the previous master of the 3 pure ones. After all, having reached this realm, slaying the 3 corpses only deepened his foundation and provided him with 3 more incarnations. However, Guangchengzi appeared somewhat dazed. When he obtained the Kongtong seal, he couldn't help but think about how many people would be involved in the war of the witch and the demon. In that moment, kindness surged within him. Had he directly entered seclusion back, then he could have slain a good corpse on Kongtong Mountain. At that time, Yuhua wanted him to return to Kunlun precisely so that Guangchengzi could directly slay a good corpse and certify the path of Quasi-Sainthood. Guangchengzi smiled bitterly. It was difficult to sever his attachment. He had thought that when he saw the Kongtong seal, the 3 corpse incarnation he could slay was the corpse of his attachment, believing that the human race would be his attachment. Even after coming to the primordial era several cycles, he still hadn't forgotten the matters of his past life, yet this was not his attachment. Forget it, forget it. Guangchengzi closed his eyes, sensing the obsession for goodness within his primordial spirit aligning with his true heart. The world is devoid of benevolence. I am also for the common people. The 3 flowers of the primordial spirit trembled, a hint of good intention falling upon the pure world, White Lotus instantly transforming into a white-clad Taoist. The figure resembled Guangchengzi by 70%, with a phantom of a white lotus on his forehead, but unlike Guangchengzi, who radiated brightness and warmth like the sun, this being had a gentle face, clear eyes, and a hint of a compassionate smile at the corners of his mouth. I greet you, fellow Taoist. Guangchengzi nodded slightly, his primordial spirit becoming even brighter. At this moment, he felt incredibly calm, his Tao heart clear, as if he were drawing closer to the Tao of heaven. The primordial spirit solidified and became indestructible, endless spiritual energy in the palace of Miluo, swirling in like a cyclone, the good corpse incarnation resonating with him, the power of the principles becoming several times stronger than before. Guangchengzi seemed to be the embodiment of light. At this moment, it was indeed a good time for enlightenment. The White Lotus Taoist also fell into his primordial spirit's 3 flowers, bringing peace to the palace of Miluo. Guangchengzi's aura seemed to vanish, leaving only a bright light within the palace covered by the principles of light. Senior brother, when do you think the master brother will come out of seclusion? A small chubby boy looked at the disciples sparring in the square and said, 1,000 years have passed, and even among our Yuqing sect we have gained disciples of the red essence. That Honghuang has also entered the formation, yet senior brother remains in seclusion. Xiangzi's features were warm, his tone carrying a hint of regret. Junior sister Jinling's swordsmanship talent surpasses mine, oh senior brother can rest assured. Duo Bao said with a smile. He finally let out a sigh of relief. His master was skilled in swordsmanship, but he had never been particularly fond of it, preferring the path of artifact refinement. If senior brother were to come out of seclusion, he could ask more about refining techniques. Oh, Duo Bao covered his forehead, looking left and right, and immediately the Duo Bao pagoda appeared. Who dares to ambush this poor Taoist? I. A loud voice came as a Taoist in purple robes stood before him. Master brother. Senior brother has come out of seclusion. Xiang's face was full of joy as he pointed at a middle-aged man in the sparring area, saying, "This is the Red Essence who passed through the formation 3,000 years ago and has joined our Yuqing sect." Guangchengzi understood. The Red Essence, one of the two unfortunate souls among the 12 Golden Immortals, was being chased by disciples wielding spiritual treasures. He hasn't converted his magical power yet, but he can still exchange a few blows with Jinling. Guangchengzi nodded in satisfaction. Oh, a disciple chosen by the primordial master is naturally extraordinary. Indeed. Xiang's expression was extremely respectful. As long as senior brother does not come out of seclusion, Duo Bao, and I dare not impart techniques recklessly. Master brother, we have also gained several external disciples under the Shanqing sect. Duo Bao added from the side, noting that those who had not passed through the formation and attempted to force their way in were all driven away. Let them come over. Soon many disciples gathered, and with a wave of Guangchengzi's hands, several rays of light entered their sea of consciousness. Go down and practice your techniques. Guangchengzi waved his hand, leaving only Xiangzi, Duo Bao, and Jinling before him. Jinling, you have a fierce aura of slaughter, most suited for swordsmanship. The techniques of the Heavenly Master resonate perfectly with you, and I hope you can illuminate the Tao lineage of the Master. A killing sword floated before her, and Jinling was taken aback. A superior innate spirit treasure, she had never seen one before. The one she used was merely a top-grade acquired spirit treasure given by senior brother. You are also at the peak of the Golden Immortal stage. Take this 5-needle pine and retreat to focus on breaking through. Thank you, Master brother. Jinling's face flushed with excitement as she grasped the killing sword. Her master brother was truly generous. The 5 elements spirit pearl also landed before her. Return it to me after your breakthrough. Jinling solemnly bowed and then retreated. In these years, has anything happened in the primordial era? Speaking of this, Xiang's previously calm face showed admiration, while Duo Bao directly recounted Guangchengzi's legends over the years in the primordial era. Many cultivators say that you, senior brother, are the first person under the saints, and you will soon slay the 3 corpses catching up to the master. Some even say that you will surely certify the path to sainthood. In these years, many have come to Kunlun to apprentice, all for the sake of master brother's reputation. Hearing Duo Bao's continuous recounting, Xiangzi interjected, but many did not pass through the Zhaoye Jinshin formation. Later, they said that those who are tainted by karma cannot enter the formation, resulting in fewer disciples coming. Guangchengzi raised his head and looked at the sun, realizing that Dijuan had begun to remedy the situation. Indeed, if the previous rumors continued, it would be quite detrimental to the demon race, but now was this a case of overexposure? Let a junior traverse the primordial era. Would those seniors from the Purple Cloud Palace be willing? Yet he had already certified the path of quasi saint, so he was grateful to the demon race for helping him gain fame. As for certifying the path to sainthood, that would naturally happen. However, Dijuan probably would not see it. What about the witch and demon tribes? No movement, only minor skirmishes, Duo Bao replied. These are what the disciples who came to apprentice have said, O Xiangzi, and I dare not leave Kunlun. Even though the two of them are now both Tai Golden Immortals, they knew from 10,000 years ago in the Heavenly Court that the current primordial era was not peaceful, with too many cultivators harboring ill intentions towards Kunlun. Guangchengzi closed his eyes and calculated. The principles on his body surged. After a while he opened his eyes and gave Duo Bao a faint glare. However, the matters in the primordial era indeed relieved him, as Duo Bao said the primordial era had calmed down considerably over these years, with both the witch and demon tribes exercising restraint, and the cultivators within the primordial era had flourished a great deal. Ding! The ringing of a bell sounded, startling Guangchengzi. Xiangzi clapped his hands excitedly and laughed. Honghuang has finally passed through the formation. Guangchengzi looked over. A young boy in yellow with dragon horns stood at the front of the formation, holding a golden bell. His face flushed. I didn't expect that I would just come out of seclusion, and junior brother Honghuang has already joined the primordial master. Honghuang's eyes flashed with joy. He had been brought back to Kunlun when he was still an egg, and naturally knew the kindness of this master brother towards him. Now saying this undoubtedly acknowledges his own identity. Honghuang greets master brother. Rise for your successful passage through the formation is a blessing from Master Yuan Shi. Guangchengzi chuckled, noting that the current Honghuang possessed a far richer foundation than before, having accumulated numerous heavenly treasures even before breaking his shell. The Yuan Shi Golden Chapter is passed to you. Go and cultivate. Guangchengzi lightly spoke as he gestured towards him. However, Honghuang did not focus on the technique in his sea of consciousness. Instead, he touched the sides of his forehead, where his dragon horns had been removed by his senior brother. Now that you have joined Kunlun, it is best to conceal such racial traits. Guangchengzi's words carried a deeper meaning, causing Honghuang to tremble. He bowed and said, "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." Indeed, although he had yet to meet his master, there was surely reason behind his senior brother's words. Observing Honghuang descend, Duo Bao appeared lost in thought. You must manage the outer disciples of Shanqing Peak well. At the very least, they should understand etiquette. You should have heard of Master Yuan Shi's character. Guangchengzi pointed out. Duo Bao nodded earnestly, saying, "Thank you, senior brother. I will manage the younger disciples well. As the senior brother of Shanqing, you must set a good example. Those disciples may have limited talent, but once they enter Kunlun, they are disciples of Shanqing. They may act arrogantly, but they must never tarnish the reputation of the three pure ones. You are now their senior brother, and with the three masters still in seclusion, I must pay attention to matters in Kunlun. In the future, a steady stream of disciples will come to our master. As the senior brother, you must command respect. After junior sister Jean Ling exits her seclusion, have her assist you. Anyone causing trouble in Kunlun should be thrown out by me." Guangchengzi's voice grew increasingly stern. "If it is serious, I will personally send them to their deaths. Understand?" Guangchengzi's tone became more severe as he fixed his gaze on Duo Bao. This fellow indeed had high talent, but with many disciples under Shanqing in the future and countless years of cultivation together, he feared that Duo Bao might become lenient and protect them. Duo Bao's face turned pale. His senior brother was admonishing him. In these years of Guangchengzi's retreat, he and Xuanyuan had each been responsible for the Shanqing and Yuqing sects. Yuqing did not accept outer disciples, only gaining a single Qijingzi, while Shanqing had amassed a group of outer disciples. They regarded him as their senior brother, knowing his fondness for refining tools and collecting spiritual treasures, and thus offered him many spiritual treasures. As they were outer disciples and had accompanied him for 10,000 years, he would turn a blind eye to some matters. "I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, senior brother." Duo Bao trembled as he bowed to Guangchengzi. "I do not wish to speak much of past matters. Focus your thoughts on cultivation now. Do the flattery from those outer disciples benefit your cultivation?" Although Guangchengzi's tone was light, Duo Bao could not help but shudder, his mind filled with a single thought his senior brother knew. Guangchengzi truly knew of Duo Bao's actions over the years, having calculated and understood the events that transpired in Kunlun during his seclusion. Regarding Duo Bao's actions, Guangchengzi sighed internally. After all, he had been in seclusion for too long, and with the three masters still not having emerged, Kunlun ultimately lacked a decisive leader. Those outer disciples had not committed grievous wrongs, but in relation to this blessed land of immortals, some behaviors were simply inappropriate. The spiritual beasts and plants in the mountains had suffered some chaos. If they did not amend their ways, they would face severe consequences once Master Yuan Shi emerged from seclusion. I do not wish to blame you. After all, it is my failure in management. However, as the senior brother of Shanqing, you must lead by example for the other disciples to follow. Guangchengzi spoke earnestly, emphasizing the importance of nurturing relationships within Kunlun. If they were to split in the future, it would not bode well. I will remember your teachings, senior brother. Guangchengzi gestured for Duo Bao to return to Shanqing Peak and keep a close watch on them. After offering guidance, if any further issues arose, they would be brought directly to him. Guangchengzi waved his hand, dismissing Duo Bao. Senior brother Xuanyuan said, hesitantly unsure of what to say. Guangchengzi looked at him. What is it? Do you wish to plead for Duo Bao? Xuanyuan replied, I just feel that you have been a bit harsh on junior brother Duo Bao. After spending 10,000 years together, the bond between Xuanyuan and Duo Bao had deepened. However, their senior brother had always treated them well, yet today he spoke such heavy words. Guangchengzi sighed softly. Despite his efforts to exclude cultivators tainted by karma from joining Kunlun, people are prone to change. Those outer disciples, believing they had a powerful backer, would have some of their true natures awakened. Now even Duo Bao seemed to show signs of this. He must take this opportunity to discipline him, lest he repeat his mistakes in the future. Originally, Guangchengzi spoke of certain disciples not adhering to the rules in Baiyu Palace, not referring to the entire sect, but in Duo Bao's mouth, it became a tale of the left path of Chanjiao, with bizarre creatures and unorthodox practices. This opportunity must be used to correct Duo Bao's temperament. I have my own understanding of this matter, you need not say more. Upon hearing this, Xuanyuan ceased his words. With roars of dragons and cries of phoenixes, and the descent of golden flowers from the sky and golden lotuses emerging from the earth, countless wonders appeared as spiritual energy gathered over Mount Kongtong. Guangchengzi continuously uttered the sounds of the Tao, while below over 100 disciples remained calm, their auras fluctuating. After tens of thousands of years, the number of disciples in Kunlun had significantly increased. Under Yuqing, alongside his 12 Golden Immortals gathered, Shangqing also gained another direct disciple, while the others remained outer disciples. During these years, Guangchengzi had remained in Kunlun to teach his disciples, while the three pure ones had yet to emerge from seclusion. Boom! In the primordial chaos, both the sun and moon shone simultaneously. Guangchengzi suddenly ceased his Tao sounds, looking up at the starry sky, startling the disciples who were listening to the Tao, causing them to exclaim in shock. The Tao and the sun shine together. Why are there suddenly 10 suns and 12 moons? Such an unprecedented spectacle ignited endless discussions among the crowd. Guangchengzi's eyes sparkled with divine light as he gazed towards the heavenly court. The 10 small suns were clearly the 10 little Jinwu, the 10 sons of Emperor Xuanyuan, born of the demon queen Shihe. The 12 moons were the daughters birthed by Chang, she the Taiyin Jade Chan. The demon clan had gained descendants, and their fortune was rising. Heavenly Tao above Emperor Xuanyuan borrowed the sunlight of the 10 Jinwu and the moonlight of the 12 moons to balance the yin and yang of the primordial chaos and set the calendar of the 4 seasons. In the future, the year will be divided into 12 months, with 10 suns ruling the day and 12 moons ruling the night, harmonizing yin and yang, allowing all things to thrive. The 10 suns will rotate through the heavenly stems in turn, 1 sun per day, neither increasing nor decreasing. The 12 months will shift based on the earthly branches, 1 moon per month, neither early nor late. The resounding voice spread throughout the primordial chaos as the merits of the heavenly Tao descended, all flying towards the heavenly court, where the sun and moon shone together, imprinting the laws and oaths. In the past, the primordial chaos alternated between the Taiyin and the sun, whereas now one could ascertain the passage of time at night by observing the changes in the Taiyin star. Emperor Xuanyuan's words undoubtedly made the laws of heaven and earth more complete, with merits descending and the fortunes of the demon clan greatly strengthened. Guangchengzi observed coldly, noting that the fortunes of the demon clan were indeed rising, but what of these 10 little Jinwu? Within the heavenly court, a grand feast was held for the ministers, yet some individuals appeared discontented. Dijun exchanged a glance with Tai, remaining oblivious to the surrounding noise. Grasping the demon summoning banner, he could already control the myriad of demons. 2 Yuan cycles had passed since the sermon at the Zhixiao Palace, and now the demon clan's fortunes surged, making it entirely feasible to initiate a war against the Wu clan. However, recalling the heavenly oath made to Guangchengzi, Dijun could only endure. Listening to the ministers below suggesting a probe against the Wu clan, Dijun shook his head and refused. Amidst the calamity, he dared not be careless. The previous calamity and demonic aura left him haunted. For countless years, Dijun had stationed people to guard the pathways through the outer starry sky, striving to enhance their combat strength with the hope of directly crushing the Wu clan after 3 Yuan cycles. What he did not expect was that the Wu clan could also endure. Perhaps Guangchengzi had made a deal with them. Dijun shook his head, no longer pondering these matters. The 10 little golden crows had only recently been born and could not yet master the true fire of the sun. Dijun directly transplanted the Fusang tree to the Tang Valley, setting up a barrier for the 10 little golden crows to cultivate within Kunlun. After sending his numerous junior brothers and sisters back, Guangchengzi remained at the Mi Luo Palace, his brow furrowed. 2 Yuan cycles had passed, yet his master and others had not emerged from their seclusion. The Wu clan seemed to have truly heeded his request, remaining inactive all these years. In these years, Duo Bao and Xuanyuan had already broken through to the peak of the Twelve Golden Immortal realm. Guangchengzi wished for them to comprehend the laws before further breakthroughs. The disciples under Yuanshi, Tianshi, Qi Jingzi, and Honghuang had also long since broken through to the Twelve Golden Immortal realm, and the other disciples had reached the peak of the Golden Immortal realm. A few years prior, his good corpse avatar had visited Fantian Island, collecting all the spiritual fruits. Not to mention, his personal disciples at the Twelve Golden Immortal stage had ample resources for cultivating the 5 energies within. His cultivation remained at the early stage of croissant. After severing the good corpse, it was only upon reaching this realm that he realized how incredibly difficult it was to break through without opportunities. However, his understanding of the light laws had deepened significantly, while regarding the evil corpse, Guangchengzi felt he needed a great battle. All these years the primordial chaos had been peaceful. Guangchengzi had merely stayed in Kunlun to teach his disciples and juniors. It could be said that while the three pure ones were in seclusion, he considered himself a peer to these disciples, but in reality, they could all be regarded as his disciples. However, under his influence the disciples under Yuqing and Shangqing had become much closer. He called out to the rear hall, and suddenly 5-colored divine light and black and white divine light surged out, transforming into 2 unruly youths. Kongxian Golden Peng pays respects to Master. Stop! Guangchengzi uttered a single word, and both figures immediately froze. Looking at the two before him, Kongxian wore azure robes, his black hair cascading like a waterfall, standing tall with a chiseled face and a rebellious spirit evident in his brows, exuding an innate noble aura. Golden Peng was clad in brilliant golden armor, his hair equally golden, though there was a hint of innocence in his eyes. When angered they would gleam with a fierce light, as if to devour. Guangchengzi sighed. I have yet to express my intention to accept you two as disciples. Do not call me that recklessly. These two had transformed a myriad of years ago, and their tribulation was terrifying. After transforming, they possessed the cultivation of Golden Immortals, truly astonishing the numerous Kunlun disciples. Most of the personal disciples under Yuqing and Shangqing had transformed to the Golden Immortal realm, and only innate divine demons could achieve Golden Immortal forms, those capable of going to Zhixiao Palace to hear the teachings. Yet Kongxian and Golden Peng could achieve this, indicating their extraordinary talents. Guangchengzi understood that these two were born at full term. He had nurtured them with 2 innate spiritual treasures, and had also gestated them within the Chaos Pearl. If they had remained in the southern part of the primordial chaos, they might have transformed into Golden Immortals as well. However, what troubled Guangchengzi was that these two, after transforming, were unwilling to go through the master-accepting formation, instead determined to recognize him as their master. This was perplexing. Upon inquiry, he learned they considered Guangchengzi their savior and were resolute in their decision. Guangchengzi couldn't help but feel a headache. If he accepted them, the other Kunlun disciples would undoubtedly be displeased, yet the two remained insistent. With no other choice, he could only send the two away to cultivate in seclusion. Even after a myriad of years, their intentions remained unchanged. He truly did not wish to accept disciples. One could see how much effort the 3 pure ones expended on him. To take in personal disciples, one must prepare spiritual treasures and plan merits for protection, also fearing that disciples would cause trouble. The troubles were simply too many. Why do you wish to take me as your master? Kongxian and Golden Peng exchanged glances, then cautiously responded. You saved us, brothers, and provided us with various resources. The first person we saw after transforming was you, and we simply wished to stay by your side. Guangchengzi was momentarily at a loss for words. Good heavens, even in the primordial chaos world there were such attachments. Yet seeing the two's resolute expressions, Guangchengzi sighed. Go pass through the formation under the Yuqing disciples, and upon success I shall accept you as my disciples. Kongxian and Golden Peng immediately kneeled in salute, and then entered the formation. A myriad of years later. Boom! 3 colossal pillars of light soared into the sky, and overwhelming pressure spread throughout the primordial chaos, and the aura of the 3 pure ones resonated through heaven and earth, awakening numerous great beings within the primordial chaos. Their gazes turned towards Kunlun, and even the heavenly court experienced fluctuations in aura. Guangchengzi's eyes sparkled with joy as he looked at the 3 pure peaks, and laughed heartily. Disciples respectfully welcomed the 3 masters from seclusion. Below, a multitude of disciples bowed in unison. We respectfully welcome the Master Senior Uncle from seclusion. The overwhelming pressure soon receded, and the figures of the old, middle-aged, and young appeared on the 3 peaks, feeling quite uncomfortable as they noticed the sudden influx of disciples in Kunlun. Although they sensed the disciples' presence, they did not expect Kunlun to be so prosperous. Get up! Laozi, seeing his 2 younger brothers like this, understood their thoughts, and was relieved that he had not accepted a single disciple. Yuanshi sensed that his disciples' aptitudes were quite good, and one was in seclusion on the Yuqing peak, seemingly breaking through to the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. Tongtian was similarly aware. For a moment, the 3 pure ones' gazes focused on Guangchengzi, wondering why this disciple seemed to carry a hint of weariness in his eyes. You may go down first, and in 1,000 years I shall lecture you. The numerous disciples rejoiced greatly. Although Guangchengzi was also a quasi-saint, he certainly did not possess the cultivation level of his master. Moreover, the master was the direct disciple of the saint, and a lecture from him would undoubtedly be more profound than that of the senior brother. Disciples take their leave. The resounding voice echoed through Kunlun, startling birds into flight, and causing deer to flee. Guangchengzi, come with us. Yuan Shi spoke, then flew towards the Sanqing Palace with Guangchengzi following behind. This place was reminiscent of Guangchengzi's initial visit to pay his respects. The Sanqing Hall still stood tall, yet the mindset had changed significantly. The aura of the three pure ones was ethereal, seemingly embodying the laws of the great Tao. Their three auras intertwined, emanating a noble pressure. Has the master severed the corpse of his obsessions? Guangchengzi inquired softly after offering his respects. Indeed, I summoned you today to inform you about the corpse of your obsessions. Guangchengzi's expression was one of excitement. Congratulations to the three masters for eliminating the three corpses, but much has transpired in the wilderness over the years. Yuan Shi smiled faintly. I am aware Guangchengzi, the immortal master, has single-handedly dominated the wilderness, such great prestige. It's all rumors spread by the demon race. Guangchengzi felt somewhat awkward. It was one thing for others to say so, but even Master Yuan Shi joined in the commotion. Demon race. Tan Tian snorted coldly, casting a displeased glance towards the heavenly court. We will provide you an account of this matter later. Very well, if she can grasp it, it will be an opportunity for her. Guangchengzi then shattered the jade talisman and proceeded to brew tea for the three masters, carefully explaining the situations of the disciples in Kunlun. The three pure ones were indeed not familiar with these disciples, having never taught them for even a day. Although they were technically master and disciple, there was hardly any bond. They had only entered their sect, and in the future they would need to be taught properly. Hearing Guangchengzi had expended considerable effort on malicious disciples, they said nothing. Since Kunlun was entrusted to Guangchengzi, naturally, everything had to be under his control. You have grown up, Yuan Shi said with great satisfaction. Unlike his other disciples who he had only met once, he knew Guangchengzi had also taken in a direct disciple. However, the Kongxian Golden Peng truly had excellent aptitude, and was worthy of being Guangchengzi's. Guangchengzi shook his head. Oh, only after taking in disciples did he understand the effort the three masters had put into teaching him. Coupled with a group of junior brothers and sisters, he felt utterly drained. In the future, I will manage this. The lack of progress in your cultivation over the years is also related to this matter. Yuan Shi sighed. Taking in disciples was an idea of the three pure ones, but all these matters were piled onto Guangchengzi alone, which had hindered his cultivation. Before their seclusion, Guangchengzi had been at the pinnacle of the great Luo realm, yet now he was still at the early stage of Saint. Although his comprehension of the laws had deepened. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly. Master has matters to attend to, I will bear the burden. There is no need for you to be so formal. The teachings of the three masters are invaluable to me compared to the path of the master. As long as the three pure ones can attain enlightenment, I will have the strongest support in the wilderness. Who would dare to challenge me? Though he had not yet severed the evil corpse, his comprehension of the laws had already reached the mid-stage of Saint. The path of severing the three corpses was one he was determined to take. As for those junior brothers and sisters, Guangchengzi had already taught them diligently. If they misbehaved in the future, he would handle them according to the rules. As they spoke, a divine light arrived at Kunlun. The grand formation opened, and a woman's figure descended directly in front of the palace of the three pure ones. Nuwa looked at the ethereal aura of the three pure ones, a sudden shock washing over her. Guangchengzi had shattered the jade talisman, and she only knew that the three pure ones had emerged from seclusion, but this aura. Did the three masters sever their obsessions, eh? Nuwa's expression was one of excitement, her voice slightly hoarse. The three pure ones nodded, and Laozi spoke. Indeed, we are about to discuss the issue of obsessions with Guangchengzi. Nuwa looked earnestly at Guangchengzi, knowing it was this junior nephew who had taken care of him. Otherwise, he could have simply informed her of the three pure ones' emergence from seclusion. It was now quite clear that she was meant to hear the experiences of the three pure ones that might provide her with some insights. Thank you, junior nephew, Nuwa bowed. Guangchengzi hurriedly stepped back. He could hardly bear such a bow from her. Laozi waved his hand to set up a barrier while the three pure ones exchanged smiles as they watched Nuwa and Guangchengzi. To sever obsessions, we actually took a clever approach. We secluded ourselves for 2 yuan hui, yet we could not touch the corpse of obsession. Laozi's tone was relaxed, but his gaze was somewhat profound. We were too fixated on our obsessions. Nuwa exchanged glances with Guangchengzi, her expression shifting slightly. Does master mean to say? Yuan Shi wore an appreciative expression. Indeed, we secluded ourselves solely to sever the corpse of obsession, but this in itself is also an obsession. If we cannot break through this point, obsessions will never manifest. Are you saying that we should not be devoted to severing our obsessions, but rather examine ourselves to find our deepest attachments? Nuwa inquired tentatively. Obsessions are the fixation on one's own existence, gains and losses, honor and disgrace, love and hate. To sever obsession is to sever the self to break the shackles. Tongshan's voice resonated powerfully, causing Nuwa's aura to fluctuate. Thank you, three masters, for imparting the teachings. I am deeply grateful. Nuwa's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. The teachings of the three pure ones had indeed pointed her down a path. Otherwise, she would have remained trapped in the superficiality of severing her obsessions. Guangchengzi closed his eyes tightly, pondering the words of the three pure ones. What then was his obsession? The three pure ones exchanged glances and awakened him. No need to think about it now, your realm is insufficient. On the path of severing the three corpses, once you have severed the evil corpse and recall our words, there will be more insights. Nuwa added, indeed, you must sever good and evil, and then understand the self. Guangchengzi suddenly awakened. He had indeed been somewhat overreaching. Some things could not be clearly seen without reaching the appropriate realm. I have one more word to say. Laozi appeared somewhat hesitant, but still produced the coiled dragon, crushed the three treasures of the Jade Rui, and the Qingping sword floated successively, while the massive 24-grade creation Green Lotus concealed the heavenly secrets of this place. Nuwa and Guangchengzi both looked serious. Severing obsessions was truly worthy of the masters, shielding the heavenly secrets. I suspect that aside from treasures of the same origin, others can never sever the corpse of obsession. Though the words were light, they struck Guangchengzi's ears like the thunder of the Zixiao Palace. He was stunned for quite a while before looking at Nuwa in horror, who shared the same expression. What do you mean by this, elder brother? Nuwa's voice was somewhat dry and carried a hint of fear. What my elder brother means is that even if other cultivators comprehend their own obsessions, they cannot sever the corpse of obsession without using treasures of the same origin. Yuan Shi's voice was somewhat heavy, sending chills down the spines of Nuwa and Guangchengzi. We have grasped what obsessions are, yet we still cannot merge with the innate spiritual treasures. Tong Tian shook his head bitterly. He once believed he would never be able to sever the corpse of obsession. Later, when the three treasures resonated and their origins fused, only then did the corpse of obsession manifest, allowing us to successfully sever the three corpses. Nuwa stood up and solemnly bowed to the three pure ones. Today's words from them were truly a blessing for her, otherwise she might have never been able to sever the corpse of obsession. Junior sister, we have all used top-grade innate spiritual treasures. I suspect that the lower the grade of the innate spiritual treasure, the lesser the chance of severing obsessions. Nuwa's expression dimmed slightly, but quickly adjusted. If it were not for this, she might have never had the chance to sever the three corpses. Now she at least saw a glimmer of hope. Today, having received the teachings from the three masters, I will surely gain some insights within a Yuan Hui. Even if I become a saint in the future, I will not be an enemy of Kunlun. The words of the three pure ones today were like timely rain for Nuwa. Otherwise, she might have abandoned the path of severing the three corpses. You are indeed thoughtful, Yuan Shi said with a look of satisfaction. Perhaps among us five only we can eradicate the three corpses. Guangchengzi felt a pang of sorrow. He never anticipated that the corpse of obsession would manifest in such a way. Did Master Hongjun not notice this back then? The chaos treasure, the creation jade disc, can it truly carry the three corpses without experiencing the same situation as when the three pure ones cut away the obsession? Or is this path entirely reliant on one's own comprehension? Otherwise, it would be a lost cause. Thus, he only privately informed the three pure ones that they should use the same source spirit treasure to sever the corpses without elaborating further. Guangchengzi suddenly looked at Nuwa, his expression one of astonishment. Master, and did not our master say that this is also your opportunity? The expressions of the three pure ones and Nuwa changed, recalling the time on Kunlun Mountain when Hongjun mentioned that Nuwa gathering the same source spirit treasures was her fortune. In hindsight, those words held great significance. It seems that our master has already foreseen today, Nuwa murmured. Is this the power of a sage? The three pure ones also appeared somewhat dazed. Did the master anticipate this scene back then? They indeed cannot compare to their master. After all, he is the progenitor of such divine abilities in the Xianmen. As for today's matter, I will not speak a word outside. Regarding obsession, I have gained some understanding. Thank you, three senior brothers. Nuwa regained her composure and solemnly thanked the three pure ones. If that is the case, we shall not keep you, junior sister. Laozi smiled as Nuwa must be eager to return to her seclusion. Nuwa nodded at Guangchengzi and then left Kunlun. Yuan Shi carefully regarded Guangchengzi. This disciple is truly perfect in every way. In the future, when they eradicate the three corpses, Kunlun will have 4 mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortals. Master, is there a difficulty in merging the 3 corpses? Guangchengzi rubbed his forehead. Today he received too much information. If there were further issues, the method to sever the 3 corpses would be exceedingly difficult. Upon mentioning this, the three pure ones smiled. Yuan Shi replied, no, perhaps it is because when severing the obsession, the three spirit treasures resonate. Now the three corpses are slowly merging, which should be the benefit of the method to sever the three corpses. Guangchengzi nodded. It seems the difficulty lies in how to sever the corpse of obsession. Then master, how long will it take to attain the Tao? Guangchengzi's face lit up with excitement. Only when the three pure ones achieve Tao will his efforts over the years not be in vain. First, upon attaining the mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal, the three pure ones will have more choices. Yuan Shi pondered for a moment. About 50,000 years. Guangchengzi's expression changed. 50,000 years. By then the three pure ones would achieve the Tao, and the battle between the Wu and the Yao would commence. Disciple has one matter to report concerning the demon realm. He then recounted the incident of Dijun being attacked, and having energy forced into his body. The expressions of the three pure ones turned serious. Where exactly is the demon realm? The three pure ones had never investigated, but they were aware of the lingering demonic energy in the wilderness. To be able to lurk within the body of a mid-stage quasi-saint powerhouse while remaining completely undetected is undoubtedly the means of a sage. The outer starry sky. Laozi tapped the stone table. We will investigate this matter after we attain the Tao. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian had no objections, and Guangchengzi could not say anything either. With his small stature, he would surely just be a burden. Let us return and prepare. Disciple, where will you listen to the teachings? Laozi stood up to return to Taiji Palace, and Yuan Shi inquired. A millennium later, he and Tong Tian would be giving teachings to their disciples, but where would Guangchengzi go? Laozi does not take disciples. As for the Yujing and Shangqing palaces, which one would he choose? Hearing Yuan Shi's words, Laozi stood up, and then sat back down smiling at Guangchengzi. Which palace would this kid choose? If he were to use the good corpse as his avatar, then where would the true self go? Guangchengzi felt a thunderous pressure. How could Master pose such a life-and-death question upon his return from seclusion? He had seen the competition between Master Tong Tian and Master Yuan Shi in the shadows. Stupid brain, think quickly. Where is the inspiration? Come forth and shine. Shine. A great river, waves wide. Pangus asks, why is it singing now? What is the difference between not recalling the answers during an exam and clearly remembering the lyrics? Guangchengzi's heart was filled with tears, yet he forced a smile, saying disciple believes that master's actions are inappropriate. The junior brothers and sisters joined Kunlun naturally for the three masters. How can there be a distinction between Yujing and Shangqing? Once one enters Kunlun, despite different teachers, they are all disciples under the three masters. The three masters should teach together. Aside from disciples, master has not taken on other students, and the junior brothers and sisters should also respect the three masters as disciples do. Guangchengzi spoke more fluidly, asserting, Master, how can you entertain the thought of teaching separately? They have all cultivated together over the years. They are all fellow disciples, just like the three masters. The three pure ones are one. Red flowers, white lotus, clear lotus, leaves. The three pure ones are indeed one family. After Guangchengzi finished speaking, the three pure ones were stunned, and Yuan Shi and Tong Tian wore extremely complex expressions. Originally, they intended to set a trap for this kid, but unexpectedly, he trapped them instead. Well, Laozi clapped and laughed heartily. Good disciple, your last sentence was excellent. We the three pure ones are one. You, our disciples, should care for one another. How can we differentiate in teachings? Do not think I do not know that you also wanted to see Guangchengzi make a fool of himself earlier, Yuan Shi thought to himself. However, this kid truly is quick-witted, but this is how we three pure ones are. Red flowers, white lotus, clear lotus, leaves. The three pure ones are indeed one family. Well said. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian smiled, looking at Guangchengzi with delight. Guangchengzi silently wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Fortunately, he had quick thinking. Otherwise, after this encounter, when Laozi and Tong Tian leave Kunlun in the future, no matter how he chose, it would be wrong. He cannot possibly split himself into three parts. All right, then let them come to the three pure palace, and we shall teach together. Yuan Shi, after all, has affection for these disciples. After all, Guangchengzi helped him receive them. A millennium later, over 100 disciples gathered in front of the three pure palace. At first glance, the lowest cultivation level among them was that of a true immortal. Each was brimming with the aura of the Tao, truly worthy of being disciples of Kunlun. Guangchengzi sighed inwardly. This wave of disciples is really good. When the three masters attain the Tao in the future, and the mountain gates open wide again to accept disciples, it may not be so peaceful then. The three pure ones began to teach in turn, starting from the realm of the immortal Tao. Layers of Tao sounds permeated the entire Kunlun peak, and countless wondrous phenomena emerged. The disciples were immersed in the Tao rhythm of the three pure ones, and their momentum continuously rose. In the end, even Guangchengzi benefited greatly. At this moment, although he and the three pure ones were all at the Quasi Saint level, the difference in realms was comparable to that between a Quasi Saint and a Deluo. The three corpse Quasi Saints are no ordinary beings. Back then on the East Sea, the incomplete Zhoutian star array was merely the strength of the three pure ones masters today, not to mention the innate supreme treasures. It can be said that the current three pure ones are truly unbeatable in the wilderness. Guangchengzi emanated the aura of law's light enveloping him, and the surrounding disciples felt a sense of inner peace, even their insights into the Tao quickened. Boom! Two sounds echoed simultaneously as Xiangzi and Duobao both broke through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet Yuan Shi's Tao sound did not cease. He simply protected the two to avoid any disturbance. After an unknown period, Tongtian ceased his preaching, and the numerous disciples gradually opened their eyes, their faces alight with excitement. Each of them had broken through their realms to varying degrees, especially Xiangzi and Duobao, who successfully attained the Tao as great Luo Golden Immortals, bringing immense satisfaction to Yuan Shi and Tongtian. Though this was their first preaching, they had been previously instructed by Guangchengzi, indicating that these two were no ordinary individuals deserving of being the chief disciples under the Yuqing and Shanqing. Meanwhile, Kong Xian and Jin Peng, sitting behind Guangchengzi, had also reached the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. It must be said that their innate talents were exceptional, far surpassing their uncles. At this moment, Guangchengzi slowly opened his eyes, his aura retracting. His purple Tao robe shimmered magnificently under the illumination of the laws of light, exuding an air of great nobility. Laozi slightly nodded, acknowledging that comprehending the laws at this moment was indeed optimal. The opportunity to slay corpses should not be forced. Once the realm was reached, perhaps one day it would be attainable. Guangchengzi is the eldest disciple under my Sanqing, responsible for your guidance. This humble Taoist has no disciples, but you must never be disrespectful to him. As Laozi spoke, he nodded simultaneously at Yuan Shi and Tongtian. Three pieces of spiritual treasures floated before Guangchengzi. Laozi's expression was serious, his pressure descending upon all disciples. The 7 stars, sword, the Yushu seal, and the purple lightning hammer are the first innate spiritual treasures obtained during our travels through the primordial chaos. They are of the utmost quality and are formally bestowed upon Guangchengzi today. These 3 items represent the identity of my Sanqing. In the future, if any disciple under the Sanqing shows disrespect towards you, you may use these items to punish them. Should any disciples join our ranks in the future, they must respect you just as they do now. Guangchengzi was somewhat taken aback. This was an extraordinary amount of power, essentially equating his status with that of the 3 revered masters before all the disciples. Seeing Guangchengzi in a daze, Yuan Shi softened his tone. The 3 of us are in closed-door training, and all of Kunlun is entrusted to your management. These disciples have all received your guidance, and you share a bond of half-master with them. From now on, you will be our Sanqing's only chief disciple. Guangchengzi's eyes turned slightly red. He understood that his masters were worried about his feelings. After all, there had only been 1 disciple in Kunlun before, and now, with so many more, their actions today were merely to establish his position in front of these junior brothers and sisters. In Kunlun, the Sanqing were supreme, with Guangchengzi standing alone above all. Accepting the 3 spiritual treasures, Guangchengzi bowed to the Sanqing. I shall adhere to the master's orders, set a good example as the eldest brother, and care for my junior brothers and sisters. We pay our respects to the eldest brother. The disciples willingly bowed their heads, showing the same reverence as when the Sanqing had just emerged from their closed-door training. Rise. Guangchengzi smiled, gently looking at them warmly. The Sanqing exchanged glances. Laozi remained expressionless, while Yuan Shi and Tongtian silently took a deep breath, their eyes filled with a plea. This was troublesome. How could he have 2 such demanding junior brothers? A soft huff echoed from Yuan Shi and Tongtian, and with a wave of Laozi's hand, hundreds of pills fell before the disciples. These are the pills refined by this humble Taoist. Please accept them. Guangchengzi found it a bit strange. Why did his Taixing master sound like he was gritting his teeth? That is the master's stock. This humble Taoist has not refined pills for 2 yuan meetings now. The voice echoed in Guangchengzi's ears, and he bit his cheek hard to suppress a laugh. Fortunately, he had eliminated quite a few disciples, or else Taixing's pills would probably not be enough to destroy. The master undoubtedly still had a significant number of pills, but most were likely 9 transformations spiritual pills. Though they were not as precious as the 9 transformations golden pills, they were still quite valuable. Most of these disciples hadn't even reached the golden immortal stage, while Guangchengzi had already surpassed that level. One could say these pills were keepsakes from Laozi. Yuanqi's eyes flashed and hundreds of beams of light shot out, landing before the disciples. Their cultivation levels varied, and naturally the spiritual treasures before them were of different grades. Laozi and Yuanshi looked at Tongtian simultaneously, noting that he had the most disciples. Let's see how you handle this. Tongtian's expression stiffened. He didn't have that many formation plates. Guangchengzi sighed inwardly. This was why he was reluctant to take on disciples. With a light movement of his sleeve, the space directly connected to Tongtian, unnoticed by the disciples due to their realms. Streams of light flew out from beside Tongtian, landing before the disciples, all of which were formation plates that Guangchengzi had made during his boredom over the past 2 yuan meetings. Thank you, Master Teacher Uncle. The expressions of gratitude were particularly sincere. These pills, formation plates, and spiritual treasures were exceptional, far beyond what they usually encountered. Tongtian forced a smile and waved his hand. You may all leave now, leave Duo Bao Jinling behind. At that moment, Guangchengzi felt a tingle on his scalp, sitting on pins and needles, acutely aware of the intense gazes from his 2 masters. It was evident that it was Taixing and Yuanshi upset because he had just given Tongtian a formation plate, but not to them. However, he couldn't just stand by and watch his master lose face. Guangchengzi sighed, drawing the attention of Xiangzi and Duo Bao. What was wrong with the eldest brother? Laozi and Yuanshi continued to stare, while Guangchengzi turned to Tongtian, signaling with his eyes, Master, are you just going to watch and not help your disciple? Tongtian blinked and closed his eyes, and if the master couldn't see him, he wouldn't see the situation either. 2 soft huffs echoed in his ears. Tongtian swayed slightly, but still kept his eyes shut. Guangchengzi, feeling helpless, let the space fluctuate again, sending jade bottles and spiritual treasures into Laozi and Yuanqi's sleeves. Only then did the 2 restore their smiles, nodding with amusement. Guangchengzi turned to look at the junior brothers and sisters still present, his expression blank, yet his heart was crying out. These were all the stockpiles this humble Taoist had accumulated over 10,000 years. Why were the 3 masters bestowing treasures upon the disciples while it was the humble Taoist's little treasury that was suffering? Having given away a third, the assets of this humble Taoist, the richest in Kunlun, had diminished considerably. Eldest brother, why are your eyes so red? Is there a problem with your cultivation? Xiangzi asked quietly. Guangchengzi shot him a look that made him too frightened to say another word, while Duo Bao also swallowed down his concerns for the eldest brother. It's nothing. Your eldest brother comprehended the laws of fire after the preaching and feels a bit of heartburn. You must not slack off. Yuanshi smiled warmly. He didn't care about these spiritual treasures, but Guangchengzi, giving to the 3rd brother and not to him, would be favoritism. Guangchengzi had to treat them fairly. Guangchengzi wiped away his moved tears. The master is right. The burning of the light fire does cause a bit of pain to this humble Taoist. The Sanqing immediately burst into hearty laughter, leaving the disciples utterly bewildered. Is this humble Taoist's good fortune coming to an end? The 3 masters have begun competing for affection, and with these disciples of Kunlun, Guangchengzi shed tears outwardly, but felt sorrow within. At such a young age, he was already living a life with both elders and younger ones to care for. A prolonged tranquility settled over Kunlun Mountain. Laozi remained alone in the Bayering Palace, refining elixirs. When disciples sought his guidance, he offered instruction without reservation. Yuanshi and Tongtian each cultivated bonds with their disciples within their respective palaces. Though Guangchengzi had earlier served as their primary instructor, these disciples formally belonged to Yuanshi and Tongtian, receiving occasional private tutelage or attending grand discourses jointly delivered by the 3 pure ones. Among Tongtian's Shangqing sect disciples, outer sect cultivators received various spirit treasures, mostly of earthly origin, while his 3 innermost disciples were each bestowed primordial spirit treasures. Within Yuanshi's Yuxing sect, the patriarch likewise equipped his disciples with primordial spirit treasures, most ranked among the supreme tier. With only a handful of disciples under his tutelage, Yuanshi now bore no prejudice toward Honghuang, granting him a spirit treasure as well. Guangchengzi stood in the Miluo Palace, gazing at several levitating spirit treasures: the Daotainment artifact Guangyao Seal, the human clan's sovereign treasure, the Kongtong Seal, the Yushu Seal, symbolizing Yuanshi's jade pure realm, the earthly sovereign treasure Fantian Seal, and the Ningxue Seal acquired from Funbao Rock. Had he not entrusted the Wuxing Seal and Yinyang Seal to Kongxian and Dapeng, he would possess 2 more. Alas, this disciple has become a seal-collecting sovereign. With a wave of his hand, he gathered the seals into storage. Within his auspicious cloud, spiritual light shimmered endlessly, concealing countless spirit treasures adrift in its luminous depths. For decades, neither the Wu clan nor the Yao clan had waged full-scale war. The Yao clan honored their oaths scrupulously, while the Wu clan perhaps out of deference to him the 13th ancestral Wu, remained wholly inactive. Now pivotal events across the Honghuang realm had already shifted. Perhaps only after the Wu and Yao clans lay mutually shattered would the rise of humanity find its perfect hour. The three sages' three mortal selves were nearing convergence. Their Dao attainment drew near. Crack. Guangchengzi paused, then a flash of delight lit his eyes as a jade talisman split cleanly in two rose weightlessly before him. Long ago he had entrusted Ho-Tu with this very talisman. Should she gain enlightenment from the Wheel of Rebirth Lotus, she was to signal him. Its shattering now meant her realization was complete. Three streaks of radiant light shot toward the abodes of the three pure ones, and Guangchengzi departed Kunlun Mountain without delay. A spatial gateway opened. He beheld a yellow-robed woman whose brows bore quiet sorrow. She turned and with serene detachment delivered a palm strike. Like a goddess untouched by joy, violet light swirled in Guangchengzi's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the void within her jade palm. His nascent soul felt irresistibly drawn inward, sinking deeper into cyclical oblivion. Hundreds, even thousands of lifetimes flashing past, in an instant birth and death eternally recurring. This was a Tao principle he had never before encountered. Just as her palm neared his brow, he lifted his hand, not to block, but to gently grasp her wrist. Was it illusion? Or had he truly sensed for one fleeting moment a flicker of murderous intent? Sister Ho-Tu has indeed attained profound insight. Guangchengzi smiled. A violet radiance flared. Then the Wheel of Rebirth Lotus materialized in Ho-Tu's palm. His nascent soul trembled violently. Such overwhelming, devouring force surged forth. I have just grasped this Tao principle from the Wheel of Rebirth Lotus. It can subdue only those below the level of quasi-sage. Yet amplified by this lotus, even ordinary quasi-sages stand no chance against me. Your cultivation has truly caught up to mine. Though her tone remained soft, astonishment lingered unmistakably beneath her words. How brief a span this was. Countless guests of the Zixiao Palace still languished at the great Luo immortal stage. Yet Guangchengzi had already ascended to quasi-sagehood, not merely at its threshold, but at a level far surpassing it. Was he not truly the one chosen by Father Pangu himself? Guangchengzi released Ho-Tu's wrist and asked, Sister, how did you fathom the Wheel of Rebirth Tao principle? Grief flickered across Ho-Tu's eyes, but she gave no answer. Her expression grew distant for a long while she gazed across the vast Honghuang land before uttering, voice thick with sorrow, this world is incomplete. Guangchengzi's face paled. He stared intently at Ho-Tu. Could it be that the thought had already taken root? Little brother, you are now the 13th ancestral Wu of our clan. Tell me truly, do you believe this world whole? Guangchengzi remained silent for a long time. He knew precisely what the Honghuang world lacked, yet Ho-Tu had always commanded his deepest reverence. Had he not left the Wheel of Rebirth Lotus with her precisely to preserve her essence through the act of self-sacrifice and transformation into the Wheel of Rebirth? Then what is your intention, sister? Ho-Tu gazed toward Mount Buzhou. Tears welled in her eyes, crystallizing into two gem-like droplets. The Wheel of Rebirth essence within them instantly withered the grass and trees at their feet, only for life to surge anew, reborn in an instant. Do you truly believe your counsel, that the Wu clan refrained from initiating war for 3 cosmic eons, was heeded by my brothers? Guangchengzi froze. He had not visited the Wu clan for years, and their continued peace had astonished him. Now, however, another truth revealed itself. In fact, my brothers wished to attack the Yao clan last eon, but I dissuaded them. Ho-Tu did not look at Guangchengzi as she continued. Afterward, I traversed every corner of the Honghuang realm. Though the realm grew quieter in recent years, living beings still perished. Once quite by chance, the Wheel of Rebirth Lotus began drawing in the souls of the deceased. At that moment, enlightenment stirred within me. Beneath Mount Buzhou, I sat in silent meditation for 80,000 years, until at last I comprehended the Wheel of Rebirth Tao principle. With me absent, the Wu clan could not wage war. Thus your wish has been fulfilled. Guangchengzi fell silent. He harbored no genuine kinship with the Wu clan. Indeed, he used them. His sole aim was Ho-Tu's salvation. The other ancestral Wus were mere instruments in his design. Perhaps the celestial portent you spoke of long ago was Father Pangu's guiding will. The Wheel of Rebirth is precisely the missing keystone needed to complete the Honghuang world. My fate is sacrifice, to mend heaven and earth. Should our clan lose one ancestral Wu, our fate would mirror that of the 3 primordial clans at creation's dawn, forced into obscurity. And the Yao clan, therein would be no gentler. Which race is destined to be the world's sovereign? Does it lie hidden, or has it yet to emerge? Guangchengzi remained wordless. Every word Ho-Tu spoke held truth. Had he not altered certain threads of fate, preventing Nuwa from creating humanity, Ho Tu would have already transformed into the Wheel of Rebirth, and the Wu and Yao clans would long since have fallen. Then why, Sister Ho Tu, have you summoned this humble disciple today? Guangchengzi too turned his gaze toward Mount Buzhou, still towering majestic, the pillar upholding heaven and earth. At this moment Ho Tu saw all clearly. The Wu clan could no longer withdraw from destiny's path. Can my brothers survive? Her voice trembled. Her own destiny was now irrevocable. But what of her brothers? Where now stood the sovereigns of the Dragon Phoenix and Shilin clans. Guangchengzi closed his eyes. None may escape the calamitous tribulation, unless one remains entirely outside its scope from the beginning. No savior exists for those entangled within it. As leaders of the Wu clan, the ancestral wisp must fall. Ho Tu let out a cold laugh. Shall I thank you then for granting them 2 additional eons of life? Were it not for Guangchengzi compelling Emperor Jun to swear his oath, the Wu and Yao clans would have already lain in mutual ruin. Were the Wu clan to vanish, Ho Tu would have already sacrificed herself to heaven and earth. Only legend would remain of the Wu clan in the Honghuang realm, burdened by infinite karmic debt, like the 3 primordial clans, utterly vulnerable to predation. Guangchengzi sighed deeply. Ho Tu's despair was not unfounded. The precedent loomed large before them. Nor did Ho Tu know whether she herself would survive the sacrifice. Though he bore the title of 13th Ancestral Wu, he had never truly regarded himself as part of the Wu clan. By contrast, the 12 ancestral Wus born together shared unbreakable bonds of kinship. Did you remember what Grandmaster Hongjun said in the Zixiao Palace, sister? Guangchengzi hesitated before speaking. Ho Tu's eyes brightened as she recalled the glimmer of hope mentioned by the Dao ancestor back then. Do you have a plan? She looked at Guangchengzi with surprise. Guangchengzi remained silent, only bowing respectfully towards Buzhou Mountain, conveying everything without words. All right. Ho Tu gazed at the reincarnation purple lotus in her palm, saying, after all, if it weren't for you, I would never have comprehended the laws of reincarnation. I would have likely remained a confused soul at that time. I will trust you once. As long as you can save my brothers, my witch clan will follow your arrangements. Ho Tu spoke earnestly, her eyes fixed intently on Guangchengzi. They must die once. Guangchengzi's tone was resolute. Ho Tu's expression changed drastically, her teeth clenched tightly, yet Guangchengzi's demeanor remained unchanged. With a wave of his hand, Guangchengzi set up a barrier. He looked at Ho Tu, whose eyes were redrimmed, and said solemnly, truth be told, do you think the witch and demon clans are worthy of being the protagonists of heaven and earth? The demon clan currently has immense fortune, already reaching a state of intense prosperity, having exterminated countless races. The witch clan is powerful in individual strength, but they continually hunt living beings for the sake of strength, without thinking of their contributions to the wilderness, only knowing how to consume their resources. How much of the legacy left by the Panga deity remains? If these 2 races become the protagonists of heaven and earth, can the wilderness world endure for long? Listening to Guangchengzi's questioning, Ho Tu's face turned pale as she kept retreating. So the defeat of both the witch and demon clans is to make way for new protagonists. Guangchengzi lowered his eyelids, his voice measured. This is a choice made by the witch and demon clans themselves. No one forced them. The witch clan sought to dominate the wilderness under the pretext of being descendants of Pangu, while the demon clan aimed to rule over heaven and earth. But how innocent are the beings of this world? The 2 clans have reached a point of no retreat. They can only engage in a great battle. Then where lies the glimmer of hope? Ho Tu's voice trembled slightly. Her brothers were on the verge of death, yet the ancestral, which had no primordial spirit. Once fallen, they would return to the earth, leaving no trace of existence. Guangchengzi remained silent, only gazing at Buzhou Mountain. This matter involved the Chaos Pearl and Pangu, and he would not speak of it outside. Ho Tu forced a bitter smile. At this point, she could only trust Guangchengzi. What do you need them for? What do you need me to do? Sister, you already foresee your own fate. I need to lend you a helping hand at that time. Guangchengzi looked at Ho Tu, his tone calm. As for the witch clan, you are not suited for battle, but the 12 heavenly god-slaying array cannot be lacking. So my witch clan needs to produce another ancestral witch to counter the great array of the heavenly stars, allowing you to act within it. Correct? Guangchengzi smiled. Sister, you are wise. All right, I will return to make arrangements. I hope you do not forget your word. Ho Tu deeply glanced at Guangchengzi before turning to leave. With a long sigh, Guangchengzi's expression was resolute as he looked at his own hands, knowing that the current situation in the wilderness was all orchestrated by him. Ho Tu's willingness to comply was truly out of necessity. She could sacrifice herself for the wilderness, but the other ancestral witches still had a glimmer of hope. However, she did not know how to proceed, and could only follow Guangchengzi's arrangements. In the midst of the calamity, the protagonist could not escape. Without Guangchengzi's words, the ancestral witches would definitely fall, and Ho too would never watch the witch clan meet such an end. Guangchengzi looked towards Kunlun, realizing that they would need the master to intervene. He too would have to endure the calamity. Currently, the calamity energy in the wilderness began to slowly rise. Both the witch and demon clans were preparing for the great battle, waiting for the moment when the war would erupt. Guangchengzi had walked the wilderness for 10,000 years, his aura gradually merging with the world. The principles of light surged continuously. He was the embodiment of light, driving away the darkness from the world. Buzz, a powerful noise jolted him from this special state. Guangchengzi raised his head to look at the sky, where 10 suns continually radiated heat towards the wilderness, raising the temperature of the world significantly. Guangchengzi couldn't help but frown. What was happening? No one had achieved sainthood, so how did these 10 little golden crows come into being? Did Jane and Juanti possess such ability? Moreover, without any saints concealing the heavenly secrets, did Emperor Jun still not realize it? Yet there was indeed no movement from the heavenly court. This wilderness seems to be in disarray. Divine light surged in Guangchengzi's eyes as the chaos pearl and the pangus measure slightly glimmered amidst the auspicious clouds, revealing countless heavenly secrets. After a long while, Guangchengzi was astonished. He couldn't calculate it. Using 2 innate supreme treasures, he still couldn't figure it out. Could this truly be the means of a saint? Yet becoming a saint would always bring about omens, or perhaps it was the Honghuang Daluo Jingxian. But currently the closest beings to this realm in the wilderness were the 3 purities. They could reach this realm when united, but Guangchengzi was certain that the 3 masters would never resort to such despicable means. Concealing the heavenly secrets could only be achieved by practitioners skilled in the ways of heavenly secrets, and Guangchengzi blinked. Could it be that person? Is this madness? The demon clan must be utterly eradicated. The 10 little golden crows soared in the sky, while countless beings in the wilderness had already met a tragic end, with the witch clan suffering the greatest losses. Over 2 epochs, the number of witch clan members has far surpassed the past. The small witches are at the golden immortal level, and the number of clan members below them has multiplied many times, suffering significant losses under the power of the true fire of the sun. Guangchengzi could see that these 10 little golden crows had already reached the Tai golden immortal level, and with the aid of the true fire of the sun, they were powerful enough to rival the great Luo golden immortal. They seemed to have formed a formation that rapidly increased the temperature of the world. A giant began to chase after the 10 golden crows, throwing a peachwood staff, but it returned fruitlessly under the great array of annihilation, while the 10 golden crows flew above the giant, continually spewing out the true fire of the sun. Seeing the giant about to fall, Guangchengzi sighed. A drop of water shining with golden, silver, and purple light fell on him. Thank you, Lord Guangchengzi. The true fire of the sun on his body gradually extinguished, completely losing its heat. Guangchengzi waved his hand, watching the arrows shooting from afar. The 10 little golden crows had already been trapped by him, but they sensed danger and kept shrieking. Yet no matter how they spewed the true fire of the sun, they could not escape the surrounding space, and the true fire of the sun gradually detached from them, converging on Guangchengzi. They could only be firmly confined, watching helplessly as the arrows shot towards them. Whoosh! Guangchengzi blew a breath, and the true fire of the sun coiled around the arrows like a fire dragon. At that moment, Guangchengzi radiated an aura of light, wielding the true fire of the sun, as if he were the primordial divine being born from the sun. A figure approached from afar, the power of the earth vein flowing continuously. This person seemed to be moving directly using the earth vein, their speed slightly exceeding that of an ordinary great Luo golden immortal. Brother Hui. Upon seeing the newcomer, Kwa Fu exclaimed with delight. Brother Kwa Fu, it's good to see you safe. The rugged man carrying a bow and arrows was equally overjoyed. Seeing Kwa Fu trapped by those strange beasts, he drew his bow ready to rescue. However, the arrows were hindered by the true fire of the sun, leaving him no choice but to approach, hoping to subdue them with the body of a great shaman. Yet something was off. How could such beasts be ensnared, and who were those blocking him? I have seen Lord Guangchengzi. Hui quickly bowed. Where did you get these arrows made from laurel branches? Guangchengzi asked with confusion, for if he guessed correctly, they were from the moon star. How would Hui possess them? The arrows emanated cold energy from the moon, countering the true fire, which was why Guangchengzi did not intensify his magical power, otherwise the laurel branches would have turned to ashes. Hui touched his bow and glared fiercely at the 10 little golden crows. They fell from the sky around 20,000 years ago, and the ancestral shaman said these are laurel branches, the best counter against the true fire of the golden crows. Thus, I crafted this sun-shooting bow. Seeing Hou Yi's proud expression, Guangchengzi had no doubt that this fellow would seize any opportunity to shoot a few arrows at Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. 20,000 years ago fell right before your eyes. Yes, there's nothing strange about it. Our Wu clan has found many peculiar things that fell from the void. Hou Yi's reasoning was so self-evident that it even made Guangchengzi a bit uncertain. Didn't you suspect? This is the laurel tree from the moon star. My lord, is there a problem? Once our Wu clan breaks through the demon tribe, if you desire that laurel tree, it can be sent to you from the moon star without issue. Hou Yi exchanged a glance with Kwa Fu and said. Guangchengzi looked at the two of them and suddenly laughed. It's true that people can laugh when they are speechless. Why should he have any expectations of the Wu clan, who only had muscle in their heads? Do you think this sun-shooting bow will be put to use so quickly? Guangchengzi mocked. Doesn't this seem a bit coincidental? Hou Yi looked at his sun-shooting bow, a hint of confusion in his expression. Aren't the ancestral shamans in seclusion? If it weren't for me, those little golden crows would have been shot dead. Oh, what would the situation be now? As Guangchengzi spoke, Hou Yi suddenly became terrified. If he killed the little golden crows, the Wu and demon clans would surely go to war. However, the ancestral shaman had warned them before entering the Panga Hall not to initiate a war against the demon clan. My lord, what should we do? Hou Yi asked in a panic. Guangchengzi squinted. Something was off with the little golden crows. He looked at Hou Yi and said, You and Kwa Fu should return first. All right, I will report this to the ancestral shaman. Hou Yi pulled Kwa Fu away, as he was a member of the Huda tribe and could harness the power of the earth to increase his speed. Boldly, how dare you capture my offspring? An angry voice resounded like the sun star falling, and sword energy directly slashed towards Hou Yi and Kwa Fu. Go! Guangchengzi's face darkened. He had urged Hou Yi and Kwa Fu to leave first to prevent the current situation, but unexpectedly, before they could leave, Emperor Jun had already arrived. The radiant seal instantly enlarged, blocking the demon emperor's sword. Two streams of light descended from the sky, and a formation rose from the ground, trapping the three. The river diagram and Luo book flickered with flowing light, the dragon horse galloped, and the Luo turtle crawled. The primordial river Luo formation took shape in an instant. The god-slaying spear was raised in Guangchengzi's hand, its wrapped malice continuously emanating the spear tip, sparkling coldly, creating small black holes in the space. The white lotus Taoist suddenly appeared, striking down towards the dragon horse with a bamboo pole. After Guangchengzi achieved the status of Kwasa Saint, he refined the innate spiritual root of bitter bamboo into 6 pure bamboo, which were also supreme innate spiritual treasures. He was not afraid of the river diagram. Ding! The god-slaying spear pierced through space, its tail still held by Guangchengzi, while the spear tip stabbed into the back of the Luo turtle, the spear body vanishing into space, infinitely shortening the distance between Guangchengzi and the Luo turtle. Space laws. A voice of astonishment came from outside the formation. But in the next moment, the primordial river Luo formation started to shake violently, as a pitch-black great seal descended from the sky, entwined with chaotic energy, absorbing the chaotic energy arising within the formation, becoming even more massive. A pressure emerged, seemingly able to suppress everything. The great seal slammed down upon the formation, and with a loud bang, the primordial river Luo formation shattered. Hou Yi and Kwa Fu stared in shock, watching Guangchengzi break the primordial river Luo formation with his own strength. Postnatal treasure. You have a great opportunity. Emperor Jun bellowed in fury, wielding the demon emperor's sword, and continuously slashing out sword energy, all of which were blocked by the radiant seal. Guangchengzi sneered, and the white lotus Taoist swung the 6 pure bamboo towards Emperor Jun. 2 avatars materialized beside Emperor Jun, one facing the white lotus Taoist, and the other charging towards Hou Yi and Kwa Fu. Hou Yi took down the sun-shooting bow, the laurel branch emanating a cold, icy energy. He paid no heed to the 3 approaching avatars, and directly aimed at the true body of Emperor Jun, who held the demon emperor's sword. One light transforms into 3 colors. Guangchengzi's icy voice rang out as 2 avatars, one red and one blue, flew out, one wielding a purple lightning hammer and the other holding a jade void seal. The purple lightning hammer, enhanced by the divine lightning of light, illuminated the entire void like a world of light, while the jade void seal radiated the fluctuations of a supreme innate spiritual treasure as it smashed down towards Emperor Jun. Come! Guangchengzi shouted, and the sun star descended with star power, directly isolating the true fire of the sun from Emperor Jun. Fall! Another voice rang out as a copper coin with 2 wings flew up, piercing through the radiant seal and landing on the demon emperor's sword. Emperor Jun felt a moment of confusion. Oh, why had the demon emperor's sword lost its connection with him? In that instant, the Radiant Seal, the Fantian Seal, along with the Jade Void Seal, slammed down towards Emperor Jun. He was so terrified that his soul nearly fled. He quickly called for the river diagram and Luo book, but Guangchengzi's sleeves instantly expanded, emanating endless suction, causing the surrounding space to shatter inch by inch, trapping the river diagram and Luo book. Ah! Poof! Emperor Jun was sent flying backward, continuously spitting out blood, leaving a trail of pitch-black marks in the void, still burning with the true fire of the sun. Whoosh! A streak of cold light shot along that mark directly towards Emperor Jun. It was the arrow shot by Ho-E, made from the laurel branch, the best counter against the golden crows. Just as the arrow was about to strike Emperor Jun, a massive bell toll echoed, freezing the space and time around him, trapping the arrow in place. Streams of light flew in all, emanating the pressure of Quasi-Saint, great supernatural being. The Danyu Taoist continuously unleashed divine lightning, forcing Emperor Jun's virtuous avatar to retreat step by step, while the White Lotus Taoist battled with another evil avatar, holding the 6 pure bamboo. Guangchengzi stood with his hands behind his back, the Jade Void Seal, Fantian Seal, and Radiant Seal floating in front of him, quietly awaiting the outcome. Beside Emperor Jun, Tai-Yi's eyes were bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Guangchengzi, while a regal woman helped Emperor Jun up, casting a worried glance at the 10 little golden crows trapped beside Guangchengzi. Meanwhile, Guangchengzi, dressed in a purple Taoist robe, stood opposite them, appearing calm and composed, as if that purple hue was the most noble radiance in the world. The White Lotus Taoist, wielding the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the purifying White Lotus, excelled in defense, and combined with the 6 pure bamboo, forced the evil corpse incarnation of Emperor Jun into a retreat. The Danyu Taoist held the purple lightning hammer as bolts of divine light tore through the void, striking Emperor Jun's malevolent corpse incarnation, leaving it battered and bruised. With a furious shout, Tai-Yi smashed down the chaos bell. He could not allow his elder brother's 3 corpse incarnations to perish. Guangchengzi smiled slightly, withdrawing the Danyu Taoist and the White Lotus Taoist, as he had no intention of completely destroying Emperor Jun's 3 corpses. Otherwise, the combat power of the Wu and Yao clans would be imbalanced. However, was Tai-Yi so arrogant because he relied on the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell? The space before him gradually solidified. Guangchengzi frowned. Currently, his spatial laws were insufficient to contend with the innate supreme treasure. The god-slaying spear reappeared, its tip pressing directly against the Chaos Bell. Ding! The sound of gold and jade clashing rang out, akin to the collision of precious stones, which to the ears of those present was excruciatingly sharp. Ho-E and Kwa Fu could not help but cover their ears, and the other Quasi-Saints of the demon race felt uncomfortable as well. The Chaos Bell firmly blocked the god-slaying spear, preventing it from advancing even an inch, yet the surrounding space began to shatter under the clash of the 2 supreme treasures, sending ripples that knocked Ho-E and Kwa Fu off their feet. Seeing this, Bai Zhe rushed over to capture the 2, while Shi drove the 6 dragon chariot towards the little. Guangchengzi snorted softly, unleashing 36 streams of colorful light directly at Bai Zhe. The 5-colored brilliance left Bai Zhe dazed, and then the pearl of stabilizing the sea smashed into his chest, as if it were a world itself, causing him to vomit blood mixed with internal organ fragments. With a wave of his hand, the space trapping the little golden crow shrank into a sphere. They cried out incessantly inside, which made Shi display a look of sorrow, shedding tears continuously. Guangchengzi looked at the little golden crow in his palm and coldly sneered, "If you move again, I will crush." As he spoke, his hand began to tighten, and the spherical space emitted continuous cracking sounds. The little golden crows cried out non-stop, their solar true fire vanishing, trembling like little chicks. "No!" Shi screamed in despair. "I won't move if you don't." Tai-Yi quickly severed the connection of magical power with the Chaos Bell, saying, "Cough, friend, calm down." Emperor Jun, witnessing Guangchengzi's actions, hurriedly intervened. The White Lotus Taoist reappeared directly, seizing Bai Zhe. Guangchengzi looked at Emperor Jun and the others, Tai-Yi, Shi, Chang Shi, and Xiangyang, who were all great powers of the demon race, with only Fu Shi absent. "Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor once sought to kill me, disregarding his own face. I recognized my lowly realm and feared tarnishing the reputation of my master, the 3 Clears, so I quietly cultivated in Kunlun Mountain. Now it seems I have indeed made some achievements." Hearing Guangchengzi's words, the faces of the few Quasi-Saints opposite turned extremely grim. Back then, Guangchengzi was merely a junior in their eyes, yet now, in just a few exchanges, he could defeat even Emperor Jun, and with such overwhelming force. Moreover, this young man was adorned with treasures, either supreme innate or post-heavenly treasures, fully armed, making it truly difficult for them to resist. What must I do to have you release my son? Shihi eyes filled with tears gazed longingly at the little golden crow in Guangchengzi's hands. Guangchengzi shook his head saying, this matter is not urgent. Shihi's expression turned anxious and Changshi quickly pulled her back. Guangchengzi looked at Emperor Jun saying, shouldn't your majesty express some gratitude? If it weren't for me, these little birds would have long since become souls lost to arrows. Emperor Jun's and Tai Yi's gazes turned to Ho Yi, for the arrow he had previously intercepted had definitely posed a threat to the Quasi Saints. If it had struck the little golden crows, they would have faced certain death. Thank you, friend, for saving my son's life. Emperor Jun, supported by Chang, she performed a bow towards Guangchengzi. Your majesty, the feeling of bowing your head isn't pleasant, is it? Though Guangchengzi smiled, the white lotus Taoist gradually tightened his grip on Baizhe. Baizhe, how do you feel? You made things difficult for me in Kunlun Mountain. Who would have thought it would come to this today? Baizhe closed his eyes, remaining silent. With newfound power, the Taoist naturally sought revenge. Tai Yi watched Emperor Jun apologize to Guangchengzi, his eyes reddening. This was his elder brother, the emperor of the demon race, who today bowed to a junior. Guangchengzi observed Tai Yi's resentful expression and smiled provocatively. The Taoist enjoyed seeing you unable to tolerate me, yet unable to do anything about it. Emperor Jun suppressed his fury, calming himself as he said, what do you intend to do? Guangchengzi, noticing how quickly he regained his composure, couldn't help but admire the resilience of the demon emperor. I want to know why the barrier of Tang Valley was breached, and didn't the demon emperor sense anything? Who obscured the heavenly secrets that you can't deduce at all? This was indeed the most pressing matter. Guangchengzi had some guesses about the shadowy figure behind it, but that person was not capable of orchestrating everything. Emperor Jun's expression darkened as he glanced at Ho Yi and Kwa Fu, saying, we were discussing matters earlier, and I truly did not sense the forced breach of the Tang Valley barrier, nor did I learn of the 10 suns in the sky until it was a whim. Guangchengzi stroked his chin and softly remarked, so there are capable individuals in the wilderness who can manipulate the great powers of the heavenly court at will. Had he not intervened today, Ho Yi would have undoubtedly shot down the 10 little golden crows. When Emperor Jun arrived to subdue Ho Yi, he would be hindered by the oaths of heaven from directly provoking a war against the Wu clan, yet the Wu clan could not endure. Unbeknownst to the mastermind, the ancestral witches were in the process of creating another ancestral witch and had advised the Wu clan not to conflict with the demon race, not wishing to engage in war at this time. The mastermind undoubtedly desired the Wu and Yao clans to immediately start a war for profit. Interesting to think there were secrets in the wilderness that I did not know. Then what does the demon emperor mean? Guangchengzi's playful demeanor faded as he regarded Emperor Jun. Release my son. After taking several elixirs and spiritual fruits, Emperor Jun looked much better. Guangchengzi shook his head, saying, I saved their lives, so let them stay here. Impossible. The grace of saving lives, your majesty, is a bit stingy. Guangchengzi's fingertips glimmered with white light, a purifying intent calming her down. Emperor Jun's expression changed as he gritted his teeth, looking at the 10 little golden crows. Since their arrival, his son had not called for them even once. It seems the demon emperor has realized if you do not wish for them to remain with me, you may take them back. Guangchengzi leisurely remarked, pushing the sphere of space slowly towards Shihi. Emperor Jun quickly pulled down Shihi, who was about to catch it, watching the 10 little golden crows inside listless, and weak, a look of pain flashing in his eyes as he suppressed his hatred, saying, in that case, I entrust my son to you, friend. Guangchengzi chuckled nonchalantly, saying, your majesty, that sounds a bit insincere, please clarify. As he spoke, a splendid carriage appeared behind him, perfect in every detail except for the lack of something to pull it. You dare! Shihi shouted, and Tai Yi also erupted with an imposing aura, tightly gripping the chaos bell. Be silent. Emperor Jun bellowed angrily, looking at Guangchengzi as he continued. In the name of the demon emperor, I announce that the 10 golden crow princes shall be given to Guangchengzi as a means of pulling the carriage. Let the prince of the demon race pull the cart for Guangchengzi. Upon hearing these words from Diju and Tai Shiha, and others stared at him in disbelief, even Bays couldn't help but look up at him. Is this really something said by the father of the golden crow prince, the words of the demon emperor? They felt as if they were dreaming. Shiha let out a piercing scream, and Changshi released her hand from supporting Dijuan. Is this what it means to be an emperor? What a cold-blooded demon emperor. Shiha grasped Shanks's hand as a circular small wheel appeared in the auspicious clouds, depicting the image of Shiha driving a 6-wheeled chariot, radiating brilliance as it spun, with the true fire of the sun continuously burning. Shanks's auspicious clouds produced a half-moon-shaped serrated wheel with the core embedded with the ice soul of the Taiyin, scattering clear radiance and filled with lethal energy as it rotated. The sun and moon's wheels when combined form the ultimate innate spiritual treasure of the highest prohibition, capable of summoning the sun and the moon, serving as a medium when arranging the great array of the stars. Now as Shiha and Changshi jointly invoked this spiritual treasure, the power of the sun and moon was instantly drawn down. Guangchengzi played with the shining seal in his hand, silently observing their actions. Shiha and Changshi merged the powers of the Taiyin and Taiyang, and in an instant boundless yin and yang converged, crashing towards Guangchengzi, while Shiha took the spatial orb and prepared to leave. With a clang, the chaotic bell continually vibrated, solidifying the surrounding space. In time, the attack from Shiha was gradually devoured by the space, and her departing figure was also frozen. Dijuan slapped his palm on her shoulder. Blood trickled from the corner of Zai's mouth. He personally presented the spatial orb before Guangchengzi, bowing respectfully. "I ask you to save my son's life." With eyes reddened and a face full of sorrow, Dijuan's expression was heart-wrenching, making Tai turn his head away in distress. Shiha looked at him with hatred. That was her child, the prince of the demon race, to be given away for this young one to pull a cart. Dijuan remained bent over, ignoring Zai's accusations. Guangchengzi smiled and took the spatial orb, observing Zai's frantic demeanor. It seems the demon empress has some misunderstandings. Does the demon emperor want to clarify? Otherwise, I will unjustly bear the blame of seizing the demon prince. Upon hearing this, Dijuan stood up. Seeing Guangchengzi willing to accept the little golden crow, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, turning his back on Shiha to wipe away the tears in his eyes, his voice hoarse. "Thank you, friend, for not holding past grievances and being able to save my son's life." Shiha was stunned and nearly fell to the ground. Changshi hurriedly supported her. Tai was filled with grief, as Guangchengzi had previously revealed the purifying light, and now his brother insisted on handing over his nephew to Guangchengzi. What more was there to understand? With the calamity energy entering their bodies, had it not been for Guangchengzi, these 10 nephews would surely have perished. The demon emperor sees clearly, but this poor Taoist does not hold past grievances. I simply do not wish to interfere in your matters. Guangchengzi's voice held a hint of emotion. I fear that the karma between us may never have a chance to settle. Dijuan remained silent today. He also realized that this was a scheme against the Wu and demon races, but he did not know who was behind it. Handing the little golden crow to Guangchengzi could save its life. If he returned to the heavenly court with them, it would surely perish on the battlefield. I ask you to take action, friend. Guangchengzi neither affirmed nor denied. With a flick of his fingertip, a ray of purifying power fell upon the largest golden crow, causing its body to tremble, and a wisp of black-gray gas floated out, dissipating under the influence of the purifying force. Calamity energy entered the body. Shiha exclaimed, no wonder since their arrival the 10 children had not called out a single time. She thought they were frightened. Aren't they in the soup valley? How could calamity energy enter their bodies? Cheng's voice was particularly cold, like the flow of moonlight. You will have to rely on your demon race to investigate. It wasn't this poor Taoist who did it. Guangchengzi glanced at the two of them, remaining calm. Father, mother, uncle, why are you here? What happened to my brothers? The voice of the little golden crow rang out, and Zai's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at him. Bozhang, do you recognize your mother? Shiha was in tears. Tears also streamed down Daijan's face. If he had a choice, he would never have wanted his child to pull a cart for Guangchengzi. But if he did not offer him, these few children would likely not survive. Mother, don't cry. Bozhang kept talking, looking at Guangchengzi. Who are you? Are you my father's minister? That light from earlier felt so comfortable. Guangchengzi smiled faintly, looking at Dijuan and Shiha. Please tell the crown prince who this poor Taoist is. Dijuan stammered, unable to speak, while Shiha gathered herself. She understood that only Guangchengzi could save her child. As long as he could keep his life, what did it matter if he pulled a cart? Bozhang, in the future Guangchengzi will be the master of you and your brothers. You must take good care of them. As Shiha spoke, tears streamed down her face. Her children were the princes of the demon race, yet they were to be used for pulling a cart. But at this point, being able to keep their lives was already good. Mother, what are you saying? Why is he my master? Bozhang cried out, with the true fire of the sun burning fiercely on his body. Bozhang, you must follow Guangchengzi well in the future, and take good care of your brothers, understand? Dijuan stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Shiha. He took out a jade vial containing 10 drops of blood ignited by the true fire of the sun, intended to purify the bloodline of the little golden crow in the future. Although they were Daijan's children, they were somewhat inferior compared to Dijuan and Tai, who were born from the essence of heaven and earth. Only with this blood could they glimpse the threshold of the Quasi-Saint realm in the future. I trouble you, friend Guangchengzi, to give this to Bozhang and the others in the future. Looking at the flying jade vial, Guangchengzi smiled. What about the reward? Dijun was taken aback about to take out more blood, but Tai stopped him. Elder brother, you are already injured, oh let me handle it. He coughed up 3 drops of blood, and his complexion instantly turned pale, even stronger than the aura Dijun had given him. Guangchengzi accepted it, looking at Tai. Congratulations to Eastern Emperor. The aura of this blood was so powerful that Tai was about to break through to the later stage of the Quasi-Saint realm, truly extraordinary, fitting for the #1 expert of the demon race. Guangchengzi pointed, and 10 chains flew out from the chariot behind him, trapping the little golden crows. The true fire of the sun on their bodies extinguished as soon as it came into contact with these chains. Not bad, let's call it the chariot of radiance and clarity. With the Tian divine stone and the ice of 1,000,000 years, my young friend has quite the ambition. Dijun forced a smile. Demon Emperor, you flatter me. This poor Taoist can only use a replica since I couldn't find the genuine article. Guangchengzi spoke cheerfully. It was originally prepared for the 2 brothers, but that would only yield corpses. It was better to use living beings, at least there would be more of them. In that case, I will entrust my child to you, friend. Guangchengzi nodded, pointing to the primordial wilderness. This karma, your majesty Dijun, shall bear it yourself. Oh, and regarding the barrier of the Soup Valley, I ask the Demon Emperor to investigate for yourself. Dijun remained silent for a moment before asking, do you have any clues, my friend? Guangchengzi stroked his chin and replied softly, it definitely wasn't my 3 masters. We of Kunlun disdain using such tricks. If the 3 pure ones wanted to deal with the demon clan, they could simply attack directly. Doing it this way not only tarnishes our reputation, but also incurs karmic retribution. However, I do have some speculations. Dijun, feeling urgency, said, please clarify, my friend. Guangchengzi fixed his gaze upon him, making Dijun feel uncomfortable, and continued, to break the barrier without alerting you, aside from a saint, I can't think of anyone else. Wasn't the Demon Emperor acutely aware of this before? Dijun's pupils constricted as he exclaimed, are you saying? I said nothing, Guangchengzi replied with a slight smile. The Tao ancestor is one with the Tao, and unless the heavens and earth are destroyed, he will not appear. The 3 pure masters along with Nuwa have not attained Tao. The only being with the strength of a saint is that one from the demon realm. However, from what he knew before, demonic energy only appeared in the outer stars. Dijun should have someone guarding that place. How could it appear in the Honghuang world? Although there are demonic cultivators in Honghuang, they are insignificant and likely cannot even survive the heavenly tribulation. How could they have the ability to break the barrier set by Dijun? However, that individual should not be able to act freely, otherwise Honghuang would have been in chaos long ago. Someone must be assisting him, and not just any ordinary adept. Collaborating with the demon realm to annihilate Honghuang is pure treachery. Guangchengzi waved his sleeve lightly, and the He-Tu and Luo Shu reappeared along with the Demon Emperor's sword, returning to his side in the astonished eyes of Dijun. Dijun reached out to take them, but was trapped by the space. Guangchengzi chuckled. With 2 Yuan meetings, heaven must have amassed quite a bit of stellar essence. Dijun's face twitched as he painfully produced dozens of jade boxes to hand to Guangchengzi. Return the items to their rightful owner. Guangchengzi smiled, explaining that without the He-Tu and Luo Shu, how could the Zhoutian star array be arranged? And at this moment, whoever held the Demon Emperor's sword would surely burn their hands. In any case, I have 10 demon princes in my hands, so I can inherit the legacy without any issues. Baizhe, my friend, didn't you want to meet my 3 masters before? Let Bai Lian take you there. Guangchengzi's smile appeared demonic in Baizhe's eyes, who shook his head in terror and looked at Dijun for help. My friend. Dijun was just about to plead. Guangchengzi laughed coldly, saying, Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor, I believe I have already given you enough face today. I don't push your luck. Hearing Guangchengzi's words, Dijun's expression darkened, while Bai Lian did not even look at him and vanished into the space. Tai clenched his fists tightly. This was a quasi-saint of their demon clan, and in Guangchengzi's hands he likely would not survive. This was the second one. Guangchengzi looked at the indignant expressions of the demon clan and smiled coldly. They were just mere chickens and dogs. Since it concerned the demon realm, he still needed to inform the 3 pure masters, and as for Baizhe, this time, I want to see where you can run. 2 beams of divine light caught Ho-E and Kwa Fu landing on the Chengluan imperial chariot. The Tian divine stone and the sun's golden essence drew upon the powers of the sun and moon, emanating endless brilliance. In Honghuang, it seemed that this was the only source of light, and even the radiance of the sun star could not obscure it. Golden light streaked across the sky, and space fluctuated continuously. Even Dijun, as a quasi-saint, could not see where Guangchengzi had gone. Let's go back. Dijun embraced the dazed Shi-He and transformed into a stream of light, flying towards the heavenly court, with the others following closely behind. He still needed to investigate the barrier and how the laurel branch from the Tying star ended up in Ho-Yi's hands. You all go back. I have urgent matters to attend to. After dropping off Ho-Yi and Kwa Fu at the ancestral land of the witch clan, Guangchengzi continued to drive the Qingluan imperial chariot away. With excitement on their faces, Ho-Yi and Kwa Fu had just ridden in the chariot pulled by the Golden Crow, even the great ancestral, which had not enjoyed such treatment. The two exchanged glances and then began to spread the news widely within the witch clan. The Qingluan imperial chariot raced through the void, with Guangchengzi aboard. The 10 little golden crows would instantly freeze if they entertained any thoughts of idleness, compelled to flap their wings and move forward. With the method of the golden crow transforming into a rainbow combined with the power of light, Guangchengzi's chariot was the fastest in all of Honghuang. Looking down at the celestial mountain below, which was emanating the aura of creation, Guangchengzi stored away his chariot and a stream of light shot out. Not long after, the great array slowly opened and Guangchengzi stepped inside. A woman was continuously molding different animals out of clay, but unfortunately, they were merely clay sculptures, and she set them aside, while a middle-aged man played the zither nearby, the music flowing like celestial sounds. I pay my respects to Master Nuwa. This disciple has come to visit uninvited. I hope you forgive me, Master. No need for such formality, Nuwa said, somewhat surprised to see Guangchengzi enter, not expecting her disciple's realm to have improved so quickly. Guangchengzi was also taken aback. How could Nuwa have cut off her obsessions so quickly? It hadn't even been one yuan meeting. Even with the guidance of the 3 pure masters, the speed was quite astonishing. On the other side, Fushi smiled as he played the zither, but his complexion was somewhat pale, as if he had sustained severe injuries. Seeing Guangchengzi's gaze, Nuwa revealed a look of concern, saying, I presume my disciple has noticed my ability to sever my obsessions so quickly is largely thanks to my brother's assistance. Sister, between us there's no need to say such things. Fushi shook his head and said, The fusion of origins. Guangchengzi said softly, and Nuwa nodded, but it was more than that. The 2 siblings were transformed from the innate yin and yang energies, one having a human head with a dragon body, and the other a human head with a snake body, both manifestations of the Tao body. Thus they had a combined secret technique, and with their origins fused in order for her to sever her obsessions, Fushi even severed part of his own origin for her, allowing her to be even more perfect. Guangchengzi remained silent. He had already guessed otherwise, for the fusion of origins should have resulted in both of them improving in cultivation, but Fux's realm was identical to what he had seen 2 yuan meetings ago, and he appeared severely depleted. What brings you here today, young friend? Fushi asked with a smile. Guangchengzi regained his composure and stared intently at Fushi, saying, Does Your Majesty the Shi Emperor want me to speak in front of Master Nuwa? Nuwa's expression changed. Only then did she realize that since Guangchengzi entered, he had not asked a single question about her brother, and even the way he addressed him felt particularly distant. What could be so important that he couldn't speak in front of her? Could it be that the 3 pure brothers wanted to vent their anger on Guangchengzi? But she had already taken on the karma of that incident. Disciple, what is it that you need to discuss? I might be able to listen, Nuwa said with a forced smile. Regardless, her brother had sacrificed too much for her, and she absolutely could not let him face it alone. Fux's expression turned extremely unsightly after Guangchengzi spoke those words, but he did not believe that Guangchengzi could find evidence. Young friend, I truly do not understand what you mean. Since Your Majesty Shi Emperor has said this, I will respect your thoughts. Guangchengzi smiled, then continued, Master Nuwa, it is said that there is nothing that cannot be spoken of, so why don't you listen to the story that your disciple has to share? Shut up. Fushi shouted angrily, the sound of the zither transforming into blades charging directly towards Guangchengzi. Oomph. The radiant seal emerged, shattering the zither sound, yet its momentum remained unabated as it crashed towards Fushi. Fushi did not expect Guangchengzi to be so powerful. After only 2 yuan meetings, he was able to compete evenly with him. His fingers danced over the zither strings, the surrounding spiritual energy converging and mixing with the sound waves, transforming into weapons raining down upon Guangchengzi like a dark cloud. Thunder. Guangchengzi lightly called out, the boundless power of light morphing into thunder, reducing all weapons to dust. A pitch-black seal entwined with chaotic energy descended from behind, catching Fushi off guard and causing him to spit out blood. Nuwa watched in astonishment, as she did not expect the 2 to start fighting so quickly, nor did she anticipate Guangchengzi's strength to be so formidable. Seeing the Fantian Seal ready to strike again, Nuwa pointed, and the seal froze in midair. However, the radiant seal struck towards Fux's chest, and a streak of red descended from Nuwa's celebratory cloud, colliding with the radiant seal. Boom! A violent explosion reduced the area to rubble, obliterating all the figurines Nuwa had previously created, and the surrounding space shattered like glass. Guangchengzi grunted softly, looking at Nuwa. The three-corpse true saint is indeed extraordinary. Nuwa's expression turned serious while Guangchengzi shifted his gaze back to Fushi. He knew that Nuwa had been holding back, otherwise with the full power of the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the red embroidery ball. The realm of the three-corpse true saint was not something he could withstand. When he fought with Master Tantian in Kunlun, the three-corpse true saint was far beyond what he could handle now. Although the strength of the three pure ones was greater than that of Nuwa today, Guangchengzi did not believe Nuwa had only this level of power. When he fought with Master Tantian in Kunlun, the three-corpse true saint was far beyond what he could handle now. Although the strength of the three pure ones was greater than that of Nuwa today, you useless fool, after so many years of my cultivation, you can't even withstand a single strike from me. Guangchengzi taunted. Fushi clenched his fists, his face pale, but worry was evident in his eyes. Nephew, you've gone too far. Nuwa glared at Guangchengzi, reprimanding him. Guangchengzi, however, ignored her and continued, Your Majesty, did I go too far? Why don't you tell Aunt Nuwa the truth? What truth? Nuwa pressed. Fushi hurriedly interrupted. It's nothing. A coward who dares to act, but not accept the consequences. Guangchengzi continued to mock him. Fushi had threatened him twice, and now that he had power, he could not let go of the chance for revenge. Even if you have 10 more Yuan meetings to cultivate, you'll still rely on your sister. You. Fushi pointed at Guangchengzi, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his finger trembling. Everyone shut your mouths. Nuwa shouted angrily, the pressure of the three-corpse true saint radiating from her, an endless swirl of spiritual energy, forming a vortex. The winds howled around them, and the pressure felt tangible, flattening all the vegetation on the mountain. Guangchengzi could not help but swallow hard. A woman's rage was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Fushi lowered his head, not daring to utter a word. Nuwa's divine light swirled around her as she looked at Guangchengzi and Fushi with indifference, like an empress sitting high above the 33 heavens, radiating overwhelming majesty. Speak, what is the matter? Nuwa's tone was calm, but Fushi could not help but shiver. Having emerged together, he understood that his sister was genuinely angry. But that matter he concealed from his sister had to be done. It was to help her escape this fiery pit. Seeing Fushi remain silent, Guangchengzi looked down on him, flicking his sleeve and flying out on the radiant chariot. Seeing Fux's undisguised astonishment, Guangchengzi sneered, What, Your Majesty, are you surprised? I am merely astonished that the Golden Crow Prince has fallen into your hands, and even become your draft animal. Fux's expression returned to calm as he spoke lightly. Is that so? Your Majesty, are you not surprised that the Golden Crow Prince has not perished? Nuwa frowned, her gaze assessing the two, coldly asking, What do you mean by that? Guangchengzi's mind stirred, the radiant chariot landing before Nuwa. I ask you, Aunt, to investigate. Nuwa's eyes glimmered with 9-colored divine light as she carefully examined the state of the 10 little golden crows. Guangchengzi, however, transformed into golden light, crossing space to appear before Fushi and slapped him. Smack. A crisp sound resonated as Fushi was sent flying, a bright red palm print remaining on his face. Impudent. Nuwa shouted in anger, her pressure bearing down on Guangchengzi. To act before him was a profound insult. Striking someone without striking their face was the utmost humiliation in the primordial world. Guangchengzi smirked disdainfully, a murderous aura surrounding him as a spear entwined with endless malevolence shot out, countering Nuwa's imposing presence. An innate supreme treasure equal in status to a saint. Even if Guangchengzi could not unleash the full power of the god-slaying spear, he could still use it to contend with Nuwa. He dared to come alone to Fengqi Mountain, naturally relying on this. Nuwa squinted, feeling helpless. This boy had the god-slaying spear in hand, and was entirely unafraid of her, and she did not dare to take action against him. Otherwise, her senior brother from the 3 pure ones would likely arrive in the blink of an eye. Guangchengzi took out a handkerchief, meticulously wiping each finger of the hand that had struck Fushi. Then the light of righteousness appeared, burning the handkerchief until not even ash remained. Nuwa inhaled sharply. Fux's face darkened as he glared at Guangchengzi in fury. This was humiliation, the utmost humiliation. What are you looking at, traitor? Guangchengzi coldly spat out this phrase, causing Nuwa to freeze for a moment, as if she did not hear what he said. Fushi immediately began to explain, It's not me. Then you cannot escape responsibility. Guangchengzi spat at him, prompting Fushi to quickly dodge. What are you talking about, traitor? Speak clearly. Nuwa looked at the two, feeling completely baffled. Currently, Guangchengzi was seeking justice, while her brother seemed to have indeed committed some act of betrayal. Does the heavenly rule of your aunt still apply? Guangchengzi inexplicably remarked. Nuwa's expression changed as she looked at Fushi. Brother, 20,000 years ago you said you would use this item for healing, and I gave you the spiritual treasure. Your Majesty, why don't you explain? Otherwise you've done so much alone, while keeping it from Aunt Nuwa. This isn't good. Guangchengzi said gleefully from the side. Fushi hung his head in defeat, producing two intertwined spiritual treasures. Nuwa's gaze fixed as she closed her eyes. The heavenly rules, each yuan meeting capable of unleashing a strike surpassing the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, had been used up. She wanted to leave it for her brother to use for survival in the war of wizards and demons. Your Majesty is a master of heavenly secrets. Combined with this spiritual treasure, it is sufficient to conceal the heavenly secrets and exert the effect of an innate supreme treasure. No wonder everyone was kept in the dark by you. Previously, when Nuwa visited Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi Zuns had curiously asked what treasure Nuwa used to withstand the true body of Pangus axe from the Witch Clan. At that time, he learned of the power of these two spiritual treasures. And Fushi himself had cultivated the laws of heavenly secrets, combined with the two spiritual treasures. Who would dare to underestimate him? This was someone who comprehended the existence of the great array of the stars through the river map and Luo book. Concealing heavenly secrets is what I did, but everything else has nothing to do with me. Fushi raised his head to look at Guangchengzi. What secrets are you hiding? Speak clearly. Nuwa shouted angrily as these two had been playing riddles, leaving her completely in the dark. The heavenly secrets have long dissipated. Master Uncle can calculate with a simple gesture. Guangchengzi glanced coldly at Fushi. The Emperor Xuanyuan is quite thoughtful. The power of the laws of Fengqi Mountain is exceptionally rich. He must be afraid of being discovered by Nuwa. Fushi remained silent, as Nuwa's expression gradually turned to shock. How could such a thing happen with 10 suns in the sky? She looked at the little golden crow on the Qinguang Yumming carriage, her eyes flickering with divine light. Guangchengzi gently blew, and the radiant seal floated above, purifying the power, removing the calamity energy from the other 9 golden crows. With a wave of his large sleeve, he stored it away. He had just shielded the little golden crow's consciousness, and even the already recovered Honghuang was unaware of what had transpired. Brother, does this matter concern you? Nuwa asked Fushi seriously. With 10 crows crossing the sky, how could he dare to do such a thing? Unfortunately, Emperor Jun underestimated the situation. He swore not to initiate war, and Emperor Xuanyuan wanted to provoke matters using the golden crows to have the Witch Clan kill the demon prince. Then Emperor Jun would take revenge for his son, and after the Witch Clan lost the great Witch Ho-E, they would actively go to war. But it was all ruined by me. Now Emperor Jun has returned to the heavenly court to investigate how the laurel branch ended up in Ho-E's hands. Fushi raised his head, looking calmly at Guangchengzi. This matter, Your Majesty, I have only concealed the heavenly secrets. Then please tell me who broke the boundary of Tang Valley. Do you think I don't believe the Emperor has that capability? Nuwa's expression changed. To break Emperor Jun's barrier without alerting him must be the method of a sage. Thinking of what Guangchengzi had just scolded as boundary traitors, could it be that someone from outside was involved? I have already taken a heavenly oath. I cannot speak. Fushi replied calmly. Is that so? Guangchengzi chuckled lightly. Isn't Emperor Xuanyuan disappointed? It's just that he fears Nuwa Master Uncle getting involved, yet nothing has even started. If it weren't for you. Fushi gritted his teeth. Nuwa looked blankly at Fushi, not understanding why her brother would do this. Sooner or later the witch and demon clans would have a battle. Why must he interfere? Seeing Nuwa's confusion, Fux's lips moved slightly, but he said nothing. Guangchengzi, however, smiled, and said, of course, it's because Master Uncle is about to attain the Tao. Shut up. Fushi shouted harshly. Guangchengzi sneered, completely unfazed. Although I disapprove of Emperor Xuanyuan's despicable methods, he is genuinely concerned for Master Uncle. Perhaps as soon as Master Uncle severed her obsession, Emperor Xuanyuan began making arrangements. Now that Master Uncle has eliminated her 3 corpses, it won't be long before she attains the mixed origin Tao Golden Immortal. If the witch and demon clans go to war after that, Master Uncle might involve herself for Emperor Xuanyuan. But Master Uncle is on good terms with my Kunlun, and Master Sanqing has always disapproved of the demon clan. Rather than letting Master Uncle clash with my masters later, it would be better to start a war early and keep her innocent. And although Emperor Xuanyuan is currently burdened with karma, had I not intervened, the war between the witch and demon clans might have already begun. At that time, he would martyr himself, and no one would know the truth of his actions. Your Majesty, what do you think of the story I just told? Guangchengzi looked at Fushi, wishing he could smash him with the Fantian again. He almost caused chaos with the arrangements for the witch and demon clans. Initially, he thought delaying the emergence of the human race would prevent 10 suns from crossing the sky, but he didn't expect Fushi to be scheming behind the scenes. Perhaps there were reasons he spoke of, but Fushi undoubtedly had his selfish motives. After all the consequences of Fux's earlier coercion of Guangchengzi fell upon Nuwa, how could he not harbor resentment? However, what Fushi did not know was that under his inspiration the witch clan was already creating new ancestral witches, warning in advance not to instigate a war. Otherwise, coincidentally, he might truly succeed. Nuwa had already burst into tears looking at Fushi and crying, "Brother." Although Fushi was burdened with karma, everything he did was for her. "Sister, don't cry. Your talent surpasses mine. You have been accepted as a disciple by the Tao ancestor and granted the primordial purple energy. You are destined to attain the Tao and become a saint suppressing all realms. The demon clan must not become your burden. Your brother will help you resolve all of this. It is only because I coveted the demon clan's fortune and selfishly pulled you into it, sister. You should be free. Your future should not be constrained by anyone." Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow, feeling that Fux's words had hidden implications. Was he talking about that? The three masters did not force Nuwa. She voluntarily aligned herself with Kunlun. Why did Fushi make it sound as if everyone wanted to harm Nuwa? Does Emperor Xuanyuan have a persecution complex? Guangchengzi interrupted the siblings' conversation. Who could bully Master Uncle once she attains the Tao and becomes a saint? What do you know? Fushi sneered. The three Qings each possess 2 ultimate treasures, and even you have the god-slaying spear. My sister is meant to suppress everything, yet she doesn't even have a single ultimate treasure. How can I rest easy? Guangchengzi shrugged, feeling hopeless. Fushi was purely a sister con. If you get the chance, I will make sure to deal with you properly. Baizé has already been captured by me. Just pray you don't fall into my hands. So has Emperor Xuanyuan thought of a solution yet? Guangchengzi asked quietly. If Emperor Jun discovers anything, Fushi won't be able to escape. When the war breaks out between the witch and demon clans, Nuwa might still have to get involved. Fux's expression darkened. At this point, he could only advise his sister not to take action. Did Emperor Xuanyuan never consider the consequences of teaming up with that person to break the Tang Valley barrier? If the primordial chaos is overturned, what use will it be, even if Master Uncle attains the Tao and becomes a saint? Guangchengzi questioned repeatedly, while Fushi lowered his head. Nuwa looked at him with tearful eyes. Who struck? The radiant seal struck directly, and the light of purification reappeared. Nuwa wanted to intervene, but seeing it posed no harm to Fushi, she halted her hand. Calamity energy emerged, and Guangchengzi narrowed his eyes. No demonic energy. It seems Emperor Xuanyuan has not yet been controlled. Guangchengzi mocked. Master Uncle should be aware of the demon realm, right? Demon ancestor Luo Ho. Nuwa exclaimed in shock. Guangchengzi nodded. Correct. Brother, you are being foolish. Nuwa was heartbroken. If it became known that Fushi collaborated with the demon realm, there would be no place for him in the entire primordial chaos. I did not know he was from the demon realm. That person relayed messages secretly and only asked me to conceal the heavenly secrets. Fushi slumped in despair. What about the laurel branch? This matter was absolutely not done by me. It would be too obvious otherwise, Fushi said. It seems there are still experts within the heavenly court. Guangchengzi pondered. Being able to access the Tying Star must be someone from the heavenly court, possibly even related to the outer starry skies. Have you seen the person who broke the Tang Valley barrier? I have seen them, but I cannot sense their aura. However, there are 2, and one of them is definitely a celestial cultivator claiming to have a grudge against Emperor Jun. At this moment, Fushi had also given up. He revealed everything he could. Do you have a grudge against Emperor Jun? Fushi said, leaving Guangchengzi speechless. After all, there aren't many in the primordial world who hold a grudge against Emperor Jun. Moreover, he was an immortal cultivator. Obtaining a laurel branch could also indicate he was a celestial being. Emperor Jun must have killed quite a few star gods for the sake of the Zhoutian stars, right? Guangchengzi inquired. Fushi nodded, explaining that he had a share of the karma in this matter. To comprehend the Zhoutian star array, the demon clan needed to master the Zhoutian star gods to unleash their full power, but some star gods unwilling to submit were exterminated by Emperor Jun. Some of those who sensed the danger left early, and Fushi speculated that perhaps those were the individuals. Guangchengzi furrowed his brow. The last time Emperor Jun was tainted by demonic energy was in the outer celestial expanse. Could it be that those star gods with enmity against Emperor Jun went there? Therefore did they return to seek revenge? I remember during the last battle between the witch and demon clans, Master Nuwa was in charge of the Ziwei star, but what happened to the original Ziwei star god? This star is one of the 3 noble stars in the celestial realm. Strictly speaking, the Zhoutian stars should honor Ziwei. However, the Ziwei star god has never appeared, and after Emperor Jun established the demon clan, the reputation of Ziwei star faded. Ziwei was one of the star gods who fled back then. Fushi interjected, his expression grim. It seems my predictions were not wrong. Guangchengzi sighed softly. Indeed, they were out for revenge. What about the other one? Does His Majesty have any guesses? Fushi remained silent. He had made an oath to the heavenly Tao, and he could not disclose a single word about this matter. Guangchengzi did not expect Fushi to speak. Master Nuwa said in a hoarse voice, "It must be the demon clan. Those remaining in the primordial world capable of using saintly methods should be subordinates of the original demon ancestor Luoho. I didn't expect that even Master Ancestor did not wipe them all out back then." Guangchengzi sighed, realizing that perhaps those demons had fled early when they sensed danger, and Master Honghuang was also powerless to act at that time. Nuwa glanced at him, wondering if this guy spoke so casually about his master. Given the current situation, what does Master intend to do? Guangchengzi looked at Nuwa. The battle between the witch and demon clans had not yet begun, and Emperor Xuanyuan could discover Fux's whereabouts at any moment. Would Nuwa give up? Fushi had gone through so much only to drag Nuwa into this. What was the point? Emperor Xuanyuan will not make a move against me. Fushi forced himself to remain calm. Guangchengzi beamed. Indeed, the battle between the witch and demon clans is not far off. The demon clan can no longer afford to lose another quasi-saint. Perhaps Honghuang still doesn't know that the demon commander Baizhe has been captured alive by me and sent to Kunlun. Looking at it this way, I inadvertently helped the witch clan deal with 2 quasi-saint experts. If I visit the witch clan, perhaps I might even receive a reward for helping others. Fux's expression darkened. Among the 10 demon commanders, Baizhe was the closest to him. But Guangchengzi didn't stop there. However, Emperor Xuanyuan will not act against Honghuang. With Master Nuwa, a future saint of the heavenly Tao, he might be able to borrow some power in the future. Nuwa took a deep breath, about to say something, but Fux's face turned ashen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was then that he realized what it meant to have one's plans thwarted by fate. He had worked hard to keep his sister away from the demon clan, yet now he had brought her back. What was the point of all he had done? Was it just to exhaust himself while accumulating karma, truly a self-inflicted entrapment? Fushi continued to cough up blood, despair gradually overtaking his eyes. "Nephew." Nuwa frowned, urging Guangchengzi to stop speaking. Just a few words had made Fushi spit blood. The current state of her brother was truly dire, but everything was for her sake. No matter what outsiders said, this was still a brother who had always cared for her. Guangchengzi shrugged. He still had to give face to Nuwa. The purpose of his coming here had already been achieved, and the mastermind behind it was now clear. "Master, I shall take my leave now." "Your Majesty Honghuang." Guangchengzi smiled meaningfully, as if saying, "We shall meet again in our next life." Ignoring Nuwa's attempts to retain him, Guangchengzi flew directly out of Fantian Mountain. His 3 corpses connected with his will, and he had already informed Master Sanqing of what he had learned from Fushi. From now on, Fux's fate had nothing to do with him. He felt that Nuwa would not be able to attain the Tao before the battle between the witch and demon clans. If he fell, it would depend on whether Master Sanqing would save him. Just as Guangchengzi was about to rush back to Kunlun, a token with the aura of the ancestral, which began to tremble in his possession. Ancestral witch. Rubbing this token, Guangchengzi frowned. Was Hudu sending him a message, perhaps knowing about what had happened earlier? Guangchengzi merged into the space and reappeared in front of the Pangu Hall. Seeing that there were no witch clan members around, the doors of the Pangu Hall slowly opened, and he narrowed his eyes as he stepped inside. The aura of the 12 ancestral witches was unstable, and a warrior stepped out from behind Emperor Xuanyuan, his aura unmistakably that of a quasi-saint. With a copper head and iron forehead, he bore 2 bull horns on his head, surrounded by a blood-red killing intent. His eyes seemed somewhat unclear, filled with ambition and dominance. "Qiyu has met Taoist Guangchengzi." Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow. He did not believe the other ancestral witches had not introduced his identity to this one. Qiyu and Emperor Xuanyuan had ultimately chosen him. However, he knew very few great witches in the witch clan, and he had never met this Qiyu before. Since he treated him as a stranger, there was no need to show him any courtesy. No need for formalities. Guangchengzi chuckled. "What message do you ancestral witches have for me?" Kai's expression changed, and he suddenly radiated fighting spirit, seemingly wanting to challenge Guangchengzi. Emperor Xuanyuan waved a hand to stop him, his gaze solemnly fixed on Guangchengzi. His younger sister had returned tens of thousands of years ago, leading them to create another ancestral, which claiming that she bore their responsibility. He and Zhu Jiuyin had joined forces to explore the River of Time, only to see the witch clan's future would be bleak. Ultimately, they could not resist Hutu, and now a new ancestral, which had been born. He had also heard from Ho-E about the incident of the 10 suns in the sky 1,000 years ago. Had they not been in seclusion in the Pangu Hall, along with Guangchengzi intervening, the witch and demon clans would have likely gone to war long ago. We called for our little brother to take a look. Chiyu will also be your brother in the future. Guangchengzi raised his eyebrow. Is that so? It seems that Chiyu the Ancestral, which is not very... He took out a jade token, and the pupils of the 12 ancestral witches contracted sharply. Since the 13th ancestral witch of the witch clan has been born legitimately, this token should return to its rightful owner. Guangchengzi lightly tossed the jade token in front of Chiyu. It was after all the identification that Emperor Jiang had given him. What is this? You are one of the 13th ancestral witches we all recognized. Who wouldn't be willing? Hudu hurriedly placed the token in Guangchengzi's palm and shouted at Chiyu. Why don't you kneel before your 13th brother? Chiyu was taken aback looking at the disapproving gazes of the other ancestral witches. He had no choice but to bow his head to Guangchengzi. I pay my respects to my 13th brother. Please forgive me for my earlier rudeness, brother. Guangchengzi raised a finger and gently waved it aside. No need for such formality. This fellow was indeed adaptable, yet he remained the sole surviving ancestor god. In time, he would even contend with his own disciples for the human sovereign's throne. Speak plainly. Guangchengzi voiced his thoughts without restraint. After all, he would one day save the ancestor god's life, so there was little reason to stand on ceremony. Jiang took a deep breath and gazed at him. I merely wish to ask whether you still require Chiyu's ancestral god blood. After all, they had already offered their own blood to Guangchengzi. Chiyu, as a newly awakened ancestor god, might well be needed as well. Guangchengzi paused. Had these beings divined something? Or had Ho-Tu revealed anything? His gaze swept across the faces of the ancestor gods, yet found no trace of revelation. Very well. Ancestral god blood is exceedingly precious. I may yet refine it into an extraordinary elixir. Chiyu glared resentfully at Guangchengzi, while Jiang cast him a glance, and reluctantly coughed forth a blood-red gemstone wreathed in killing intent. Guangchengzi tucked it into his sleeve and asked, Is there anything else? I must return to Kunlun. As matters stood, the 13th ancestor god had already emerged. Ho-Tu would not take part in the war. She fully understood her sacred duty and would never allow herself to perish amid the great calamity. Yet the timing of her transformation into the cycle of rebirth still hinged upon her mastery of the Ho-Tu law. Indeed, she could descend into the blood sea at any moment, if she chose, but deep within doubt lingered. Perhaps she wished above all to witness the fate of the Wu clan herself, and thereby secure, however faintly, a sliver of hope for their survival. For Guangchengzi, however, his sole imperative was to preserve Ho-Tu's life when the time came. If utterly impossible, he would have no choice but to abandon her. Truly you cannot. Ho-Tu began, then fell silent. He longed to ask whether the 13 ancestor gods might join the Wuyao war, but knew it was unthinkable. Even if Guangchengzi consented, the 3 pure ones would never permit it. Guangchengzi glanced at her. Perhaps she believed he favored the Wu clan, yet in this matter, he could only intervene as a neutral third party. The 10 Sons' ascension had already occurred. Chaos would inevitably flourish amidst the Wuyao war. The 3 pure ones bound by propriety could not directly intervene. Thus the burden fell solely upon him. After all, none could foresee the sheer magnitude of devastation this war would unleash. Emerging from the Pangu Hall, Guangchengzi cast one final solemn glance upon the 12 ancestor gods and intoned, This Taoist takes his leave. There is no need to see me off. Before his words had fully faded, a streak of azure divine light shot forth, coiling around him, and he vanished instantly. 13 ancestor gods stood frozen at the grand entrance of the Pangu Hall, exchanging bewildered glances, as if he had just been abducted. It is Yuanshi's aura. No cause for alarm. Ho-Tu murmured softly. As the ancestor god who had interacted most closely with the 3 pure ones, she alone could sense that familiar resonance. Yet it dwarfed her own power beyond measure. Had the 3 pure ones truly attained the Tao? Guangchengzi shook his head, dispelling dizziness, and found himself adrift in the primordial chaos. Before him stood 3 towering, indomitable figures. I pay my respects to the 3 honorable masters, he hurriedly bowed. Yuanshi gave a light snort. You vanished without warning after leaving behind only a jade talisman, dispatching your White Lotus avatar solely to return by Zhe. Truly you are an exceedingly busy cultivator. They had originally intended to seek him out at Fengqi Mountain, yet his aura abruptly vanished. Bound by karmic resonance, master and disciple shared a fated link. Only the Pangu Hall could obscure his celestial fate, and the White Lotus Taoist had offered no warning. The moment he appeared, Yuanshi seized him. Guangchengzi endured his master's veiled sarcasm in silence for a beat, then feigned nonchalance. Master, what plans have you made regarding the demon clan? Lu Oho remained sealed. Mere rabble fit only for dust, Tong Tian waved dismissively. Guangchengzi stared stunned. Such audacity. That was the power of a sage. Then he paused, surveying his surroundings. Chaotic currents parted instinctively before the three pure ones, as though encountering void. Their auras now lay utterly beyond his perception. A flash of elation lit his eyes. "Are you ascending to the Tao Masters?" Laozi smiled faintly. Finally he had discerned it. Perhaps this is the unique virtue of origin sympathetic artifacts. The deeper one advances, the swifter the threefold spirit avatars merge. Indeed, the Tao attainment method transmitted by our masters is peerless. Yuanshi sighed, then turned to Guangchengzi. "We stand far from Honghuang here. Observing our ascension shall surely grant you profound insight." Guangchengzi bowed deeply. "Many thanks, Master." Cultivators' breakthroughs were profoundly private affairs, especially attaining the status of Supreme Immortal of the primordial chaos. He knew he would reap immense benefit. Seeing his comprehension, the three pure ones exchanged a glance, and suddenly unleashed overwhelming divine might. Their sacred bodies swelled to colossal heights, drawing torrents of chaotic energy inward. Guangchengzi watched unblinking as chaotic currents coiled about the three pure ones. Now their auras resonated uncannily with Mount Buzhou. Both bore the unmistakable essence of Pangu. He understood the three pure ones were born from Pangu's primordial spirit infused with his vital blood and spinal marrow, truly lesser incarnations of Pangu himself. And the ninefold mystic art continuously absorbed chaotic chi, rendering them akin to primordial chaos deities. Lawful energies surged from their forms, concentric ripples shimmered around their sacred bodies as chaotic currents converged violently, forming veritable storms of chaos. Guangchengzi dared not imagine the cataclysm such power would unleash within Honghuang. Even absorbing innate spiritual energy would require 10,000 years. Gradually their auspicious clouds unfurled, dyeing the ashen chaos with radiant hues. From each auspicious cloud descended three figures, each merging sequentially into the three pure ones' bodies. Guangchengzi observed intently. This was the path of threefold spirit integration. He sensed clearly with every merged avatar the three pure ones' aura intensified. When the final integration completed, they let forth a thunderous triumphant cry. The azure primordial void of beginning, the yellow primordial void of chaos, and the profoundly silent primordial void of darkness pierced through the entire chaos. A triad of colossal presences stirring tempests even in the void. At that moment the three pure ones existed everywhere before Guangchengzi's eyes, encompassing all phenomena, embodying the Tao itself, its living manifestation. Guangchengzi perceived boundless truth. The great Tao, the cosmic laws, heaven and earth, all existence itself. Now the three pure ones no longer resided merely before him. They were etched into the very fabric of his soul, manifest across past, present, and future, transcending time and space, omnipresent and absolute. As the radiant aura before him gradually subsided, and the three pure ones reappeared, Guangchengzi's eyes went blank. He could perceive no trace of their presence. Though they stood before him, his spiritual sense swept across emptiness. Lawful energies shimmered across his body, chaotic currents flowed ceaselessly into him. The ninefold mystic art roared to life, his physical form growing ever stronger, slowly harmonizing with the essence of chaos itself. After a long silence, Guangchengzi exhaled a thick, turbid breath. The three pure ones gazed upon him with gentle smiles, as if a mere furrowing of brows could erase a being entirely. Within their eyes, cosmic laws intertwined, countless worlds blooming and collapsing in eternal rhythm. This disciple congratulates the three honorable masters on attaining the Tao of the Supreme Immortal of the primordial chaos. May your celestial blessings endure forever, and your sacred longevity know no bounds. Rise quickly. Yuanshi smiled, faintly motionless, yet Guangchengzi was lifted upright by an invisible force. He gazed upon his master before him. The three pure ones stood merely one step away, yet they seemed infinitely distant, as though existing beyond time and space itself. Is this the true nature of a Xuanyuan de Luo Golden Immortal? And indeed, we are the Tao's laws incarnate. Perhaps due to the ninefold mystic art we move through chaos with effortless grace, as if born directly from its primordial womb. Having attained the Xuanyuan de Luo Golden Immortality, we have become alternate forms of the chaos demigods. Newer breaths intertwine, our essences resonate in perfect unison. As Yuanshi spoke, a hazy celestial realm shimmered into being behind each of the three pure ones, where immortal radiance bloomed across the land, and pure chi rose like incense smoke. Guangchengzi strained his perception, yet grasped nothing of its profound principle. Only the single luminous truth. This is the Tao. Master, how formidable is the power of a Xuanyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. From his birth until now, the most overwhelming presence he had ever sensed was that of Patriarch Hongjuan. Yet, even then, within the Zixiao Palace, he had endured only a single glance. A gaze heavy with pressure, yet never the full, unshielded manifestation of a Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. Tong Tian smiled lightly, not even drawing his Qingping sword, as a thread of sword energy coalesced at his fingertip and shot forth into the chaos. Guangchengzi's pupils contracted sharply. Their earth, fire, water, and wind raged violently, where the sword energy struck the roiling chaos parted like torn silk, and a nascent world surged into being, accompanied by maelstrom of void storms and thunderclaps of chaos lightning. The world expanded ceaselessly until it matured into a great thousand world, only for chaos energy to flood back in unleashing cataclysms beyond the world's borders, obliterating it utterly. Guangchengzi understood without a pillar of heaven to stabilize it, the world could not endure. Yet whether Tongtian's casually flicked sword energy, or the apocalyptic calamities unleashed after creation, any direct impact upon him would mean absolute annihilation, 10 deaths, without survival, his nascent soul erased forever. And this was but a single effortless flick of Tongtian's finger, while Guangchengzi himself, now capable of battling latest-stage quasi-sages, stood utterly powerless before such a spectacle. Is this the existence of a Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal, creating worlds with a mere gesture? Guangchengzi murmured, disbelief blazing in his eyes. Precisely, and indeed we are exceptionally mighty. Tong Tian beamed, his face alight with triumph. After countless millennia of arduous cultivation, today marked his ultimate transcendence. Your three masters speak truly, Yuanshi affirmed. In my estimation, our strength would rank among the stronger chaos demigods of ancient times. After all, chaos demigods were born as Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortals, truly heaven-favored beings spontaneously formed from chaos itself, masters of law from their very inception. Now they too had caught up. And is this what is meant by multiple paths to enlightenment? A spark of anticipation lit Guangchengzi's eyes. He perceived clearly the three pure ones' path, the unification of the three selves, enlightenment through law and the ninefold mystic art, all converging to forge their present supremacy. Master, what level do you occupy among the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortals? Within the Hunyuan realm, strength lies in mastery of law. Thus breakthroughs yield dramatic surges. Having amassed profound foundations before enlightenment, we advanced significantly upon attaining it, placing us now firmly in the mid-Hunyuan tier. He spoke with quiet confidence. He would not be inferior to Patriarch Hongjuan at the moment of his own enlightenment. Guangchengzi's face glowed with joy. He walked the same path as the three pure ones, and when he attained enlightenment, he too would stand as they did today, or perhaps even surpass them. Then upon returning to the Honghuang world will you merge with the Hongmengqi, and having already attained the Hunyuan realm, wielding heavenly Tao energy might amplify your power to late Hunyuan levels. No, we shall cultivate further first. The matter of the Hongmengqi can wait. Yuanshi shook his head. Though Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortals remained unconstrained within the Honghuang world, becoming heavenly Tao saints, while granting greater power, would inevitably impose limitations upon their freedom. Though they had no intention of severing ties with Honghuang, neither did they wish to surrender their autonomy, so Tongtian's eyes flickered subtly. A Taoist figure emerged from his form, radiating identical aura and presence. Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged a glance. Then each likewise released a Taoist figure which soared deep into the chaos. The three selves avatars. Guangchengzi's eyes brightened. Correct. The supreme utility of the three selves unification. Three avatars of equal cultivation, requiring no anchoring within spirit treasures post-enlightenment. Indeed, Laozi smiled gently. Even now, having transcended, he still held profound admiration for Patriarch Hongjuan's method of severing the three selves. What an exquisitely profound art. Moreover, these spirit treasures fuse seamlessly, becoming veritable Tao enlightenment artifacts, growing ever stronger alongside our cultivation. Guangchengzi quietly inhaled a breath of chaos energy. The higher one ascended, the more unfathomable the Grand Patriarch's power became. Even primordial supreme treasures would eventually grow obsolete, as the three pure ones' cultivation continued to soar, yet these three selves-forged treasures would evolve with them. Such a notion defied comprehension. Enough, we return. Much time must have passed within Honghuang. As Yuanshi spoke, without gesture or motion, Guangchengzi vanished from the chaos. Deep within the chaos, inside a Vilethud palace veiled by the heavenly Tao's primal essence, a nexus where cosmic laws converged, stood an ancient patriarch clad in purple robes, his brow crowned by the creation jade disk. Though his expression remained impassive, the faintest curve lifted the corner of his lips. And no sooner had they returned to Honghuang than the three Pure Ones' expressions shifted subtly. Guangchengzi furrowed his brow about to speak, when a cataclysmic explosion rent the heavens. Space shattered in jagged fragments, void storms churned into view, and nearby immortal mountains were flattened into dust. 8,000 years have passed, Guangchengzi exclaimed in astonishment. Within the chaos, time had flowed without trace, yet he had barely re-entered Honghuang when such turmoil erupted. Master, I beg leave to seek this opportunity. Guangchengzi bowed deeply to the three Pure Ones. And go forth, it must be yours. Yuanshi let out a low, knowing chuckle. Having already attained the Hunyuan realm, even fate itself would bend before them. What was once destined as without affinity would now become destined. Guangchengzi dissolved into the fabric of space, his aura vanishing entirely, drawing visible surprise from the three Pure Ones. This technique of concealing one's aura, Tontian murmured softly. Everyone harbors secrets. This is simply Guangchengzi's destiny. Yuanshi glanced sidelong at Tongtian, his meaning unmistakable. Laozi fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Such a technique, perhaps it too traced back to the primordial father god. And meanwhile, Guangchengzi slipped unseen into the spatial folds, wholly unaware of all that unfolded after his departure. Before him, Emperor Jun and Kunpeng encircled a crimson-robed Taoist within the 5 village temples domain. A colossal formation rose from the earth, saturated with immense geomantic energy. Above the stars, celestial forces poured unceasingly downward, while Dongwang Tai, holding the chaos bell, stood locked in confrontation. Guangchengzi shook his head. He had assumed that without the 6 sages' enlightenment, Emperor Jun would not attack Hongyun. Yet here it was unfolding before his eyes. Perhaps Emperor Jun sought but a sliver of salvation in the looming war of gods and demons. In the entire Honghuang world now seethed in chaos. So thick, so turbulent one could almost brew tea from its heat. Hongyun, surrender the primordial purple chi, and I shall spare your life. Kunpeng roared at Hongyun, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Behind him appeared 2 phantoms, a colossal rock that obscured the sky and a giant koan that devoured all things, both carrying different powers of law, merging the winds and waters to engulf the void. Hongyun descended into this sea of wind and water, moving extremely slowly. A flash of hatred crossed his eyes. Were it not for Kunpeng, he could have easily escaped with his speed. He was the first innate cloud, his speed rivaling the transformation of the Golden Crow. Hearing Kunpeng's words, Emperor Jun's eyes also flashed with a hint of killing intent. Despite having bowed to him, he dared to speak so arrogantly. However, now was a time of utilizing others, and he would settle the score later. Kunpeng, the primordial purple chi is not yours. This item was bestowed by heaven, and it is clear that it has no connection to you. Hongyun gasped slightly. He had not yet summoned his 2 avatars. Who knew Kunpeng had been lurking in wait? To escape, he had already self-destructed the evil corpse he had slain with a high-grade, innate spirit treasure. If Kunpeng could still fight, coupled with Emperor Jun, it was likely he would fall here today. Listening to Hongyun's words, Kunpeng let out a piercing cry. As Hongyun spoke, a murderous aura enveloped him. The embodiments of good and evil manifested, and he frantically launched an attack on Hongyun. If it weren't for your meddling kindness, how would I have lost my position? Kunpeng went completely mad as a black-blue palace above his head suddenly enlarged and smashed down towards Hongyun. Emperor Jun's pupils constricted. This guy Kunpeng had been driven insane by Hongyun. It's all your fault, you worthless one, causing me to lose my chance at becoming a saint. Even if you hand over the primordial purple chi today, you shall die. Kunpeng roared endlessly as the giant Kun phantom and the rock phantom gradually fused, ultimately merging into his body. Swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Countless spiritual energies continuously converged towards Kunpeng, transforming him into a gigantic Kun fish with wings lying across the void and crazily devouring everything. The immense suction force nearly knocked Hongyun off his feet. Emperor Jun held the river map and Luo book, which glimmered with flowing light as the primordial river and Luo array gradually took shape. Hongyun's eyes flashed with urgency. Xuanyuan was blocked by Tai, and he truly had no way out. He could only turn his gaze to the west, Jin and Juandi. A vast voice spread across the wilderness, but there was no response from the west. Kunpeng laughed wildly. Do you think they will come? The cause for becoming a saint, who can afford it? When one dies, the debts are cleared. After hearing this, Hongyun's complexion turned pale. His good corpse was on the verge of perishing under Kunpeng's attack, while his true form was trapped by Emperor Jun. 99 scattering souls vanquished the gods and extinguished the souls. A fiery red gourd suddenly enlarged, spewing forth hundreds of thousands of fine sands, causing the surrounding space to emit pu-pu sounds. Ah! Kunpeng screamed in agony, his aura momentarily halting. Hongyun, you are truly ruthless. He did not expect this benevolent Hongyun to wield such a vicious spirit treasure. The fine sands from the red gourd struck directly at his primordial spirit, causing him immense pain. Kunpeng unleashed a divine wind wrapping around the remaining divine sands, preventing them from approaching even a fraction, and once again attacked Hongyun. A look of despair crossed Hongyun's eyes. Kunpeng, if I cannot obtain it, then neither shall you. Explode. His good corpse avatar instantly detonated the massive shockwave, shattering the space, mixed with the void storm striking Kunpeng. Everything around had vanished. Even a newly ascended quasi-saint would fall here. Joy flickered in Emperor Jun's eyes. Hongyun's true form was already trapped by him, and Kunpeng was also severely injured. The primordial purple chi would soon belong to him. As long as he obtained the primordial purple chi, he could retreat to the heavenly court, enter seclusion, and after achieving sainthood, it would be a simple task to deal with the witch clan. Hongyun's face bore the marks of decay, watching as the chaotic energy gradually emerged from the formation. His gaze sharpened, and his physical form exploded directly, the tremendous force causing the primordial river and Luo array to shatter instantly. The spatial storm re-emerged, and the river map and Luo book let out a mournful cry, while Emperor Jun's face turned pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This was the self-detonation of a mid-stage quasi-saint who would dare to withstand it besides a saint. He hurriedly retreated from the area to avoid being engulfed by the spatial storm. In Honghuang Temple, Xuanyuan shed blood tears. He sensed the disappearance of Hongyun's aura. Primordial earth formation explode. A hazy yellow scroll floated above the formation, the vast earth veins of Honghuang Temple converging, wildly expanding at this moment, radiating a force that changed Taiyi's expression dramatically. Seeing the frenzied Xuanyuan, Tai shouted angrily, "Have you gone mad? Destroying the earth veins will bring endless karma." Xuanyuan ignored him, looking skyward and roaring, "Hongyun, my dear brother, I will bring Taiyi down to accompany you." On the light screen formed by the earth book, cracks began to appear, scaring Taiyi into a panic as he hurriedly stored the chaotic bell and turned to flee, but Xuanyuan paid no heed. Hongyun had already fallen. Today the earth veins would explode. Even if he were to be stained with karma and perhaps perish, Taiyi and the demon clan would not fare much better. Endless karma. Even if Emperor Jun obtained the primordial purple chi, it would prevent him from becoming a saint. Madman, you lunatic. Even I have left a why do you not stop? Taiyi stood in the void, angrily shouting, watching blood tears flow from Xuanyuan's eyes, feeling a chill in his heart. Ha ha, after I die, who cares about the torrential flood? Xuanyuan infused all his laws into the formation regardless of Taiyi's relentless strikes on the chaotic bell, causing him to bleed from his mouth and nose, yet he did not stop. At the moment the formation was about to explode, the space began to solidify, as if Xuanyuan and Taiyi were frozen in place. A gentle aura emerged in the void as if a hand brushed past, causing the primordial earth formation to directly contact, and the gathered power of the earth veins reintegrated into the earth. Who is stopping me? Xuanyuan roared. I refuse to accept this. But as he urged the earth book again, the earth veins seemed to have taken root and did not respond to his summons at all. Xuanyuan glared resentfully at Taiyi and rushed towards the place where Hongyun had self-destructed. At this moment, Emperor Jun cautiously observed the center of the explosion, where spatial storms swirled. Suddenly a flash of red flickered within. Joy instantly crossed his eyes. This was the only thing left by Hongyun, the top-grade innate spirit treasure, the 99 scattering souls gourd, and the primordial purple chi must surely be within. However, before he could act, an ominous cry suddenly rang out. A shadow darted through the space. It was Kunpeng's true form, the rock of 1,000 miles. His claws shone with cold light, easily capable of piercing through space as he reached for the 99 scattering souls gourd. A murderous intent flashed in Emperor Jun's eyes as the demon emperor sword appeared. Just as he was about to strike at Kunpeng, a red sword light shot towards Kunpeng from the void, catching him off guard. Kunpeng let out a piercing scream, propelled back by the blood-red sword intent, leaving a few feathers drifting slowly in the air. Emperor Jun's pupils constricted as he unleashed several golden sword energies towards the source of the sword light, but a tidal wave of sound erupted, and an endless sea of blood appeared, swallowing all the sword energies. The bloodline continued to spread, wrapping around the 99 scattering souls gourd. Mingi, how dare you dare? Why wouldn't the ancestor dare? A chilling laughter echoed as a redrobed elder stood atop a crimson lotus platform, blood waves surging beneath him. Observing the sword energy cleaved by Di Junming, he remained unperturbed, raising two killing swords that fused with the blood sea, unleashing a red sword light, imbued with a stench toward Dijun. The bloodthirsty aura above flashed with a ghostly light, merging all filth into one. Even an ordinary innate spiritual treasure would be tainted by the slightest touch, losing its spiritual brilliance, unable to resist even the protective divine light of a cultivator. Dijun cast out the river map and Luo book. The Honghuang River Luo formation reformed continuously, erasing the two blood-colored sword lights, ultimately revealing the chilling, killing intent within. Ming-He glanced at Dijun. In terms of strength, they were evenly matched, but Dijun was already injured, and with the support of the blood sea, he naturally felt no fear. As the two confronted each other, the blood sea beneath Ming, he had already ensnared the Jiuzhou Pahulu. A glimmer of joy could not help but surface in his eyes. As long as he could obtain it, the Honghuang purple chi would be his, and upon returning to the blood sea, even the demon race would not be able to do anything to him. However, his joyful expression and Dijun's anxiousness suddenly froze on their faces, as the surrounding space instantaneously solidified, a bony hand emerging from the void, plucking the Jiuzhou Pahulu. The Z Taoist stood silently watching the two confront each other, even waving his hand in greeting. Fellow Taoists, it seems this item is destined for me. Impudent. Audacious. The two shouted in unison, putting aside their grudges and joining forces to attack Guangchengzi. Light. Guangchengzi did not summon any spiritual treasures. Boundless light power gathered before him, forming a barrier, its crystalline structure radiant and colorful, the ultimate manifestation of the principle of light. The wall of light represented Guangchengzi's comprehension of the principle of light during his observation of the three purities path. The attacks from Dijun and Ming-He struck against it, remaining unmoved. This was the light principle that Guangchengzi had grasped, gentle, yet sacred, stabilizing all space, extremely solid, the strongest defensive technique among all his divine abilities. Impossible. Dijun roared. How could it be so soon that Guangchengzi could withstand his attack without relying on spiritual treasures, especially in collaboration with Ming-He? Withdraw. Guangchengzi lowered his gaze. After all, he was also a bystander, watching as the red cloud self-destructed just to have a legitimate claim to the Honghuang purple chi. Hand over the Honghuang purple chi, or you shall not leave today. The harsh voice of the Ming-He ancestor rang out, filled with killing intent, directed at Guangchengzi. Dijun summoned the sun and moon essence wheel, and the Zhou Tian star power gathered around Tai. He was immediately drawn to him, his momentum continuously rising. Even without the enhancement of the Zhou Tian Star Lord, his current strength had increased significantly. Join forces. The Ming-He ancestor decisively commanded, the infernal red lotus beneath him igniting with boundless karmic fire as it lunged at Guangchengzi, the blood sea behind him merging into the Yuan Tu Abi, swords constantly accumulating power. Dong. A heavy bell toll echoed. Guangchengzi turned to see Xuanyuan using the sleeve of his robe's divine ability to strike the chaos bell. His sleeves tore apart, yet Tai remained unscathed, unable to withstand the innate supreme treasure. Li. A piercing eagle cry rang out, taking advantage of Guangchengzi's distraction. A gleaming eagle claw with killing intent swooped directly toward the top of Guangchengzi's head. Xuanyuan's feet shimmered with silver light, reappearing in Guangchengzi's battlefield. Behind him, a tall fruit tree manifested green light, soaring into the sky. Xuanyuan continuously formed seals with his hands, spraying a mouthful of essence blood towards the ginseng fruit tree, infusing it with boundless earth principles. The ginseng fruit tree was inherently a Wu-Tu spiritual root, and with Xuanyuan's enhancement, 30 unripe Qinghua fruits fell, emitting cheerful giggles. It was indeed the 30 ginseng fruits borne by the tree. Their forms suddenly enlarged, expanding wildly, flying toward Kunpeng. Xuanyuan's face turned golden as he glared, fiercely explode. The 30 ginseng fruits emitted the ultimate aura of the Tao. A thunderous explosion ensued. Kunpeng let out a pained cry, the Wu-Tu divine thunder enveloping the void, as Kunpeng's frantic voice echoed, Xuanyuan, you've gone mad. Even at the cost of the ginseng fruit tree, I shall avenge my brother Hongyun today. Blood flowed continuously from Xuanyuan's mouth, alarming even the Ming-He ancestor. Indeed, honest people are not to be trifled with, who once provoked they go mad. The Twelve Golden Immortal formed from the ginseng fruits was not something Xuanyuan's principles could create. It was clearly derived from absorbing the essence of the ginseng fruit tree's Wu-Tu origin, and after this ordeal, it would likely take an entire Yuan meeting for the ginseng fruit tree to recover. However, with Xuanyuan's actions today, no one would dare to threaten him again in the future. The self-detonation of 30 Deluo ultimate beings would not be taken lightly, even by a mid-stage Kwasa saint. Guangchengzi sighed, watching as Dijun and the Ming, he ancestors summoned their 3 corpses, shaking his head. He pushed his Dao crown and 2 figures appeared, one red and one blue, meeting the 3 corpse avatars of the 2. However, he had plenty of spiritual treasures and could easily handle 2 opponents, though time was rather tight. Uncle Xuanyuan, let me take over. Guangchengzi, seeing his miserable state, handed over a Jiao golden pill. Thunder. A gentle sound rang out as a golden thundercloud appeared overhead, and as the thunder descended, the purest light principles purified the blood sea entirely, causing the Ming, he ancestor, to shudder. Principle suppression. Though it is said that there are principle suppressions in the Honghuang, he and Guangchengzi were both at the Quasi-Saint level, yet he was being so severely restrained. Guangchengzi's expression remained calm. His light divine thunder inherently possessed purifying power, naturally capable of overcoming such impurities as the blood sea. On the other side, Dijun's momentum had reached its peak. Without Xuanyuan's hindrance, Tai Yi finally arrived, and the 2 brothers joined forces, their strength surpassing that of a later-stage Quasi-Saint. Guangchengzi smiled coldly, watching the Zhou Tian star power coalesce into a massive star pillar, hurtling toward him. The god-slaying spear appeared in his hand, thrusting straight forward. At the same time, the radiant seal emitted boundless golden light, as if clad in a solid and substantial armor, as tough as diamond and glazed, and as the radiant seal grew larger, Dijun and Tai Yi's expressions turned to shock. The Zhou Tian star power within them was gradually being stripped away. All the light-infused power was being absorbed by the radiant seal, causing the star power within Dijun and Tai Yi to diminish significantly, while the heavens of the Honghuang seemed to dim momentarily, allowing numerous cultivators to sense the light power again afterward. The star power essentially relied on the starlight, star calamity, and star core essence that dispersed from the stars. Guangchengzi's light principle utilized light as a medium to connect with the stars, absorbing all light. Since he severed the good corpse after 2 yuan meetings of cultivation, immense merit and fortune enhanced him. His comprehension of the light principle had reached its zenith in the Quasi-Saint realm, or else he wouldn't have easily defeated Dijun and the others during the 10 days convergence. During his observation of the 3 purities path, he directly perceived the essence of the principles. With this understanding, his principles could already dominate in the Quasi-Saint realm, second only to the Hongmeng de Luo Golden Immortal. In his eyes, sunlight, moonlight, and starlight held no distinction, rather they were all light under his. Without the star power enhancement, the star pillar rushing toward Dijun quickly became a rootless floating weed. Under the assault of the god-slaying spear, the star pillar began to shatter bit by bit, while the spear's momentum remained unyielding, thrusting straight toward Dijun and Tai Yi. Hu! The sound of space being torn apart rang out. Crimson and ghostly green colors entwined with the red lotus karmic fire surged toward Guangchengzi, a small bell appearing above his head and gently swaying. Like a small sun, it merged with endless light, blocking the incoming attack. Jingyang bell. The Ming He ancestor's expression darkened, cursing loudly. Behind him, the sea of blood roared incessantly as he stared ahead in astonishment. Guangchengzi had not summoned his White Lotus avatar, which led him to suspect that the benevolent corpse Taoist was not by his side. Furthermore, Guangchengzi had not activated his defensive spiritual treasure, allowing for this sneak attack. He did not expect this young man to hide so deeply. He had completely forgotten about the Jingyang bell, which he had not used since obtaining it. Now suddenly summoned, it caught him completely off guard. A look of displeasure flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes. Friend Mingi, your actions are making it quite difficult for this poor Taoist. He uttered a word, and from the clouds fell a winged copper coin emanating an overwhelming stench of copper. In an instant it traversed space and landed on the 12-product fiery lotus. Ming's divine sense throbbed with pain as he felt the fiery lotus sever its connection with him. Return my spiritual treasure. Looking at Guangchengzi as he beckoned lightly, the fiery lotus descended into his palm along with the falling copper coin, causing Mingi to panic. Go back to the sea of blood, ancestor. Guangchengzi waved his hand, ignoring him as he watched the chaos clock vibrate, persistently, finally blocking the god-slaying spear. What if the demon emperor were to retreat? Dijun's eyes were blood red. The primordial purple chi was now his only hope, and he was determined to reclaim it at all costs. Where is the heavenly star lord? With the appearance of the sun star, the stars of the Zhou Tian constellation sparkled in the sky. 365 great Luo Golden Immortals appeared in an instant, followed by countless star gods beneath the great Luo. Dijun cast the river map and Luo book, and the sun and moon stars descended with their stellar power, gradually forming the Zhou Tian star array. Dijun glared angrily at Guangchengzi. He did not want to use this formation, as its commotion would attract the attention of the witch clan. One misstep could lead to a war between the witch and demon races. He only wanted to buy time to seize the primordial purple chi and attain enlightenment to become a saint. Currently, even with Taiyi's help, they were no match for Guangchengzi. The light principle was too formidable, capable of stripping even the power of the stars. He could only aim for a swift resolution before the witch clan arrived. With the mighty formation of saint-level power, he felt invincible. Even the three pure ones would not intimidate him. Upon seeing Dijun set up the formation, Mingyi was not in a hurry to leave as he sought an opportunity to reclaim the fiery lotus. "Friend, you should quickly return to Kunlun Mountain," Zhen Yuanzi urged anxiously as he watched the formation gradually take shape. This was a saint-level formation. The three pure ones had once broken a formation in the Eastern Sea because there were not enough great Luo Golden Immortals from the demon race. Judging from the previous war between the witch and demon races, even the three pure ones would not stand a chance. Guangchengzi shook his head at him and pointed at Mingyi. "This poor Taoist will arrange for you later." Ming's heart trembled. He had a bad premonition. However, he forced himself to remain calm. The demon race's saint-level formation was already in place, and he did not believe Guangchengzi had any other means. Even the three pure ones would struggle against two innate treasures. "I shall give you one last chance to surrender the primordial purple chi." Dijun's voice carried a murderous intent as the little golden crow was still in Guangchengzi's hands, and he did not wish to resort to violence. In the distance, 12 pillars of wolf smoke appeared, signaling that the 12 ancestral witches were already en route. Guangchengzi sighed. "Friend Dijun, this poor Taoist also offers you a chance. Withdraw the formation and return to the heavenly court. Let today's events end here." Dijun's eyes flashed with anger. The ancestral witches had arrived, and now his only hope was the primordial purple chi. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would die. As for his son, as long as he was alive, he could be reborn. The demon race would not perish. The power of the Zhoutian stars gathered, unleashing an astonishing pressure that changed the expressions of Zhen Yuanzi and Mingyi, rendering them unable to wield their magic due to the sheer force. This was their first direct confrontation with the Zhoutian star array. Indeed, they had no means to fight back against such power. All below the saint level were mere ants. Guangchengzi remained calm, bowing respectfully towards the heavens. "Please assist us, master." In an instant, 3 figures, old, middle-aged, and young, appeared between Guangchengzi and the Zhoutian star array, as if they were always meant to be there. The moment the 3 pure ones appeared, the wind stilled and the clouds quieted. Even the innate spiritual energy of the primordial world solidified. Everything was frozen, and the star power gathered in the Zhoutian star array was also immobilized. In the distance, the steps of the 12 ancestral witches halted as they stared blankly at the 3 pure ones. They emitted no aura, yet their mere presence radiated as the center of the universe, supreme and noble. "Scatter." Yuan Shi's expression remained calm as he uttered a single word. The Zhoutian star array, which had been preparing to attack, emitted a cracking sound, and countless star lords fell, shattering the array. Dijun and Taiyi stumbled back a few steps, horrified as they gazed at the 3 pure ones. A single word had dismantled their saint-level Zhoutian star array. "No, you cannot become saints," Dijun muttered to himself. Why had he not seen the signs of the 3 pure ones attaining sainthood? The way of heaven's saints should possess signs illuminating the primordial world, just as Hong Jundaozu had. Oh, why were the 3 pure ones an exception? Tong Tian cast a cold glance at him, devoid of any emotion. Dijun felt his breath catch, his body turned cold. Within that gaze lay an infinite, sword light akin to the creation and destruction of the heavens and earth, making him feel as if he had already fallen once. Under that gaze, he found himself utterly powerless to resist, nor did he have the thought of counterattacking. He could only submit to his fate. Zhen Yuanzi pays respects to the 3 pure ones. Zhen Yuanzi bowed, realizing the situation. A single word had shattered the saint-level great formation, leaving no room for interpretation but for attaining the Tao. The aura of the 3 pure ones surged, 3 figures towering from the ground to the heavens, permeating the entire universe, causing the primordial world to tremble. The 4 seas churned and trembled, and the primordial earth scattered with celestial flowers. Even the innate spiritual energy surged continuously. This overwhelming might undoubtedly prove the 3 pure ones attained the Tao. In an instant, the great supernatural beings of the primordial world bowed to the 3 pure ones. Some did not notice the actions of the demon race and Honghuang, while others merely wished to watch the battle unfold. Yet at this moment, all bowed to the 3 pure ones, voices resounding from every corner of the primordial world. Salutations to the 3 pure ones. In the western Kunlun, the Kunlun mirror in the hands of the western Queen Mother quietly fell. On Mount Shumi, Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances, exuding an aura entirely different from the Tao of immortality, their fists clenched tightly. On Mount Fengqi, Fuxi smiled bitterly, while Nuwa sighed softly. Mingyi pays respects to the saints. May the saints enjoy eternal blessings and boundless longevity. Mingyi bowed, forcing a smile. This poor Taoist has matters to attend to in the sea of blood, and must take my leave first. Laozi turned away, casting an indifferent glance at him. Ming's blood-colored figure immediately shattered into pieces, then was obliterated under the yin-yang energies. Interesting. A hint of surprise flashed in Laozi's eyes. Merging with the essence of the sea of blood is indeed a clever strategy. You shall handle it from now on. He looked at Guangchengzi and instructed, Disciple, you have your orders. Yuanshi looked at Dijun. Friend, you have quite the audacity to harm this poor Taoist disciple. Upon hearing this, the great supernatural beings of the primordial world were left speechless. This was overly protective. Earlier, Guangchengzi had beaten Dijun until he was spitting blood. Now, as soon as the formation was set, they had arrived. During our retreat, thank you for your concern, Demon Emperor. Yuanshi added, and Dijun's pupils constricted. Was he about to settle the score? Please forgive me, sage. Dijun, faced with the current might of the Sanqing, had no choice but to bow his head in apology. You are the Demon Emperor and the protagonist of the calamity. I cannot lay my hands on you. As Yuanshi spoke, the shattered space calmed down and a figure close to being void emerged. Surprisingly, it was the demon master Kunpeng, who now seemed to breathe more in than out. However, he had first suffered a blow from Honghuang's self-explosion, then was struck by Ming's sword, and finally endured the explosive injuries caused by Xuanyuan commanding 30 Great Luo. One must admit he was quite resilient. Guangchengzi glanced at Kunpeng disinterestedly. Given Kunpeng's current strength, he could defeat him with a single blow. Observing the Sanqing masters validating their Tao, he had a profound comprehension of the light principle, having glimpsed the essence of the law. Were it not for the relationship between master and disciple, he would not have had such an opportunity. Now in the wilderness, all beings beneath the sages would respond to his summons. Previously, he could strip the Zhou Tian star power from Dijun, which was a characteristic of the light principle. Before him, light was under his control. Watching the other demon clans shudder in fear, Guangchengzi stood behind the Sanqing, with Xuanyuan hastily following suit. Yuanshi narrowed his eyes slightly. My friend cares for the matters of my Kunlun, which deeply moves me. Feeling this, there must be order and restraint in the wilderness. What does the sage intend? Dijun's heart tightened. Tongtian chuckled. My second brother means that the demon clan's behavior is improper, bullying the weak, that will making it difficult to bear the title of Heavenly Emperor. Dijun suddenly raised his head, and the steps of the other powerful beings faltered as well. Bullying the weak. Who have they bullied? Was it your Sanqing disciples? Laozi remained silent. Yuanshi stepped forward, arriving at the 33 heavens. The world is in chaos with much slaughter. Although there are rules within the Xuanyuan, there are no heavenly laws to constrain it. The demon clan disrupts the wilderness, causing 10 suns to hang in the sky, leading to the suffering of all beings. The heavens are lacking. Today I, the authentic Xuanyuan, Yuqing Yuanshi, shall supplement the heavens and earth, wielding the Panga banner to create the heavens and restrain the heavenly court. I too shall do the same. Laozi quietly remarked, realizing that his second brother was truly furious. Previously during their retreat, Dijun had sent bays, causing Guangchengzi to suffer humiliation. His second brother had kept this in mind, and today he would retaliate together. Dijun, my brothers, and I will create 3 more heavens for the heavenly court. You should be pleased. Tongtian glanced at him coldly, causing Dijun to feel a chill from head to toe. Taiyi's teeth chattered. The heavenly court was the stronghold of their demon clan, where the 2 brothers' Tao fields lay. Today the Sanqing opened the heavens and established themselves above the heavenly court, which implied that the demon clan would still be subjected to the Sanqing's restraint, and the Sanqing remained above the demon emperor. In the future, would the heavens follow the demon emperor's command or the Sanqing's decree? Guangchengzi did not even glance at him, directly addressing Xuanyuan. Uncle Master, let's go take a look. Xuanyuan coldly glanced at Dijun, knowing there was no chance to kill him. Even the Sanqing did not attack Dijun, nor could he. The 2 ascended to the 33 heavens while a beam of white light rushed through the space, accompanied by the Golden Spirit Wudong and other 11 Golden Immortals. Yuanshi and Tongshin's figures stiffened in their eagerness to appear before the beings of the wilderness. They forgot that opening the heavens was also a tremendous opportunity for these disciples. Fortunately, Guangchengzi was reliable. Laozi silently looked at his 2 troublesome brothers and ceased speaking. Soon beams of flowing light arrived, all powerful beings from the wilderness who had shared a bond of understanding in the Zixiao Palace. Jun and Taiyi's faces turned ashen. When did their heavenly court allow these individuals to enter freely? But with the Sanqing present, they did not dare to utter a word, merely watching more and more powerful beings gather. Yuanshi was enveloped in divine light, his entire being almost transformed into the Tao. Holding the Panga banner, he seemed to be situated at the end of time, radiating boundless brilliance, making it difficult to gaze directly at him. Panga the Great, someone exclaimed in astonishment, with many powerful beings' expressions changing drastically, looking at Yuanshi, Tianzuan in shock. At this moment, Yuanshi had surprisingly condensed the form of Pangu, possessing the Pangu original spirit essence, blood and marrow united as one, thus could naturally be referred to as Pangu. He suddenly opened his eyes wide as divine light penetrated the past, present, and future. A giant phantom materialized on the Panga banner, gradually merging with his own being. I am Yuanshi Tianwang. Upon the utterance, the Panga banner danced, and countless beams of light from axes surged forth. Boundless chaotic energy surged, manifesting the essence of yin and yang. A series of calamities emerged as the chaotic energy continuously dissipated. 3 realms of heaven and earth settled in sequence. Laozi gently raised his hand, throwing out the Taiji diagram, stabilizing the disasters of earth, water, fire, and wind. Tong Tian reached out, capturing the 4 sword of extermination to stabilize the heavens and earth. The 3 heavens surged majestically, exuding an aura of dignity and righteousness, with boundless auspicious colors swirling and innate spiritual energies, spiritual roots, and extraordinary fruits naturally arising. Many powerful beings gasped in awe. Oh, any of these 3 heavens was more expansive than the heavenly court, far greater than the blessed lands within the wilderness, with denser, innate spiritual energy. Is this the might of the sages? The 3 realms were revealed from below, manifesting innate divine characters. Taiching realm, Great Red Heaven; Shangqing realm, Yu Heaven; Yuqing realm, Qingwei Heaven. Boom, boom, boom. Endless merits descended as the Sanqing opened the heavens and earth, transforming chaotic energy, integrating the primordial source of heaven and earth into the wilderness, enriching the source of heaven and earth, naturally bestowing rewards from the heavenly Tao. The Sanqing felt the primordial purple qi within their original spirits, stirring restlessly, jumping incessantly. If they desired, they could fully merge this merit with the primordial purple qi, achieving the status of heavenly Tao sages. It is not yet the time. The thought flashed through the minds of the Sanqing simultaneously. Guangchengzi had already stated that he would intervene in the battle between the gods and demons. If they became heavenly Tao sages, they might face restrictions, so it was better to remain as they were now. Once the battle between the gods and demons concludes, they would collectively achieve the status of heavenly Tao sages. We thank the Sanqing sages. Many powerful beings bowed to the Sanqing, having witnessed their opening of heaven and earth. Each of them bore traces of the Tao, not to mention breakthroughs in their realms, but they all reaped significant rewards. No need for excessive courtesy. Yuanshi waved his hand, observing his disciples, who had all gained something to varying degrees, nodding in satisfaction. Guangchengzi also reaped considerable benefits. Scanning the surroundings, his gaze lingered briefly on Jin and Junti, who did not approach to converse, appearing like ordinary cultivators mingling with other friends to offer congratulations. Jun's face bore a bitter expression. The aura of the Sanqing pervaded the entire heavenly court. Now the heavenly court was filled with the essence of the immortal Tao. In the future, as he sat within the Lingxiao treasure hall, he would always feel the presence of the Sanqing behind him. Yuanshi cast him a sidelong glance, sneering softly, while Tongshin's gaze briefly halted on the chaotic bell at Taiyi's waist before turning away. Watching many powerful beings begin to take their leave, Yuanshi's figure gradually faded, and Guangchengzi, along with his junior disciples, also vanished from sight. Zenuzi exchanged a glance with Nuwa, rising together to head towards Kunlun. Congratulations to our revered master, elder brother, and elder uncle on attaining the Tao of Honghuang. May your immortal fortune endure eternally, and your sacred longevity know no bounds. A thunderous chorus of felicitation echoed across Kunlun Mountain. The 3 pure ones gazed with quiet satisfaction upon their disciples. The most outstanding among them had already attained the rank of Great Luo Immortal, while the rest were likewise formidable cultivators. What pleased Yuanshi especially was that even the outer sect disciples, though occasionally imperfect in conduct, observed all rites with impeccable propriety befitting pupils nurtured under the 3 pure ones' august tutelage. Naturally, this credit belonged entirely to Guangchengzi. Rise now. You shall all retreat to seclusion to assimilate the profound insights gained from witnessing the creation of heaven and earth. In 1,000 years, I shall deliver a Tao lecture. We respectfully take our leave. Disciple, go forth and welcome your two elder uncles, Yuanshi instructed. Guangchengzi immediately hastened toward the mountain gate. He knew well that the visitors could only be Nuwa and Xuanyuanzi. Nuwa had come to verify whether the three pure ones had truly attained the Tao of Honghuang Great Luo Immortals, while Xuanyuanzi sought news of Hongyun. Their personal arrival signaled a request for aid, and indeed the three pure ones had earlier refrained from directly summoning them to Kunlun for precisely this reason. Greetings, elder uncles. No need for formalities. You are now, I dare say, no less formidable in combat than this humble Taoist. Nuwa spoke softly, her tone laced with quiet awe. 10,000 years ago at Fengqi Mountain, Guangchengzi had barely withstood her pressure. Even then he could prevail only by invoking the demon-slaying spear. Without it he stood no chance against her. Now even Di Jun and Tai Yi, both at the peak of quasi-sage cultivation, could not match him. His progress over these millennia was nothing short of astonishing. Beside her, Xuanyuanzi wore an expression of acute anxiety, opening his mouth as if to speak. Yet Guangchengzi merely shook his head. After all, the 99 soul-scattering gourd was indisputably his spoils of war. Had he not intervened, its fate would have remained uncertain. Xuanyuanzi cared solely whether Hongyun still existed, not for the primordial purple qi, which held no allure for him. Before the hall of the three pure ones, Guangchengzi stood silently beside Yuanshi. Greetings, senior brothers and sage lords. Nuwa and Xuanyuanzi intoned in unison, bowing deeply to the three pure ones. Sister and Taoist friend Xuanyuan, there is no need for such formality. Yuanshi raised his hand, and their bows halted mid-descent. This humble Taoist has not attained the rank of heavenly Tao sage. Nuwa's eyes lit up. Honghuang Great Luo Immortal. So it is true. Congratulations, senior brothers. Xuanyuanzi's face darkened with complex emotion. Each of the three pure ones held a strand of primordial purple qi, yet none chose the path of heavenly Tao sagehood. Meanwhile, Hongyun had striven across eons to attain enlightenment only to meet a tragic end. We thank you, sage lords, for illuminating the path before us, Xuanyuanzi reflected inwardly. Yet he remained above all a seeker of the Tao. Now that all three pure ones had attained the Tao of Honghuang Great Luo Immortals, this path was proven viable. With unwavering cultivation, they too might one day achieve transcendence. By what method did senior brother attain enlightenment? Nuwa asked eagerly. Yuanshi smiled faintly, as sister surmised, through the threefold severance of the self combined with law embodiment cultivation. In truth, the ninefold mystic art also played a vital role, 9 transformations culminating in sagehood. Were it not for Guangchengzi's gathering of rare spirit fruits and Laozi's peerless alchemical mastery, this art would still require far more time to perfect. Yet this need not be disclosed to Nuwa. The ninefold mystic art was a secret lineage art reserved exclusively for disciples of Kunlun. A surge of resolve rose within Xuanyuanzi. He had already severed his good and evil selves. As for law embodiment cultivation, was it not the very foundation upon which every great divine adept of the primordial chaos trained? Then I may rest easy. A flicker of profound complexity crossed Nuwa's face. Her own threefold severance path had been arduous beyond measure. Especially severing the self of attachment hindered by the superior grade primordial spirit treasure she wielded, she had long failed to complete the severance. Her elder brother in turn had suffered irreversible damage to his fundamental essence, precisely to enable her breakthrough. We shall deliver a Tao lecture 1,000 years hence. Will sister remain to attend? The impending war of the spirits and celestial beasts draws near. Lord Fuxi cannot linger indefinitely at Fengqi Mountain. He is after all the Shi Huang of the celestial beast clan. Nuwa's countenance paled violently as she stared at Laozi in shock. Yuanshi and Tongtian watched with the same serene, expressionless calm, the three gazing upon her in unbroken silence. What do my senior brothers intend? Nuwa's eyes brimmed with tears. Were they planning to detain her? Sister is the heaven-appointed sage. You must not entangle yourself in the spirit-beast conflict. As for Fuxi, he must fulfill his sacred duty. Laozi's voice remained gentle, but beneath its placidity lay an ironclad, unyielding conviction. Nuwa's heart raced with dread. She knew her brother bore heavy karmic burdens. Dispatching him to the spirit-beast battlefield meant certain death. She turned pleadingly to Guangchengzi, only to find his gaze glacial and remote. Nephew, surely there is. Absolutely not. Guangchengzi cut her off without hesitation. Elder aunt must understand what Lord Fuxi has done. Our masters act solely for your own good. Regardless of whatever justification Fuxi might have offered, his collusion with the demon realm stood irrefutable. Moreover, the three pure ones' intervention served as retribution. For how could Guangchengzi betray his own master's righteous cause? Today Nua's presence at Kunlun meant she would not interfere in the spirit-beast conflict, not even if she attempted to flee back to Fengqi Mountain, for the supreme sword array of annihilation would instantly encircle her. So, I am forbidden to leave Kunlun Mountain. Nua's fair face hardened into frost, a bitter sardonic smile playing upon her lips. The three pure ones were forcing her to abandon her brother. If that thought brings you solace, this humble Taoist has nothing further to say, Yuanshe replied coolly. During their seclusion, Fuxi had deliberately humiliated Guangchengzi. Di Jun, the chief instigator, had already answered for his crimes. How could Fuxi possibly escape reckoning? Very well, I shall send a message to my elder brother. With a flick of her wrist, a 9-hued jade talisman shot toward the mountain's outer gates. Yuanshe cast but a glance, and the talisman froze midair. A flash of divine light shimmered in his eyes as he smiled. Sister came to congratulate our attainment of the Tao, yet your wording requires refinement. Allow me to revise it. A beam of pure light infused the talisman, which then sped away from Kunlun. Despair flared in Yua's eyes. Was this the power of a Honghuang great Luo immortal? She sensed her connection to the talisman still intact. She even perceived exactly what Yuanshe had altered, yet she could exert no control over it whatsoever. Helplessly she watched it soar toward Fengqi Mountain, delivering her brother to ruin. Sister, please rest in my Bayering Palace, Laozi said, and without awaiting her reply, swept his sleeve. Instantly Nua found herself atop the Taiqing Peak. Xuanyuan broke into cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. He sensed Nua's strength surpassed his own by a wide margin. Clearly she had severed all three selves, standing but one step shy of enlightenment. Yet before the three pure ones, she was utterly powerless, manipulated with flawless precision. Though he did not yet grasp Fuxi's transgression, the three pure ones and Guangchengzi's words left no doubt. Fuxi must enter the spirit beast battlefield, an unmistakable sentence of death. Taoist friend, might I examine the 99 soul-scattering gourd? Guangchengzi could not help but smile wryly. Xuanyuan was clearly terrified. Elder uncle need not be so formal. I know precisely what you seek. A crimson light darted from his sleeve. With their keen perception, all present discerned a single fragile soul, flickering like a candle in the wind, within the gourd. Xuanyuan choked on his words, tears falling as he murmured, Hongyun, my worthy junior. He could see how frail Hongyun had grown. If not for the golden pill shimmering upon the divine soul, that spirit would have dissipated in moments. This is the Shihua Juhan Dan Shihua soul-gathering pill. Laozi glanced at Xuanyuan with cool reserve. He explained that the pill's ingredients are hard to come by: Taiyang Jinghua, Lian Sun Essence, Fire Lotus Taiyin, Yuegui Lu Moon Laurel, Du Liuguang Chao's Soulflower Hohot, and over 100 varieties of innate spirit roots. Most crucially, one must obtain a Diliu Jiang from a full Yuan Hui. You can imagine its difficulty. I refined only 3 reserved to bestow upon Guangchengzi as a means to preserve his life. Xuanyuan was stunned. Setting aside the 100 innate spirit roots, he had never seen the Diliu Jiang itself falls from the starry void only once per jiazi. It was devised by Dijuan and others to awaken the demon folk. It could open the demon's sentience, and was therefore supremely effective on the Yuanshan primordial spirit. A Yuanhui's Diliu Jiang must be allowed to fall and be collected. One must not intercept it lest karmic bonds are formed, such as its rarity. Laozi mentioned this to impress upon Xuanyuan the pill's importance. Diliu Jiang could not have been gathered by the Sanqing, so only Guangchengzi could possess it. It was plain that Hongyun's present state relied entirely on that pill. My fellow Taoist, I cannot repay this grace, Xuanyuan said solemnly as he bowed to Guangchengzi. If ever there is need, I will gladly serve as your vanguard. Uncle Xuanyuan, you are too polite, Guangchengzi replied, supporting him. Saving Hongyun was merely a twist of providence. Please treat Hongyun gently in his present state, Xuanyuan urged, pushing the Jiujiu Sampo, Hulu Jiujiu soul-scattering gourd, into Guangchengzi's palm with a strained smile. Guangchengzi smiled, faintly understanding his intent. Xuanyuan's omission of the Hongmeng purple qi implied that matter was for Guangchengzi to handle. The gourd was handed over without further question. Xuanyuan perhaps even felt relieved that Guangchengzi held the gourd. Had the blood sea of the underworld touched at, Hongyun's soul would have been reduced to ashes. I judge that the root essence of your ginseng fruit tree is damaged and ill-suited to nurture Hongyun's Yuanshan, Guangchengzi said. By chance I possess a Jiamu spirit root, Huang Zhongli, whose vitality is best suited to Hongyun now. Hearing this, Xuanyuan's eyes brightened. Even an uninjured ginseng fruit tree could not match Huang Zhongli in nurturing power. Guangchengzi's voluntary offer showed he would care for Hongyun properly. Thank you, my junior, Xuanyuan replied with joy, the exchange naturally drawing them closer. Laozi nodded approvingly. Xuanyuan knew how to comport himself. One suggested that the guest remain after 1,000 years they would instruct their disciples, and perhaps the guest would gain insight. Xuanyuan bowed to the Sanqing, then turned to Guangchengzi and asked after his Daochang cultivation hall, requesting permission for a visit. Guangchengzi waved and a path of light extended to Kongtong Mountain. Xuanyuan smiled as he stepped upon it. No wonder he would become a great patriarch among earthly immortals, Guangchengzi thought. Guangchengzi reflected that such tact revealed the Sanqing had matters to discuss, and so he took his leave. No wonder during the journey to the west era Yuanshi was wont to invite him to Miluogong to hear the way. Guangchengzi shook his head to dismiss further thought, looking at the red gourd before him, and saying he must trouble the three masters again. The Hongmeng purple chi still clung to Hongyun's soul. He dared not act rashly, for one misstep that sent Hongyun tumbling would be grievously embarrassing. Yuanshi touched the Jiuzhou Sampo Hulu, and Hongyun's soul drifted forth. The Shihua Juhun Dan above poured down golden radiance, stabilizing the spirit. Yuanshi poured sacred power from his palm to steady Hongyun's Yuanshan, and a purple star river suffused with heavenly Daos laws unfurled. A look of rapture passed across Guangchengzi's eyes. The Hongmeng purple chi, after all, was destined to fall into his hands. With the fingertips touch, Yuanshi let the Hongmeng purple chi descend into Guangchengzi's Yuanshan. For an instant, he felt himself on the verge of being lost in those laws as the chi throbbed, drawing him to imprint his spirit upon it. Guangchengzi steadied his mind. He knew that his profound comprehension of the laws and the merits he bore meant that if he wished he could, in that moment, ascend to the rank of a heavenly Tao saint. Yet he did not choose that path. He had not even severed the malevolent corpses in the recent great battles. He had been unusually serene, and the evil corpses had shown no sign of manifesting. Such a state of mind was truly suited to the path, he thought. Snapping back, he saw Laozi produce a puppet. At Yuanshi's clap, Hongyun's soul fused into it. An innate soul-nurturing wood, though of middling grade, has remarkable effect on the Yuanshan, Laozi said with a smile. Guangchengzi took it. Billion Daoran cradled the vessel and flew out of Kunlun Strait for Sanxian Island. Master, can this gourd still be fused now? Guangchengzi asked Yuanshi, his heart uneasy. Yuanshi had already attained the way and completed the fusion of the three corpses. He wondered whether the corpse-severing spirit treasure could still be assimilated. Yuanshi sighed as he took the Jiuzhou Sampo Hulu. He had intended the remaining gourds for Guangchengzi to slay the corpses, but fate had led otherwise. I have already merged two of the other gourds. A new spirit treasure has formed. Though it shares origin with them, integrating it remains arduous. Tong Tian placed the Qiankuan Ding before Yuanshi. Take it, he said, and later give it to Guangchengzi. Yuanshi warned that it might require an entire Yuan Hui to complete. Yuanshi shook his head and placed the gourd and a bead-like spirit treasure into the Qiankuan Ding. Guangchengzi sensed the aura of a primal treasure, but could not discern its precise function. The Qiankuan Ding could fully refine the gourd, melt it to its source, and merge it into the three corpses' spirit treasure. Tong Tian teased him to reclaim the Hundun Zhong Hundun bell for him during the coming war. Tongshan's jibe made Guangchengzi smile. Yuanshi shook his head. Master Hongjun had spoken at Zixiao Palace that the Sanqing should hold the three treasures of opening heaven. Though the speech was unfinished, its meaning was plain to all. Even if Guangchengzi did not join, they would assist their third brother in reclaiming the Hundun Zhong after the great battle. They also understood Guangchengzi's intent when he proposed exchanging a primal treasure with Tong Tian for the Qiankuan Ding. Master, you misspoke, Guangchengzi said with an arched brow toward the Sanqing. How could it be called seizing? Pangu and the Sanqing held the three treasures of opening heaven by mandate. I am only recovering what is rightfully ours. Master Hongjun is the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. His utterances are destiny itself. The Sanqing regarded Guangchengzi deeply, and then laughed heartily. Indeed, we act by heaven's decree. Guangchengzi glanced toward Taiching Peak and hesitated before asking, Master, might this not estrange Uncle Nuwa from our Kunlun? Although Laozi acted with Nuwa's welfare in mind, he felt that Nuwa would not be grateful for it. You need not worry about this matter. Yuanshi's expression was extremely cold. It was only because of Nuwa's status that they did not seek trouble with Fushi after exiting their seclusion. Tong Tian sneered. We have given her enough face. If the deeds of Fushi were to be revealed, even if I seized her, Hongmeng Purple Chi Master would have nothing to say about it. What future great merits could be achieved? Collaborating with the demonic path, just this one crime is enough to nail the two siblings to the pillar of shame in the primordial era. Fushi has lost his mind. Does he not fear how the beings of the primordial era will view him if this matter is leaked? A disciple of the Tao ancestor collaborating with the demonic path. even if Fushi claims it is solely his doing. The bond between him and his sister is witnessed by all beings in the primordial era. At that time, not to mention Nuwa, even the Sanqing and Honghuang would be ridiculed for their lack of insight. In Tongshan's view, even if Nuwa were to achieve enlightenment in the future, she would merely be a sage without a primordial treasure. Even if she could attain the status of a Hongmeng, Deluo Golden Immortal before the Sanqing, she would only be worthy of sitting at the same table as the two from the west. Guangchengzi did not expect that his two masters would hold such disdain for Nuwa. After all, they were all siblings. However, their stance was also to speak up for him, warming his heart. He had overlooked that the current situation in the primordial era is vastly different from his previous life. Even if Nuwa and the two from the west achieved enlightenment together, the three of them would not be a match for any one of the Sanqing. This world has already changed. Thoughts surged in Guangchengzi's heart. He had changed too much, and he was no longer the Guangchengzi, who could only drift with the tide. The Sanqing paused, their gazes fixed on the Tao rhythm manifesting around Guangchengzi, astonished that he had managed to comprehend Tao while speaking. After a long while, Guangchengzi exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the Sanqing. It was as if a layer of dust had been wiped away from his Tao heart, and even his primordial spirit began to exhibit a hint of sanctity. Perhaps this is the mindset of a sage. What have you comprehended? Yuan Shi asked curiously. Guangchengzi, feeling the recent stirrings of his primordial spirit, hesitated. It seems to be the disciple's obsession. This unintentional insight fortified his Tao heart, giving direction to his future path. The Sanqing wore expressions of delight. They had not expected Guangchengzi to comprehend his obsession, which was the most difficult to sever among the three corpses. Excellent. Laozi nodded repeatedly. Your ability to comprehend indicates you are not far from severing your obsession. You need not worry about Nuwa Fushi. Laozi paused and continued, I will handle this matter. Guangchengzi nodded in agreement. He had yet to sever his evil corpse, but he had already gained insight into his obsession. However, to sever the obsession, one must use good and evil as a guide. It was still too early for this. As for Fushi and Nuwa, it seems from Laozi's tone that he will take action, so he must also prepare for As for the war of witches and demons, who knew how the demon race would forge the slaughter witch sword without the human race appearing, or how the ancestor witches like Di Jun would break through? And the demonic race, they would undoubtedly intervene in this war. Without Zhou Mountain, Guangchengzi took out the 12 Great Industry Fire Red Lotus from his sleeve and sighed. What? Are you trying to show off in front of me? Tantian scoffed lightly. This kid has obtained another top-grade innate spiritual treasure and is displaying such a demeanor, it truly pierces the heart. He has few treasures of this caliber, let alone the 12-grade Lotus platform, which is the highest in defense among innate treasures. Guangchengzi came back to his senses and said to Tongtian, Disciple merely thought about using the 12-grade Lotus platform to sever corpses later upon receiving the god-slaying spear bestowed by my ancestor, and did not consider this matter further. Yet after going in circles, this item has once again fallen into my hands, making me feel that the world is ever-changing. If you can obtain it, it is your fortune. The river of the underworld lost the spiritual treasure, which means it has no connection to him. There is no need to think too much about it. Yuan Shi looked down on this, saying that the primordial era was all opened up by the Father God, and rounding it off, it belongs to their Sanqing. His disciple being able to appreciate the industry Fire Red Lotus is a fortune for the river of the underworld. What is there to consider about the world's unpredictability? Guangchengzi was left speechless. Master Yuan Shi truly favors his own. The river of the underworld is not your opponent now, but do not underestimate him. Laozi looked at Guangchengzi gently. He has connected himself with the Blood Sea. Even we cannot easily extinguish him. The Blood Sea can be said to be the garbage disposal site of the primordial era. The Sanqing can indeed clear the Blood Sea, but the merit they would lose is likely to be more than half. It would be somewhat not worth it for a river of the underworld. Guangchengzi nodded. He knew this was the divine ability of the blood god son of the river of the underworld. However, he was not afraid. The innate 5 elements formation could ensure he would never exit the Blood Sea. Moreover, whether he could maintain his Blood Sea in the future was still uncertain. All right, you have comprehended Tao for quite some time this time. We should begin preaching now. Yuan Shi shook his head, looking at the industry Fire Red Lotus that Guangchengzi had refined halfway. This kid's current level of affluence is truly catching up to his. Guangchengzi bowed, took out a golden bell, and jade chime to strike, and suddenly the sound spread across Kunlun. Shadows began to rush towards the Sanqing Palace as Xinyuanzi came smiling, stroking his long beard, and sitting beside Guangchengzi. Laozi raised his brows slightly, and a ray of colorful light flew from the 8 scenery palace sitting before Guangchengzi. I have met with you, Master Nuwa. Guangchengzi greeted first, and the other disciples of Kunlun followed suit. Disciples under the sage are indeed extraordinary, Xuanyuan praised. Among these disciples there were even great Luo Golden Immortals, which shows that the Sanking's teachings are effective. Although the others are not highly cultivated, their aura is abundant, and they are so respectful. They are truly the orthodox of the Xianmen. Laozi smiled. You flatter me, my friend. Yuan sure curled his lips. Indeed, genuine Taoist knows how to speak. Tongtian also had a look of pride on his face, and most of these were his disciples truly bringing glory to their master. In the future, he will recruit more disciples to show the beings of the primordial era the abilities of his followers. Guangchengzi's gaze fell on Nuwa as he softly called out, feeling a stir in his heart. After 1,000 years, Nuwa had finally calmed down. It was unclear whether she had accepted this fact as hopeless or whether Laozi had said something to her. Regardless, Nuwa would not be able to take action in this war of witches and demons. The Sanking's gaze swept across Nuwa's face without pausing, and after a moment of silence they began to preach. The sound of the Tao resonated at the peak of Kunlun with flowers falling like rain and golden lotuses surging forth. Various phenomena appeared, making Nuwa and Xuanyuan feel as if they had returned to the Purple Cloud Palace as their understanding of the laws deepened. The other disciples of Kunlun frantically absorbed spiritual energy as they were practicing a lineage of inherited techniques, and their momentum continuously surged. Guangchengzi reaped the greatest benefits. He possessed the teachings of the Sanqing, and having undergone the Tao and the opening of the heavens with them, his understanding of the laws had reached a point where there was no further advancement possible. Everything awaited the severing of corpses. Within his primordial spirit, the chaos pearl constantly absorbed the Tao rhythm, immediately nourishing him in return. At the very depths, 36 stabilizing sea pearls shed a layer of light merging into it, and the aura of the chaos pearl began to grow stronger. Boom! A tremendous noise startled everyone. The Sanqing halted their Tao sound, gazing calmly at the front of Mount Zhou. Nuwa suddenly stood up, her slender hand tightly clenched in her sleeve, her face reflecting discontent. Guangchengzi glanced at her and bowed to the Sanqing, saying, "Masters, I shall take my leave." The voice of Nuwa had barely faded when Guangchengzi had already exited Kunlun Mountain. She gazed at the Sanqing only to find their eyes as cold as ice, devoid of any fluctuation. How did it come to this? Nuwa murmured to herself, her eyes reddened as she looked at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Perhaps for the last time, she would see her elder brother. Childish. The voice of Tongtian exploded in her ears, accompanied by the sound of a sword's cry, causing Nuwa to feel dizzy. Sadness filled her eyes as she wondered why she had joined the demon race in the first place. Guangchengzi stood in the void as a stream of light traversed space, flying straight towards the North Sea. At this moment, the world's calamity was surging, and the entire central region of the primordial world had turned gray. Even the sun was obscured. Threads of sinister aura wafted from underground, and the innate spiritual energy in the void was mixed with negative energy. The laws of heaven could no longer be sensed clearly, as if the entire primordial world were covered by a shroud. Countless powerful beings focused their gazes on the center of the battlefield, where the soldiers of the Wu and Yao races were already engaged in combat, their eyes bloodshot as spells and physical prowess clashed, explosions erupting sporadically, both sides utterly consumed by the desire to kill. The demon race, led by Emperor Jun and Tai alongside Shihe Changshi and the ancestral figure of Kuanping, faced off against Fushi Jaimin and Ning Zhao, who were also quasi-saint-level powerhouses. Among the Wu race, apart from Hooded Qi, Yu was notably present. Emperor Jun's pupils constricted. He did not expect that the Wu race had given birth to another ancestral shaman, and the strength of Hui and Xingtian was on par with that of a typical quasi-saint. Fight! Fight! Kill! Voices echoed from the mouths of Emperor Jun and Di Jiang, their momentum rising uncontrollably as the demon race summoned spiritual treasures, divine light flashing. The ancestral shamans unleashed layers of sinister aura, wielding the enormous Dutian Shinsha flag. Form the formation. Form the formation. Both sides had lost all intention of probing, directly arranging saint-level formations for the decisive battle. The stars of the universe manifested beams of starlight, tore through the hazy, sinister aura, and the massive formation took shape, revealing the vastness of the starry river. The giant Pangu held the illusory Pangu axe, with the calamity's sinister aura continuously gathering. The slightest movement caused the surrounding space to begin to shatter. Neither side afforded the other a moment to think, directly commencing their clash. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain, Guangchengzi's eyes gleamed coldly as he unexpectedly encountered Hu. "Sister, what now?" He pointed at the continuously emanating black aura from the patterns, his tone laced with murderous intent. Hotu was surrounded by yellow light in harmony with Buzhou Mountain, and the reincarnation purple lotus beneath her feet emitted a purple-black divine light, casting her expression as ghostly. "Did you guess it long ago?" Hotu was taken aback, having received a message from Guangchengzi since he left Kunlun Mountain to converge at the base of Buzhou Mountain. The revival of the demon race means that if they wish to destroy the primordial world, the war between the Wu and Yao races is their most opportune moment. Guangchengzi spoke lightly, unable to help, but sighed that it was fortunate that Fushi had exposed this matter, otherwise he would not have realized it. Buzhou Mountain was the first pillar of the primordial world, existing for tens of thousands of years. How could it be toppled by a Kwasa saint like Honghuang? Even if he were a descendant of the great Pangu, it defied all logic. The appearance of the demon race made Guangchengzi understand that there was a third party lurking in the shadows, stirring the waters. Looking at this formation, it seemed they were about to repeat the events of the West. Back then, when Luo Ho and Hongjun fought in the West, they had destroyed the western veins through self-detonation, leaving the western part of the primordial world barren to this day. Now placed at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, history was set to repeat itself. The pillar of heaven would break the supports of the earth, would collapse, heaven would tilt to the northwest, thus the sun, moon, and stars would shift, and the earth would not fill the southeast, leading the waters and dust to return. Due to the agitation of this small wing by Guangchengzi, Nuwa had yet to attain the Tao. If the pillar of heaven were to break, there would be no saint to refine stones to mend the heavens, so Guangchengzi naturally had to preemptively remove this hidden danger. "What will you do?" Huta asked solemnly. "I did not anticipate the demon race would act this way. The Wu race will follow your command as long as you can protect Buzhou Mountain. For the Wu race, Buzhou Mountain is not only the pillar of the primordial world, but also their spiritual belief. Even if all the ancestral shamans perish, they do not wish for Buzhou Mountain to break." "Sister, you have comprehended the laws of reincarnation well enough, right?" Huta was taken aback and nodded silently. "The emergence of reincarnation will solidify the stability of the primordial world, thus sister must sacrifice herself at the right moment." Guangchengzi looked at Hutu, his tone filled with emotion. Had the demon race not appeared, he had planned to let Hutu establish reincarnation after the war between the Wu and Yao races. With the help of the three Qing masters, perhaps they could leave a glimmer of hope. Now it all depended on fate. Hutu surveyed the surroundings, a smile gracing her lips. For her, as long as she could protect Buzhou Mountain, all past grievances were trivial. Even if all their ancestral shamans fell, it mattered not. "All right, I will go now. You must remember your promise to protect Buzhou Mountain." Huta's face bore no sadness, only the resolve of one about to generously face death. The white lotus Taoist descended from the cloud, grasping Huta's wrist to merge into space. Guangchengzi's voice came from behind. "I will do my utmost to protect the true spirits of the other ancestral shamans." Huta paused for a moment, then resolutely stepped into the space. Guangchengzi sighed, watching the formation continuously absorb the sinister aura, unable to help but rub his forehead. Now the Wu and Yao races were already in a frenzy, and the calamity had erupted to its final stage. Even if he were to intervene, it would be of no use. Today the Wu and Yao races must perish. This is the law of the Taoist operation. No race can thrive forever. The golden light in his hand continuously descended, only slightly restraining the speed at which the formation absorbed the sinister aura. This was undoubtedly a setup created by the demon race, with Luo Hao's personal belongings beyond his capability to resolve. The gap between a saint and those below them is indeed vast. It is a pity that the three masters cannot intervene now, for even if they do not involve themselves in causality, the junior brothers and sisters in Kunlun will eventually face tribulations. Looking at the formation that could not be severed, Guangchengzi felt a wave of irritation. He had a hard battle to fight, and the demon race would surely send people as well. But now, apart from himself, no other powerful beings would step into the calamity. This time, he could only rely on himself. Determination flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes as he touched his chest, sitting cross-legged in the center of the formation. The light of the laws began to quietly recede, and the already black, sinister aura started to gather into his body. The patterns of the formation below faintly lit up, releasing some black aura that also began to merge. As Guangchengzi continued to absorb, the sinister aura absorbed by this demonic formation began to diminish until it could no longer consume the calamity's sinister aura, losing all luster. Guangchengzi's body suddenly expanded and then quickly shrank, the immense energy hidden beneath his skin causing blue veins to bulge on his forehead, exuding an extremely powerful aura. The demonic formation below continuously shrank as Guangchengzi's seals fell one by one, gradually merging into his body. Guangchengzi groaned, cold sweat pouring down from his forehead. So I can be considered to have entered the frame myself. His agonized voice echoed in this void space. Boom. Crack. The ground surged. Countless immortal mountains were reduced to rubble. Spatial storms and various disasters erupted, and the stars of the universe shattered as waves of energy continuously surged from the center of the primordial chaos. The great array of the stars and the 12 heavenly divine killing formation erupted simultaneously, resulting in countless casualties among the soldiers of the demon race and the witch race on the battlefield, while those who governed the stars of the universe from the demon race fell from the sky. It seemed they had lost their magical powers, continuously falling to the ground and into the battlefield and subsequently losing their lives. Everywhere the star banner fell, Jun and Tai Yi had disheveled hair, while Shi and Changzai's palace garments were stained with blood, their hairpins scattered. Fu Shi had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, gazing at the ancestral witch with resentment while holding the Fu Shi chain. On the witch race's side, the divine killing flag was already tilted and crooked. The weakest Chi Yu had to rely on Ru Shou for support to stand up. There was no clarity in their eyes as they were surrounded by a crimson aura continuously absorbing the killing energy from the battlefield. The demon race transformed into their original forms, eroded by the killing energy. Dark symbols appeared on their foreheads, sharp demonic horns sprouted, and some developed bone spurs on their wings with claws as sharp as talons. Jun and others emitted powerful fluctuations, frantically drawing upon the solar star energy, seemingly swallowing not spiritual energy, but bloodthirsty demonic energy. The number of Quasi-Saints from the demon race fell short of the ancestral witches, revealing their 3 corpse incarnations and attacking Jiang and the others. At this moment, 3 stealthy figures quietly infiltrated Mount Buzhou, their bodies shrouded in bone-corroding demonic energy, making ordinary cultivators who glanced at them lose their minds. This time we will surely fulfill the wishes of the Holy Ancestor. As long as Mount Buzhou collapses, the future primordial chaos will surely belong to our sacred clan. They descended like shadows, seeking the gaps where the killing energy continuously sank without raising the slightest commotion. What awaited them was a dazzling purple-golden brilliance, thousands of feet in size, breaking through space and smashing directly onto them as if they were struck by Mount Buzhou. The 3 were sent flying, blood continuously spewing from their mouths, mixed with shattered internal organs as the blood dripped onto the ground, immediately forming small ponds, causing the surrounding rocks to crack. A purple-robed Taoist stepped out from Mount Buzhou, the purple golden light falling into his hand, gradually taking the form of a ruler. Demonic clan. Guangchengzi. Treasure of virtue. Voices echoed from all over the primordial chaos, noticeably from the great powers observing this battle. Bastard. A furious shout came from the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Yuan Shi, coldly gazing at Nu, wise eyes filled with murderous intent as he raised the Sanbao Yurui in his hand, the 3-colored divine light flashing as if he were about to strike down. Second brother. Laozi stopped him. If anything happens to my disciple, this poor Taoist will surely shred Fu Shi into 1,000 pieces and banish his soul to the 9 underworlds to burn for millions of years. The Qingping sword of Tong Tian was placed against Nu's neck, cold light flashing in his eyes. Had it not been for Lao Zi's Panlong Biangu blocking in front, Nu would have undoubtedly perished. I do not know. Nu's eyes were vacant, her voice trembling slightly. They could all see Guangchengzi's current state. His meridians were continuously bursting, his spiritual power incredibly violent, and his purple Taoist robe was soaked in blood. Clearly he had absorbed a massive amount of energy. Looking at the killing and demonic energy radiating from Guangchengzi, coupled with his recent emergence from the depths of Mount Buzhou, everyone understood. Saint, take me to Mount Buzhou. Zhen Yuanzi stood up and bowed to the 3 pure ones. Thou friend. Zhen Yuanzi shook his head with a smile. Guangchengzi's disciple saved Hongyuan, so this poor Taoist will follow him. Moreover, the battlefield is currently too dangerous for several saints to intervene. This poor Taoist is well-versed in defensive earth riding and can also assist young friend Guangchengzi. Alright, if that's the case, this poor Taoist thanks you on behalf of my junior apprentice. Lao Zi waved his hand, and Zhen Yuanzi vanished. The disciples below, such as Shou Yangzi and Duo Bao, clenched their fists tightly. They were taught by Guangchengzi, only regretting their low cultivation and inability to assist their senior brother. Yuan Shi gritted his teeth and struck out with a palm, causing Nu to vomit blood and fly backwards, her aura extremely dispirited with despair flickering in her eyes. Yuan Shi paid no attention to him. Had it not been for Fu Shi colluding with the demonic clan, how could his disciple be in such a predicament? Even if Nuwa could assist Guangchengzi on the battlefield, he would not allow her to do so. Otherwise, given the relationship between the siblings Fu Shi and Nuwa, it might very well complicate matters. This poor Taoist today is determined to make you watch Fu Shi die right in front of you. If Guangchengzi is. Yuan sure paused, his tone filled with hatred. This seat will risk the punishment of my master to make you perish utterly. What great virtuous deeds could compare to the merits of Pangu, the father god of creation? Even if the heavenly Tao imposes punishment, the three pure ones would have enough to pay for their virtues. Yuan sure deeply regretted allowing Guangchengzi to venture out so easily. They had not anticipated the demonic clan would cause such a stir. Yet they could not step into the battlefield between the witches and demons. The opportunity was only once, and they still had to wait for Guangchengzi's instructions. The kneeling disciples of Kunlun were silent as the grave. They could see that their senior brother was in great danger, and it seemed even their master or uncle did not spare Nuwa, the destined saint. Below Mount Buzhou, Guangchengzi looked stunned at Zhen Yuanzi, who suddenly appeared in front of him. Disciple, let's cut to the chase. This poor Taoist will hold off too for you, and you must resolve it quickly. After finishing, Zhen Yuanzi threw a scroll depicting the mountains and rivers of the primordial chaos, the veins of the earth, and dragon veins. A semicircular yellow shield instantly trapped the two, while two others descended continuously, infusing their magical power into the earth writing. Seeing this, Guangchengzi struck down at the remaining black-clad person with the ruler primordial measuring heaven break. The primordial measuring ruler expanded wildly, continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, forming a vacuum zone with sharp cries of vitality, a manifestation of extreme spiritual energy depletion. Stars of the universe, with Ziwei as the supreme, I am the star god governing all stars. The black-clad person chanted incantations, and suddenly a purple star appeared in the sky, so dazzling with the imperial aura of Ziwei surging, surrounding it with numerous stars gathering. Ziwei, star god. Guangchengzi looked at this person with some surprise. He did not expect Ziwei to arrive. Ziwei also threw out a small map, exuding the aura of a supreme innate spiritual treasure with 365 shining stars. Then the phantom of the stars floated up, merging with the descending Ziwei star energy. A great formation instantly appeared, blocking the primordial measuring ruler. Great array of the stars. Guangchengzi's astonished voice rang out. This is my chart of the stars of the universe. If it weren't for June, today's unification of the starry sky would have been my achievement. Guangchengzi's magical power continuously surged into the primordial measuring ruler, his voice cold, just a flawed version, and you dare to be arrogant in front of this poor Taoist. Radiant Seal. With a low shout, a seal radiating endless light appeared instantly, seizing all the stellar power from Ziwei, causing the star formation he had set up to shatter in an instant. Just a rat in the gutter. You haven't seen how June was defeated back then. Guangchengzi sneered. The law of light is controlled by me. Even if you are but a firefly, you are not allowed to shine without my permission. As Guangchengzi spoke, the Honghuang measuring ruler sliced through space, striking down directly on Ziwei's forehead, cleaving him in two. Countless mighty beings in the primal chaos looked at Guangchengzi in shock, astonished by his domineering declaration. What right do you have to govern the light? You have yet to attain the Tao of Hunyuan. However, Guangchengzi's tyrannical demeanor indeed resembled that of the Sanqing, truly worthy of being their disciple. Ha, the words of my disciple are truly formidable. My fellow Taoists of Sanqing must be so pleased to have you as a pupil. Zhen Yuanzi laughed heartily, unable to contain his admiration. Uncle Master. Guangchengzi was about to respond humbly when he noticed a black light emerging from Ziwei's corpse. Uncle Master, be careful. The Honghuang measuring ruler rushed forward, yet when it struck the black light, Guangchengzi's palm went numb. What is this? Guangchengzi was taken aback. The Honghuang measuring ruler was a postnatal treasure of merit, its attack power rivaling that of the Panga banner, yet it was blocked by this black light. You are doomed. A voice filled with resentment from Ziwei emerged as the black light gradually took on a distinct form. It was a black lotus petal emanating boundless destructive power capable of devouring souls. Holy power! Guangchengzi exclaimed in surprise. This lotus petal contained holy power. After a cultivator attains the Tao of Huanyuan, their magical power transforms into holy power, and even a slight trace can cause hundreds of quasi-saint beings to explode. The saying that all beneath a saint are but ants is not merely about the difference in laws. The gap between magical power and holy power is vast. Had it not been for the means given to him by his Sanqing master after attaining the Tao, which could neutralize this holy power, Guangchengzi would likely have perished immediately. Keek, this is a gift from the holy ancestor. Enjoy it well. Ziwei's remnant soul floated on the lotus petal, chillingly laughing. Suddenly 2 bulges appeared on Xuanyuan's Earth Book defense, which then shattered, causing Xuanyuan to suffer a backlash. Out. Guangchengzi smacked his forehead, and a small, exquisite tower immediately floated out, enveloping them both in endless, profound yellow energy. For a moment, multicolored brilliance illuminated the heavens, and celestial music resonated throughout the universe, turning the place into a paradise. The Honghuang measuring ruler also emitted a purple-gold radiance, responding to the tower of profound yellow. Only with an immensely powerful defense could the 3 incoming lotus petals be blocked. Cold sweat streamed down Guangchengzi's back. He had not expected these 3 to carry holy power, and that lotus petal was clearly a fragment plucked from the 12th grade destruction black lotus of the demon ancestor Luohu. In order to prevent the destruction of Buzhou Mountain and the annihilation of the primal chaos, Luo, who truly spared no effort. If it weren't for the fact that Laozi before leaving Kunlun secretly provided him with the exquisite tower, he might have truly fallen beneath that lotus petal. A jade bottle quietly landed before Xuanyuan, the pills inside exuding an endless fragrance. Uncle Master, take this 9-turn golden pill to recover your injuries and help me suppress the earth. Remember, you must protect Buzhou Mountain. As Guangchengzi spoke, he coughed twice. He was burdened with demonic formations and evil energy, and continuously urging several treasures was indeed quite strenuous. Xuanyuan wasted no time. He consumed several 9-turn golden pills from the bottle, his complexion improving significantly. Under the protection of the Tower of Profound Yellow, he directly took out the Earth Book and began to chant. Xuanyuan rises to forgive, the earth returns to its laws, the 5 mountains bear the symbols, the 4 seas establish their territories. Mountains and rivers establish order, never tilting through myriad calamities. The Earth Book subdues Kuan, the earth veins bring good fortune. As Xuanyuan's voice grew louder, the Earth Book continued to expand, extending for billions of miles. Sweat poured down his forehead, a fierce look flickered in his eyes, as he bit his tongue, spitting out essence blood, instantly enriching the spiritual power on the Earth Book. Earth Book emerge, fetal membrane expand. Fall. With a loud boom, the Earth Book directly merged with the ground. Across the primordial chaos, countless celestial mountains sparkled with light, flying towards Buzhou Mountain. These were the essences of numerous famous mountains, with the 5 mountains being the largest, forming a phantom of the 5 mountains around Buzhou Mountain. Xuanyuan gasped, heavily, blood flowing from his mouth. He had exhausted all his magical power and even overdrawn his origin. Otherwise, with the might of Buzhou Mountain, this exquisite innate spiritual treasure alone would not suffice for defense. This way it could be considered a repayment for Guangchengzi's kindness, Xuanyuan thought silently as he lay at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Guangchengzi tossed a few pills into Xuanyuan's mouth, his voice laced with killing intent. 1 light transforms into 3 colors. 2 figures, 1 blue and 1 red, emerged, thrusting the god-slaying spear forward. The remnant soul of Ziwei on a lotus petal was instantly devoured. Seizing the opportunity, Guangchengzi wielded the Honghuang measuring ruler again, striking the remaining 2 demons away. The Dan Yu Daoist brandished the god-slaying spear, while the Lan Yu Daoist held the Honghuang measuring ruler, charging directly towards the 2 demons. Above Guangchengzi's head, the Tower of Profound Yellow stood in the void. He watched as the Wu and Yao battlefield reached a critical moment. Dijun and the others' 3 corpses had begun to self-destruct, yet the true body of the ancestral shaman was far too powerful, and without restraining weapons there was no way to contend. Step by step, Guangchengzi walked forward, a golden lotus of light condensing from the law of light, supporting him beneath his feet. With each step, the golden lotus landed on the earth, instantly purifying it into a lush green meadow. Watching the 2 figures in black gradually falter under the attack of the 2 innate supreme treasures, Guangchengzi's radiant seal surged with golden light, as the sun and moon once again showered stellar power, making the radiant seal's might even more formidable. Dijun, why aren't you making a move? One of the demon figures shouted, causing Guangchengzi to nearly lose his composure, staring in disbelief at Dijun and Tai. Other mighty beings in the primordial chaos were also greatly shocked, unable to believe what they had just heard. The battlefield was now divided into 2. One was the battle between the Wu and Yao, and the other was Guangchengzi facing the demon tribe. The demon tribe actually compelled Dijun to act, meaning the demon and monster tribes had allied. If it were just a few demons, the beings of the primordial chaos would not fear them, and they wouldn't amount to much. But if the monster tribe also belonged to the demon tribe, the primordial chaos would surely tremble. In the midst of the battlefield, Dijun's figure paused momentarily. His originally crimson eyes gradually turned black, and demonic energy began to emanate from him. Elder brother, Tai Yi turned in shock, looking at him in disbelief. Dijun has gone to the outer starry sky. Guangchengzi suddenly said, for otherwise this demon would not have compelled Dijun into action. Kik, how could you know the holy ancestor's plans? The demon laughed maniacally. Guangchengzi scoffed disdainfully. What holy ancestor? He is merely a hunted dog chased by my master. If you have the capability, let him come out of the demon realm. You brat, you're seeking death. The demon's laughter abruptly ceased, glaring furiously at Guangchengzi. Attack together. He shouted at a nearby demon. The two of them retreated in unison, respectfully raising the lotus petals in their hands to chant. Blood contract ignites the soul, demonic flames consume the body. All demonic essence dissipates, the source collapses. Evil energy engulfs the heavens, demons stain all things. With a tremendous explosion, the Dan Yu Daoist and Lan Yu Daoist instantly returned to Guangchengzi's primordial spirit as the light curtain formed by the tower of profound yellow rippled with waves. Not good, I've been deceived. Guangchengzi's voice carried a hint of regret. These two demons did not self-destruct to harm him, but to taint both the shaman and demon clans. Two lotus petals emanated a destructive aura, descending at the center of the battlefield. Waves of demonic energy surged forth, mixing with the calamity's malevolence and rushing into the bodies of the shaman and demon clans. The lotus petal left behind by Ziwei was firmly held by Guangchengzi, immobilizing him. He focused intently on the battlefield's center, continuously forming seals with his hands as divine lightning struck down frantically, and the purifying seal unleashed its cleansing power to eradicate the demonic energy. However, this was the demonic aura carried by the demonic ancestor Luo Hu's personal spirit treasure, the Annihilation Black Lotus, combined with the holy power upon it far beyond what Guangchengzi could expel. As the demonic energy gradually dissipated, the demon clan members were engulfed in demonic energy, transforming back into their true forms, drooling incessantly and corroding everything around them. The shaman clan members lost all semblance of intelligence, attacking indiscriminately, even turning on their own, and ultimately would resort to self-destruction. Dijun and others were also tainted by this demonic energy, losing their wits. All three incarnations of their souls had exploded, leaving only Dijun, Tai Yi, Shi Chang, Shi Fu Shi, and Kuan Peng as the six quasi-saints, while Pan Wang and the demon leader Ji Meng had already fallen. Qi Yuju Meng and the other ancestral shamans had also collapsed to the ground, while the other ancestral shamans bore significant injuries. Dijun's eyes glimmered with a strange smile as he pulled out 3 small stars from his robe. At that moment, Guangchengzi's primordial spirit reacted violently. 3 powerful auras surged from Kunlun Mountain, overwhelming the beings of the wilderness into silence. Have you lost your mind? Guangchengzi muttered to himself, raising his gaze to the heavenly court, which was beginning to collapse in layers with 30 stars missing from the outer heavens. Before the war between the shamans and demons, Guangchengzi had been puzzled by the absence of the human race, and how the demon clan could forge the demon-slaying sword to breach the true forms of the ancestral shamans and annihilate them. Now he understood. The 3 spheres in Dijun's hands were clearly forged from the stars of the cosmos. This was still insufficient. Dijun must have ventured into the outer cosmos in search of shattered stars and star essence. Guangchengzi felt a pang of guilt, realizing he must have pushed Dijun too hard. In his quest to eliminate the shaman clan, he had ventured into the outer cosmos, giving the demon clan the opportunity to seize control. As for the heavenly court's collapse, that was due to Dijun's theft of its essence. The 3-star bombs could bring the ancestral shamans to the brink of death, but could not entirely obliterate them. The 12 ancestral shamans were formed from the essence of the Panga god, mixed with the earthly turbid chi. Just as the Sanqing were formed from Panga's primordial spirit combined with the pure chi of the heavens, the nemesis of earthly turbid chi was the pure chi of the heavens. However, the wilderness had been developing for tens of thousands of epochs. Where could one find so much pure chi of the heavens? Refining the Sanqing would be more feasible. Dijun then turned his attention to the heavenly court. The origins of the heavenly court were shrouded in mystery, but after such a long period of gestation in the wilderness, it undoubtedly contained pure chi of the heavens. Dijun extracting the essence of the heavenly court clearly indicated his intent to perish together. Even if he completely annihilated the shaman clan, the karmic retribution from destroying the heavenly court would be enough to send him into an abyss of despair. However, this was merely Dijun's perspective. The demonic ancestor Luo, who had different thoughts. Suddenly, intricate patterns illuminated at the center of the battlefield, forming a demonic formation that ensnared both the shaman and demon clans within. Waves of demonic energy surged forth, turning any shaman or demon it touched into blood. The blood flowed and converged underground. Guangchengzi's expression remained calm though his body had already exceeded its limits with cracks appearing in his bones. Now he could only be grateful that he had cleared the formation beneath Mount Buzhou early on, otherwise the mountain would surely collapse today. Watching Dijun throw the 3-star spheres towards Mount Buzhou, they showed no sign of power during their flight, yet all eyes were drawn to them, and the surrounding space crumbled under their immense weight. The luminous lotus formed from the laws of light firmly supported Guangchengzi beneath his feet. He closed his eyes, continuously forming seals with his hands. The laws of space emerged as the sounds of the Tao resonated. Space, condensed time, halt the cosmos, falls silent, myriad paths cease to flow. A gray orb manifested on his forehead, embedded in the center of his brow, radiating immense waves. The chaos orb. A voice seemingly surprised echoed. Zhen Yuanzi murmured, the laws of time and space. Yet Guangchengzi paid no mind to this. The laws of space from his being merged into the chaos orb. A sliver of silver floated gently forth, as if it had come from the dawn of time, while all things decayed, only it continued to flow. This silver light represented the power of time and space within the chaos orb. The chaos orb was capable of suppressing an entire expanse of chaos, and could transform into a chaotic world naturally able to subdue time and space. Had Guangchengzi not comprehended the laws of space, the chaos orb would still merely be a congenital treasure, and he would find it difficult to draw forth the laws of time and space. This silver light was the embodiment of the laws of time and space within the chaos orb. It slowly descended at the battlefield's center, causing everything to freeze in an instant. The self-destructing forms of the ancestral shamans halted, and the triumphant smile on Dijun's face was likewise frozen. Guangchengzi could not help but spurt a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion turning pale instantly. Now on the battlefield, the shaman and demon clans, regardless of their actions, had been immobilized, their movements appearing exceedingly comical, while the beings of the wilderness fell silent. No one could have anticipated that Guangchengzi would unleash such a powerful strike, capable of instantly halting the battle between the shaman and demon clans. Guangchengzi strained his body, enduring the excruciating pain of his primordial spirit. The chaos orb floated from his brow, stopping above each of the 12 ancestral shamans. 12 points of light instantly entered into it, before returning to Guangchengzi's brow. Seeing the 12 ancestral shamans lose something in their eyes, Guangchengzi felt a sense of relief. He softly said, I will trouble Master to send the ancestral shamans to the Blood Sea. The Sanqing appeared instantly. Guangchengzi had previously informed them that they could only intervene once during the great battle, and must seize the opportunity to avoid being entangled by calamity. Observing Yuan Shi's concerned expression, Guangchengzi forced a smile, saying, Disciple is fine. I am grateful to the 3 masters for their help. The White Lotus Taoist is over, their masters need not worry. Yuan Shi waved his hand to collect the 12 ancestral shamans, and the Sanqing glanced at him one last time before vanishing. As the figures of the Sanqing disappeared, Guangchengzi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. He coughed several times, blood flowing incessantly. Crack! The space shattered like a mirror, and suffering a backlash, Guangchengzi spat out another mouthful of blood. He forcibly swallowed several pills from his mouth, and absorbed the 3-star spheres into his body. Stepping forward into the center of the battlefield, the demonic formation within him pulsed incessantly, as blood energy, combined with demonic energy, surged into his body. Dijun and the others, seeing the ancestral shamans vanish, attacked Guangchengzi frantically. Yet Guangchengzi forcefully cast the 9 revolutions mystic art. The heaven and earth profound yellow glimmering tower wailed a few times before returning to his primordial spirit. Light burns the heavens, primordial spirit transforms into a torch. Burn the body, extinguish the Tao, illuminate my divine light. Light shines eternally, lasting through the ages. At once boundless laws of light surfaced around Guangchengzi. His body and primordial spirit began to dissolve with the incantation, transforming into a sun, hanging in the void, scattering endless golden light that covered the wilderness, purifying all the demonic energy at the battlefield center. He gently stroked his chest. Senior Yuan Feng, please do not let this poor Taoist down. With a smile at the corner of Guangchengzi's mouth, his body exploded in an instant as 2 voices resonated throughout the wilderness. The great Tao is above. The heavenly Tao is above. Blood Sea. As the Sanqing appeared here, they saw a hutu marked by the aura of reincarnation alongside the standing by Lian Daoren. Lian Daoren gently tapped the 6 pure bamboos in his hand, while the ancient ancestor of the Mingyi drifted tragically upon the Blood Sea. Master, he softly called, gazing at the 12 ancestral witches cast aside by Yuan Shi. His eye turned to look at Sanqing's sorrow evident in her eyes. However, with the demonic clan now stirring the battlefield of the Dao and Wu, those matters no longer held significance. It was best for her to personally guide her elder siblings on their journey. Thank you, Master. Bai Lian Daoren bowed and reminded Hutu. Let's proceed, as we discussed. Hutu stepped into the narrow realm of the underworld, which was merely tens of millions of miles in size, hardly matching the support of the three realms of Honghuang. Yet this place evolved naturally, serving as a space for the decomposition and rebirth of souls. The fall of beings in Honghuang does not leave behind a trace. Their souls reach the underworld, where they are constantly decomposed and rebirthed. This is the ancient operating law of the world. Thus, aside from the souls that spontaneously arise in the underworld, most beings from Honghuang originate from fallen souls. However, this process is too slow. Once transformed, they become entirely new existences with no connection to their past. As the number of beings in Honghuang increases, it burdens the underworld. One day the entire underworld will collapse. What Huta must do is sacrifice herself to reopen the underworld, evolving the Tao of reincarnation, allowing future souls to cycle quickly, thus making Honghuang more complete. The laws of reincarnation on Hutu resonated with the underworld, and a pillar of blood from the Wu clan soared into the sky, dispelling some of the ghostly aura. She revealed her true form as an ancestral, which standing on a 12-petal reincarnation purple lotus directly supporting the entire underworld. Great Tao above Hutu of the Pangu clan feel that the heavens and earth of Honghuang are lacking, and that beings perish, their souls scattered. I wish to awaken the earthly Tao with the body of an ancestral, which transforming into reincarnation to complete Honghuang. Today I establish the heavenly Tao, human Tao, beast Tao, hungry, ghost Tao, and hell Tao. From now on, beings will enter the 5 paths of reincarnation based on their merits, with souls having a home and rebirth being orderly. I transform into reincarnation, my soul stabilizing the underworld. Honghuang shall not be destroyed, and reincarnation shall not cease. Hutu's voice resonated from the underworld, echoing throughout the entirety of Honghuang. All cultivators looked in shock towards the underworld, not expecting that Hutu the ancestral, which would take such action. She had not intervened in the previous battle of Wu and Yao, yet now she was sacrificing herself. Boom! A pillar of light emerged from Hutu, her true spirit ascending, leaving behind only a shell. A human body with a serpent's tail, 7 hands behind her, and 2 hands in front, grasping the disintegrating true form of the ancestral serpent, gradually forming a disc. As the disc appeared, it occupied the central position of the underworld, which began to expand rapidly, a mysterious fluctuation manifesting and isolating everything. You shall sacrifice yourselves for Honghuang, Bai Lian Daoren said solemnly, looking at the 12 ancestral witches who were devoid of strength. With a wave of his hand, the 12 heavenly god flags flew forth. The 12 ancestral witches looked on with resentment, their eyes flashing with hatred as they watched Hutu gradually disappear. Such actions from their little sister surely had ties to Guangchengzi. Master, help me. Bai Lian Daoren placed the pure world white lotus and the 6 pure bamboos into Yuan Shi's hands. Laozi looked at the ancestral witch with calm eyes, and together they acted, merging the heavenly god flags directly into the bodies of the 12 ancestral witches. Bai Lian Daoren held at his fingers, pointing to his forehead. A drop of golden blood floated out, radiating pure laws of light, exuding an aura indistinguishable from that of the descendants of Pangu. This was a drop of essence blood left by Guangchengzi long ago, infused with a thread of divine soul power. He had obtained the primal energy of the Sanqing along with Pangu's essence blood and spinal essence, making him the most suited to carry the body of Pangu. Indeed, as the essence blood flew out, the 12 ancestral witches sensed the attraction. He took out a small stone disc upon which were the carvings of the 12 ancestral witches, and they directly merged into the statues. Bai Lian Dao ran through the stone disc towards the essence blood, and an overwhelming earth-shattering aura emanated from it. The true form of Pangu reappeared, but his eyes were vacant, only passively wielding the phantom of the Pangu axe. Bai Lian Daoren bowed to Sanqing, saying, Master, I am leaving. I am off to open the heights. He directly merged into the true body of Pangu, and Pangu's eyes suddenly sparkled with life, while Bai Lian Daoren disintegrated, merging into every part of Pangu's true form. Even on the true form of Pangu, white lotus patterns began to appear. The faces of Sanqing changed dramatically as they could no longer sense Bai Lian Daoren's aura in an instant. The phantom of the Pangu axe trembled continuously. Laozi pushed gently, and the Taiji diagram and Panga banner transformed into flowing light, merging into it, leaving only 1/3 of the Pangu axe as illusory. Bai Lian Daoren felt himself melting away. He lost count of how many strikes he had made. The underworld had already grown larger than the lands of Honghuang, and then he lost consciousness. Disciple. A roar echoed from afar. Bai Lian Daoren could no longer open his eyes, puzzled as to why Yuanshi called for him. At this moment in the underworld, the massive true form of Pangu collapsed with a tremendous sound, and then began to disintegrate, each piece of flesh bearing white lotus patterns continuously merging into the underworld, stabilizing this newly born realm. The Taiji diagram and Panga banner returned to the side of Sanqing, buzzing and pulsating, yet Sanqing did not even glance at them. The true form of Pangu had completely merged into the underworld, including the previous stone disc, the 12 ancestral witches, the heavenly god flags, and Bai Lian Daoren. All had vanished, leaving only a purple-black wheel, with 5 black hole-like whirlpools drawing in all the souls within the underworld. Yuanshi clutched his heart, gasping for breath, sensing that Guangchengzi's aura had completely vanished. Yet at this moment the three of them could not leave the underworld. He cradled the pure world white lotus, its misty aura continuously cascading down, lacking any trace of soul imprint. His master had fallen. Boom! A gigantic pillar of light shone down from beyond the underworld, and above the cycle a yellow light point suddenly appeared, revealing a small figure in slumber. Heavenly flowers fell from the sky and golden lotuses erupted from the earth. Various wondrous phenomena emerged, sweeping away the ghostly aura in the underworld, as if this place transformed into the lands of Honghuang, devoid of any gloom. An immensely vast cloud of merit descended, since Pangu opened the heavens, and the earth. Honghuang had never seen such great merit. Merit of the great Tao. Laozi murmured with a sorrowful expression. This is merit of the great Tao. They possessed 1/10 of the merit of opening the heavens, and now the great Tao bestows merit once more. It split into 2, with 70% landing on the true spirit of Hutu above the cycle and 30% falling into the pure world white lotus held in Yuanshi's hands. The pure world white lotus suddenly emitted a burst of white light, and a mark was once again conceived within the lotus. However, there was no joy on Yuanshi's face. Although the pure world white lotus bore the primordial mark of Guangchengzi, indicating that the white lotus had not perished, he could sense that Guangchengzi's aura had vanished from the Honghuang. Their fortunes were intertwined, yet at this moment, he could feel that Guangchengzi had already fallen. His expression was incredibly calm as he stared blankly at the white lotus in his hand. The underworld was completely filled with the brilliance of meritorious gold light, alongside another power that completely sealed off the underworld. They were unexpectedly suppressed here. Yuanshi shook the Pangu banner, and the immense light of the axe left a great chasm in the underworld, yet it could not break through this layer of restraint. Suddenly the pure world white lotus flickered, and a drop of blood imbued with the laws of earth flew out, directly merging into the true spirit of Hutu, enveloped by the great merit. Is this the drop of blood that Hutu initially gave to Guangchengzi? The 4 swords of extermination above Tongtian were also astonished at this scene. Perhaps it is not as dire as we thought, Laozi said, grasping the frenzied Yuanshi. It seems this drop of blood was within that young one's calculations as well. Yuanshi forcibly calmed himself, watching as Hutu gradually revealed her figure within the great merit. The 3 of them were momentarily stunned. This aura was so reminiscent of teacher Hongjun from the Zixiao Palace. 3 pure ones. Hutu nodded at the 3 pure ones, her aura incredibly heavy, yet continuously revolving, embodying harmony amidst contradiction. She scanned the vast underworld, sensing the auras belonging to the 12 ancestor witches. Her eyes gradually reddened. Her brothers had all fallen, just like the former father god merging with the cosmos. Suddenly her expression changed, and her gaze pierced through the underworld. Guangchengzi has fallen. The 3 pure ones stared at her in shock, as 3 innate supreme treasures soared into the sky. Hutu waved her hand, instantly lifting the restraints within the underworld, and the 3 pure ones rushed out. On the battlefield of the witch and demon war, as Hutu established her great aspiration, Guangchengzi's divine body shattered piece by piece, like a porcelain object. He was entirely filled with the laws of light, radiating brilliance, more dazzling than the sun. Heavenly Tao above, I the Xian turtle feel my own sins are profound. I am willing to support the 4 poles of heaven and earth with my limbs to stabilize the Honghuang. A voice rang out from the northern sea as the massive form of the Xian turtle disintegrated. Its limbs detached from its body, without shedding a single drop of blood, flying towards the 4 poles of heaven and earth, growing as tall as Mount Buzhou. In the east a dragon roared its voice like an ancient bell splitting clouds and cracking thunder. A green dragon brimming with boundless vitality spiraled around a heavenly pillar. In the south the phoenix sang, flames surged as a vermilion bird radiating fire and auspiciousness danced gracefully. In the west a white tiger with two wings roared, shaking mountains and intimidating beasts, exuding endless slaughter as it guarded the heavenly pillar. In the north the turtle chanted, and the serpent hissed, their sounds deep as a jar's echo, sharp like torn silk as the water-laden turtle and serpent intertwined, lying in ambush beneath the heavenly pillar. The massive form of the Xian turtle was reduced to a single turtle shell, flying directly to the center of the witch demon battlefield, enveloping Guangchengzi's divine body. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated as the turtle shell began to tremble. On the other side, Jin Yuanzi, disregarding his own injuries, frantically poured his power into the earth book. Finally, the commotion within the turtle shell ceased. The shell had become battered and worn, riddled with countless cracks and holes of varying sizes, devoid of any support, and it fell directly down. At that moment, the Honghuang trembled, and all cultivators felt the world gradually becoming clearer. The ominous aura of the calamity dissipated, and the world became much heavier. Jin Yuanzi stared blankly at the earth book. The earth power and ley lines he could mobilize had greatly increased, as if the land of Honghuang had gained life. A stream of light shot from the turtle shell directly into the underworld, leaving only the scattered shell shaking on the ground. Jin Yuanzi's expression changed dramatically. He had not seen Guangchengzi, and his aura had completely vanished. The ground was strewn with innate spiritual treasures, particularly a gray pearl, the purple gold, Hongmeng, Liantian ruler, the earthly Xian, Huang Linglong Tower, and the pitch-black god-slaying spear stood out the most. The many great beings observing all this suddenly froze, their breaths heavy. Guangchengzi possessed many spiritual treasures, and it seemed he had already fallen. Instantly, several streams of light rushed towards Mount Buzhou, their bodies filled with greed. Di Jun and the others also became clear-headed, gazing at the already vanished Guangchengzi, recalling how they had acted moments before, their expressions fluctuating. Jin Yuanzi watched the divine lights approach, sorrow flashing in his eyes. During the witch demon war, Guangchengzi had single-handedly eradicated all demonic energy, preventing the star core thrown by Di Jun. He could not imagine how severe the damage to Honghuang would be if those things had exploded here. But with Guangchengzi's recent fall, these onlookers from the Zixiao Palace were rushing over, their momentum clearly intoxicated by greed, ready to seize Guangchengzi's remaining spiritual treasures. Dare you? Jin Yuanzi's sleeve suddenly expanded as he flung a black light towards the direction of the western sea. At that moment, the underworld revealed itself, and four figures stepped out. The blood sea here had long since vanished, leaving only the unknown fate of the elder of the underworld lying on the ground. Good. Yuan Shi laughed in anger, the Honghuang Golden Immortal immediately comprehending what had transpired. Now that Guangchengzi's aura had entirely vanished, how could he not know what these great beings rushing from all corners of Honghuang intended to do? Ha! Tears welled up in Yuan Shi's eyes, and his aura made it difficult for the people of Honghuang to breathe. The space around the underworld shattered inch by inch, and the earth began to tremble. Countless flowers, grasses, and trees withered, and the atmosphere in Honghuang felt suffocating, filled with the aura of decay. The Honghuang Golden Immortal was himself a representative of the laws, and Yuan Shi shed tears, the laws resonating, shocking all beings of Honghuang. For this disciple, the three pure ones actually shed tears. In all these years of Honghuang's establishment, who has ever seen the three pure ones in such a state? Tears finally fell from Yuan Shi's eyes, startling Hutu. Although she was confident her strength was not inferior to Yuan Shi's, looking at that drop of tear made her back feel a chill. Drip! The tear landed on the ground, a faint sound resonating throughout Honghuang, and the splashed droplets instantly split into dozens of sharp blades, disappearing through space. At the same time, the great beings rushing to the witch demon battlefield from various parts of Honghuang suddenly paused, then fell silently, even their primordial spirits scattering. Meanwhile, in the west, the prepared Jin and Junti were sweating profusely. Fortunately, they had previously endured the three pure ones' beatings, making them hesitant to act before they emerged. The three pure ones and Hutu instantly appeared on the witch demon battlefield. Jin Yuanzi trembled in fear, never expecting the saints to possess such formidable strength, effortlessly wiping out dozens of quasi-saint great beings without moving a finger. Moreover, Guangchengzi had fallen, and Yuan Shi the saint was actually shedding tears. A wave of fear surged in his heart. Today, it seemed a great event was about to unfold. Laozi's Taiji diagram spun continuously in his hand, coldly watching Di Jun and the others. Tong Tian, with no joy or sorrow on his face, stopped him. Elder brother, there is no need to act. Tongshan's smile was somewhat bitter. My disciple fell to prevent the witch demon war, which can be considered an. The four swords of extermination behind him emitted a sword cry, as if sensing their master's intent. Tong Tian glanced around and emotionlessly declared, with my disciple gone, I have nothing to offer him. Let us reopen the earth, water, fire, and wind, allowing Honghuang to accompany him in burial. As soon as the words were spoken, the four swords of extermination soared into the sky, filled with endless malevolence. What? Saint, forgive us. We are guilty, please remain calm. Voices pleading for mercy echoed from all around the primordial land, beams of light shooting forth as they expended their essence, hastening to the scene. Dao brother. Hutu was stunned and was about to intervene to stop Tong Tian. The Taiji diagram in Laozi's hand transformed into the dual forces of yin and yang enveloping her, while the Pango banner in Yuanxi's hand swayed incessantly, the light of the axes overwhelming Hutu. She had not anticipated the immense power of the three pure ones. She was utterly incapable of facing them alone. As she gazed up at the integrated four swords of Zhejian ready to strike down upon the primordial land, Hutu gritted her teeth as a purple-black vortex appeared in her palm, launching towards Laozi. High above in the 9 clouds I sit in meditation. Beyond the mysteries of heaven and earth, I shall lead the way. Pango birthed the Taiji, the dualities, and 4 symbols follow in its wake. The leader of the Xuanyuan, One Qi, transforms into Hongjun. Clouds of auspicious signs and fragrant aromas filled the air, with purple Qi arriving from the east for 30,000 miles. A venerable figure clad in purple appeared, holding a bamboo staff, manifesting amidst the battlefield of the witches and demons. I pay my respects to the Dao ancestor. The crowd was taken aback, realizing that even the Dao ancestor had arrived. Is the master here to stop his disciple? Laozi, holding the Taiji diagram, stood beside Yuanshi Tong Tian, their energies interconnected, a formation flickering within their divine senses. Why did you not intervene earlier, master? My disciple has sacrificed himself for the primordial land. There is no need for its existence anymore. Tongshan's expression turned stern as he spoke coldly. Without waiting for Hongjun's reply, he pointed at the already fused sword above, a black divine sword radiating with destructive energy, aiming to cleave the heavenly membranes. This object could protect the primordial land from the encroachment of chaos. If shattered, the chaotic energy would surge in, causing the entire world to vanish. Saint, remain calm. Dao ancestor, save us. The many mighty cultivators were horrified, their faces drained of color, not expecting the Dao ancestor to appear, while Tong Tian dared to act. Hongjun sighed lightly and waved his bamboo staff, directly intercepting the divine sword. Seeing this, Tong Tian let out a bitter laugh as Laozi and Yuanshi released 2 strands of source energy from their heads, about to merge. Guangchengzi has not fallen. Hongjun's eyelids twitched, hastily stating. These words seemed to press the pause button at that moment, causing the 3 pure ones to freeze, halting their actions. Is what you say true, master? What evidence do you have? Where is Guangchengzi? The 3 pure ones questioned in succession, while Hongjun let out a sigh of relief, sending the arriving mighty cultivators back to their own realms, leaving only Xuanyuan. He nodded affirmatively. Guangchengzi indeed has not fallen. At the same time, he looked at the 3 pure ones with surprise, a glimmer in his eyes. These 3 little rascals were truly capable. That aura from earlier had astonished him, as if it could sever the heavenly Tao. The 3 pure ones exchanged glances, cautiously observing Hongjuan. We do not know where Guangchengzi is at this moment. They indeed could not sense Guangchengzi's presence. Their fates were interconnected, and they clearly understood that Guangchengzi had fallen. What if Hongjun was deceiving them? Seeing this, Hongjun inwardly cursed these 3 wicked disciples. He pointed his hand, and the aura of the heavenly Tao surged towards the top of the Chaos Pearl, where in the perception of the 3 pure ones there was no aura, yet under the might of the heavenly Tao, it seemed to unveil a layer of veil. There a gentle flame was burning, shimmering in 7-colored golden hues, its temperature not scalding, but rather warm. The individuals present were not ordinary beings, and could clearly sense Guangchengzi's essence nurturing within the flame. Nirvana fire. Yuanxi's voice rang in surprise as he remembered that Guangchengzi had once received the Nirvana fire gifted by the Yuan Phoenix. However, they emerged from the netherworld without sensing any aura, naturally assuming that the Nirvana fire had not taken effect, leading them to believe Guangchengzi had completely perished, causing them to go mad. The 3 pure ones paused, quickly retracting their spiritual treasures. Their sorrow from earlier subsiding, for their disciple was still alive. Master, forgive us. Laozi was the first to bow, being the eldest brother, hastily admitting guilt. Otherwise, with Hongjun's current status in the heavenly Tao, he could easily suppress the 3 brothers. Yuan blinked about to say something, but Tongtian stepped forward and tugged at Hongjun's sleeve awkwardly, saying, "Master, I was merely joking earlier. I just recently broke through to the primordial unity and wanted to test my strength." Hota listened in disbelief. Who would believe such words? Had the Tao ancestor not appeared, the primordial land would have likely been torn apart by now. Yuan coughed lightly. "Master, it was merely a jest, just a joke with my fellow Taoists. If you wish to blame me, I am willing to self-punish with 3 cups. After speaking, he bent his body, glancing at Hongjun's expression from the corner of his eye. "Please forgive us, Tao ancestor." Hota stepped forward. The 3 pure ones were only speaking in jest. They were overly concerned for their younger brother. Looking at Hota's aura of the Tao, Hongjun's pupils slightly constricted. Was the Earth Tao so powerful upon its emergence? "Enough." Hongjun let out a laugh. "You two were only overly concerned, but do not utter such arrogant words in the future, or I will surely bring you back to the Purple Cloud Palace." "I know my fault." The 3 pure ones hurriedly bowed, understanding that the matter had passed. Hongjun looked at these 3 wicked disciples with amusement. They truly knew how to play along. He pointed at the pure world white lotus in Yuanqi's arms. The nirvana fire flickered intensely. After a moment of contemplation, Hongjun said, "This can be considered the young man's opportunity." After saying this, he tossed the pure world white lotus into the nirvana fire, producing 3 golden lotus seeds and 1 black lotus seed, which he threw in as well. Nirvana fire is the life force of the Phoenix clan. It ignites spontaneously at the brink of death, capable of reshaping the physical body and awakening the true spirit, but the process is extremely painful. Guangchengzi is not of the Phoenix clan. Although this nirvana fire was gifted by the Yuan Phoenix, he will need to slumber for 10,000 years to successfully undergo nirvana. However, he has prevented the collapse of Buzhou Mountain. Hongjun remarked, casting a glance devoid of any emotion towards Dijuan and the others. He has also established the 4 pillars of the heavens and earth, allowing reincarnation to manifest, contributing greatly to the primordial land. Thus, I shall lend him a helping hand. "Thank you, Master Tao ancestor." The 3 pure ones, Hutu and Xinhuanzi, all bowed in unison. Hongjun waved his hand, the power of the heavenly Tao's origin appearing at his fingertips, and directly pointed at the nirvana fire. It suddenly flared up, expanding rapidly, enveloping the area. At this moment, it had become immensely sacred, turning crimson red. The surrounding space rippling as waves of heat nearly overwhelmed Xinhuanzi. "Ka!" A piercing cry resembling the song of a phoenix resonated. A massive phoenix phantom appeared, ultimately merging into the nirvana fire, and Guangchengzi's figure gradually emerged. The red flames enveloped his entire body, as if draping him in a veil. The flames slowly transformed into a warm light of fire, and Guangchengzi opened his eyes. "He has awakened." "In, disciple." "In, fellow Taoist." "In, Senqing," and the others called out in rapid succession. Guangchengzi remained impassive, yet his primordial spirit trembled. 2 beams of divine light descended instantly. One beam fused seamlessly with the purifying white lotus. Bai Lian Taoist reappeared, seated cross-legged to Guangchengzi's left. The other beam struck the demon-slaying spear lying upon the ground, merging with it, and in an instant a black-robed Taoist radiating murderous intent manifested. "He has severed his evil self." Yuanqi's eyes gleamed with delight. Bai Lian Taoist's aura has grown markedly stronger. Hotu murmured softly, her brow furrowed. "This purifying white lotus incorporates both the meritorious golden lotus seed and the destroying black lotus seed. Guangchengzi also holds a petal from the black lotus. With their essences fused and nurtured by the nirvanic flame, the lotus, though still not transcending the boundary of a supreme primordial treasure, now possesses a vastly enhanced fundamental essence." Hongjun smiled faintly. This was, after all, the chief disciple of the 3rd generation of his Xin. Hota's divine gaze flickered. She had not forgotten the Tao ancestors' words. The higher the rank of the artifact used for severing the 3 selves, the more powerful the resulting incarnations. The purifying white lotus was already a peerless primordial spirit treasure. Now, with its essence amplified, it stood on the very threshold of a supreme primordial treasure. Though the demon-slaying spear was likewise a peerless primordial spirit treasure, it rivaled even supreme primordial treasures, using it to sever both the kind and evil selves. While Sanqing and Guangchengzi possessed no shortage of supreme primordial treasures, meant this younger brother's future cultivation prospects were truly boundless. "This disciple pays homage to my grandmaster and bows before my master," Guangchengzi said, regaining full awareness and hastily offering formal salutations to those before him. Yuan immediately pulled him upright, scrutinizing him closely from head to toe. Only when he confirmed that Guangchengzi's aura had grown significantly stronger did his tension finally ease. How dare you risk your life so recklessly? His voice brimmed with anger, but beneath it ran a deeper current of profound concern. Guangchengzi lowered his head in contrition. I have caused grave worry to my three masters. This disciple acknowledges my error. He had never imagined Yuan Feng's nirvanic flame would prove so unreliable. He had assumed instantaneous resurrection on the spot. And indeed, your three masters nearly reconstituted the primordial elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, condemning the entire Honghuang realm to annihilation for your sake. Hongjun spoke, coolly prompting Sanqing to bow their heads in silence. Guangchengzi stared in astonishment. He had not expected his master to go to such lengths for him. Yet catching Ho Tu's subtle shake of the head, his heart clenched with sudden apprehension. Mount Buzhou had not collapsed, but the Tao ancestor himself had appeared. Coupled with what he had just said, it was clear he had come expressly to halt Sanqing's actions. Guangchengzi turned toward Hongjun and performed a solemn kowtow. Grandmaster, please permit this disciple to speak. The Honghuang realm was forged by the great Pangu. My three masters are Pangu's descendants, and under your grandmaster's own guidance. How could such thoughts ever arise within them? This disciple dares not bear such karmic weight. My master's words were but jests. Truly they came here only because the demonic clan's atrocities inflamed their righteous fury. With that, Guangchengzi pointed toward Dijun and the others. These wretches dared conspire with the demon clan. May the Tao ancestor mete out judgment. Dijun and his entourage froze in icy dread. The rest of the demonic clan trembled violently, collapsing to their knees and begging for mercy without cease. Sanqing watched Guangchengzi with quiet satisfaction. Truly this was their disciple. Hongjun regarded him with a faint, enigmatic smile. You certainly possess a silver tongue. Guangchengzi offered an awkward, self-deprecating smile. Yet Hongjun dropped the matter entirely. Without glancing at the demonic clan, he asked softly, would you like to ascend as Celestial Emperor? Sanqing exchanged startled glances. How abruptly the Tao ancestor had shifted topics. Ho Tu's gaze swept over Dijun and his followers, utterly devoid of emotion. Jin Yuanzi remained silent, unmoving. Guangchengzi paused, stunned. Could this disciple truly assume the celestial emperorship? Respectfully reporting to Grandmaster, this disciple seeks only to cultivate the Tao beneath my master's guidance, and inherit the sublime teachings of our Xian men. The celestial emperorship holds no allure for me. Hearing these words, Sanqing allowed themselves a gentle smile. Even Jin Yuanzi looked faintly surprised, for should Guangchengzi accept the throne backed by three sovereigns, none in the realm would dare defy his edicts. He would become indisputably the foremost cultivator of the entire Honghuang. Yet Guangchengzi had refused. A quiet respect stirred within Jin Yuanzi. Very well. Since you decline, I shall not press the matter. Hongjun gazed upon Guangchengzi with genuine admiration. He then withdrew a 90-year miniature pagoda, engraved with dragon and phoenix cloud motifs, studded with boundary-stabilizing pearls and radiating golden light, and cast it upward. As he withdrew his own spiritual power, the celestial court, which had momentarily halted its collapse, resumed its descent. Guangchengzi and the others instantly understood the Tao ancestor had been holding back the celestial court's disintegration through immense cultivation power. As the pagoda soared into the heavens and settled at the celestial nexus, each collapsing tier of heaven surged upward, until the entire structure stabilized, fully restoring the original 33 heavens. Attend to these matters yourselves, Hongjun said, not even deigning to glance at the Wu and Yao clans. Ni's lips moved silently a few times. Sanqing's brows furrowed, but before they could respond, Hongjun's form had already dissolved into emptiness. We respectfully bid farewell to Grandmaster Master Tao Ancestor. And after their reverent bows, the Honghuang realm suddenly blazed with radiant light. Boundless clouds of meritorious gold descended, and three vast torrents of merit left Guangchengzi and the others utterly astounded. One torrent drifted in from the northern sea, dividing into 4 parts. 1/10 settled upon Guangchengzi, 2/10 upon the nearly shattered turtle shell, 4/10 flew toward the 4 corners of heaven and earth. The remaining 3/10 plunged directly into the netherworld. Ho Tu's eyebrows lifted slightly, and her fingers twitched instinctively.